Hello everyone. I have planned to create a complete playlist on Python. Okay, now let's see how to download the Jupyter. To download that, you can write Anaconda download. So if you click it here, this URL will come in the first. Here you can see the download button. Just click here, it will be automatically downloaded. I will not do that because it's already installed in my machine. Now close it. Here you can type Jupyter Notebook app and click open. Depending on your Windows settings, may be a little bit different, but this is very simple and you can do it. Okay. Now, in the local browser, it will start. And here in the right side, you can see the new button. If you click it here in new and Python 3 IPY kernel, and one fresh Jupyter notebook will be open to you. Now, these are known as cells. If you click plus plus plus, cells will be automatically added. Here you can see the untitled. Here you can rename it like our first video, our first class on Python. You can name it as per your choice. Then click on rename. Later on also you can rename. You can see that here name gets changed. Now if I want to print something, I'll show just a simple print. I can write whatever you want. I will write a quote of Mahatma Gandhi. Now if I click the run button, then it will run. It will execute. So you can see the output. Now here you can see that it is selected as a code. Suppose I want to tell what I am doing to others so that they understand what I am doing. So I just want to write that I am printing something. Now if I execute it, you can see that it will show as a error, syntax error, because it is treated as a code and there is no Python code like this. So what we have to do, we have to go and change it to as a markdown. Then you can see that it will be treated as a markdown instead of code. And second one thing we can do is that like printing a string. Now what we can do, if we just give the hash in the front, then also if you run, it will no show no error. And you just first explore Jupyter first so that you get comfortable with Jupyter. You can click here file, you can create new notebook, you can open an existing one, make a copy. Make a copy means if you click it here, then automatically a new notebook will be created. Not new, but the old codes will be there. So while doing research, you may need it as per your requirement. You can use and then print save and checkpoint means in whichever checkpoint you are. Suppose here we are standing right now, and now if we click that save and checkpoint, so this checkpoint is saved. Like here it will be. Okay, let me show you again. Here it will be created as checkpoint created. At this time frame, the checkpoint is created. Now if I want to write anything like print two, then run it. And now I think no, I want to go back to that previous checkpoint. Then I can click revert to checkpoint. Like here you can see that time is showing. We created a checkpoint at 10:45. So if I click it on here, then it will be showing as that you want to revert to the latest checkpoint. Yeah. Then they say that it cannot be undone. If you are pretty sure that you want to go back to the last checkpoint, then you can click on revert. So see the magic. So this is the way you can use Jupyter. And after you have done your coding, you want to share it with someone else, then you can go here, download the file as per your desired format. And suppose I want to download it as notebook. So if I click it here, it will be downloaded. Now you can share this, you can share it with anyone, you can upload this in your GitHub. You just explore, you will understand automatically how to cut cells, how to copy cells. Try to learn some shortcuts. Like suppose I want to insert a cell in between these two cells. Then what I will do? I'll first select the cell here, and then I will click escape and A. Escape and A. Escape is the top leftmost button plus A. If you click this, then automatically one cell will be added just before the current cell. Or if you want to add any cell below it, then you can select a cell and then you can click on this. So it will insert a cell below. Or in a shortcut method, what you can do, suppose I am here and I want to add a cell below, click escape B. Okay. To add a cell just above your current cell, escape A. Just below your current cell, escape B. And there are many shortcuts like that. So it will be better if you learn those, then it will make things easy. Okay. Now, I have already told you about Markdown and run. Okay, to run only the upper cells. Then here you have many options, like if you want to run all the cells, if you want to run the above cells, or you want to run the below cells of your current cell. So as per your requirement, you can use Jupyter. Okay, this is very easy to learn. Or if you don't want to install anything, Anaconda or anything, you can do the whole thing on online. There you don't need to run anything on your machine. So if you just uh, type this Google Colab, automatically this will come, and if you click on this, you just have to sign in to create a new notebook. And if you click a new notebook, just same like Jupyter, here also you can uh, I love Colab. Click it here, it will run. This takes a bit time because this is online. You can see. So anything you can use. But and in this video, we will study about variables, identifier, and the basic data types of Python. Okay, let's start. Now, what is data type? Whenever we are assigning something like A is equal to 2 or B is equal to 4.5, a memory is allocated. And depending on the types of the data, different types of memory is allocated. Suppose whenever I write A is equal to 2, what happens? A memory is allocated where 2 is stored and A pointing to that memory. If it is 4.5, then completely separate memory, I mean separate size of memory is allocated for A. So the size of the memory is dependent on the type of the data. That's why we have to study about the different kind of data types. Okay, now what are the basic data types? It may be an integer data type. What is integer? Suppose you write 345 or any number or 10 or 5. Any number which is discrete is called as an integer. It may be positive, it may be negative. If minus 500 or minus 30, anything which is minus in negative, that is a negative integer, and another one is 0. So these are the data types, integer data types. And how to allocate those? Suppose I write A is equal to 3405. And if I run, then if I try to print A, it will show 345. So A is just an integer data type. Now how can we check whether which data type it is? So if I write type function, then it will show me the type of the data. So this is integer. You can see int means integer data types. Okay. Next is float. Now what is float? Suppose 4.5. Suppose 7.90. Suppose the value of pi 3.14. These are float. Now why float is required? To be more precise than integers. Simple thing. So now if I write b is equal to 6.70 and I print b. I also print the type of b. Okay. So what will it print? So it will show float 6.7 float. Clear? Now data type is string. Any character is a string. Like if I write Ram, if I write him, or if I write any quote like Sapiens is a good book. These are all string data types. How can we write here? Suppose I write S is equal to Sapiens. That is string print type, then it will show you as a string. str. Str means string data type. So this is clear. Another data type is bool. Bool data type means this is to indicate true or false. Or we can say that it's on or off. If it is 0, that means it is on, sorry, off. And if it is 1, then it means this is on. So this is bool data types, or we can say boolean data types. Suppose I write a is equal to 25. Then I check whether a greater than 30. Now run, what will it show? It will show false because 25 is not greater than 30. Now if I write a greater than 20, then this will be true. So this is called boolean, that is true or false. And many other data types are there like list, tuple, set, dictionary. But we will not study right now. We will study about those later in details. Now we will study what is variables, or we can say identifier. What is variables? These are nothing but symbolic name. When I said a equals to 30, a is the identifier. So that if you want to access 30 later, you can just type print a. So it will automatically access 30 and it will show you the output as 30. So a is the identifier. Now we have some rules like what can be a variable or identifier and what cannot be. Suppose I give you a equals to 1 to 3. It will what will be the output? What do you think? It will be 1, 2, 3. It's as simple as that. Now suppose I write A, B, C, D, S, anything. Will it work? Yes, whatever you want you can give. Now suppose I give a number also here. Will it work? Yes. But if I do 3, 4, A, B, C equals to 67. What do you think? What will be the output? No, this will not work because it cannot start with a number. Fine. No, it never cannot start with a number. So number one is variables cannot start with a number. Okay. Next do. Suppose I write A at the rate BC. What do you think? No. Suppose I write A ampersand BC equals to 1. What will be the output? Error. Suppose I write A percentage equals to 890. What will be the output? Error. So simple thing is that variables cannot contain special characters. Okay. Now, if I give underscore ABC equals to 500. Let me write another one. ABC underscore equal to 600. Let me write another one. ABC, so sorry. ABC equals to 890. Now tell me what will be the output. For the first one, okay, sorry, let me print it. Print underscore ABC. What will be the output? Yeah, this is fine, working fine. Will it work fine? What do you think? Yeah. What about this one? Yes. So we can say right now that variables can contain underscore. Clear? So we can say that variables can contain letters, yeah, easily. Numbers, yeah, but not in the initial position, and underscores. It can never contain the special characters. Clear? Now suppose I give if equals to 500. What do you think? Let me add another one. Else equals to 400. Let me add another one. While equals to 675. What do you think? Let me run. Print if. Do you think it will work? No. Do you think this one will work? No. Do you think this one will work? No. Because these are the special keywords saved for Python programming. We will study about if else loop, while loop, for loop. So these keywords cannot be used as variables. Cannot be variables. Cannot be keywords or cannot contain keywords. Variables cannot contain keywords. Fine. So these are all about variable naming. These are all about variable naming, like how we can name a variable. Now we will study about variable assignment. Now what is variable assignment? This is simple. Whatever we are doing right now, like a is equal to 450, the variable is assigned. Like a is assigned with the number 456. So if we later on want to access 456, we have to call a. This is just assignment. Now variable reassignment. Okay. Now what is variable reassignment? Variable reassignment means suppose we write a is equal to 789. So what will happen now? Right now, I have allocated a as 456. Then again I have allocated a as 789. So what will happen? So a will be overwritten and a will contain 789 instead of 456. So what we did there that first, first a memory was allocated which contained 456, 4, 5. Oh, sorry for my drawings. 456. This was a. This was a. Now what will happen? It will be deleted. Instead, 789 will be allocated. So whenever we call a, it will show as 789. So this is known as variable reassignment. Now we will study about multiple assignment. What is that? Suppose I write a comma b comma c comma d equals to 4 comma 5 comma 6 comma 7. So now what will happen? Suppose I print a, I print b. What will happen? This will a will be allocated as 4, b will be allocated as 5, and suppose I write print c each c, and then print d is comma ij necessity. Okay. What will happen? C is 6, D is 7. So in a single line, we can assign A as 4, B as 5, C as 6, D as 7. Suppose E, comma, me, print E. Sorry, I forgot to run the line. So run the cell. Now, yeah. So this is the beauty of Python. In a single line, you can do multiple assignment and with different kind of data types, integer as well as string. So this is known as multiple assignment of variables. So these are all about variables, and there is one more thing, that is scope of variables, like local scope and global scope. But I will not discuss it right now. When we will study about functions and classes, that time I will make this concept clear. Right now we are at the beginning stage, so we will not discuss about scope of the variable. Okay. Now I will refer you a blog. Just give me a minute. This is a data science roadmap blog I have created, and I have also posted some topics. So this is a topic. You can just refer to this one. Uh, More elaborately written, and it will be very good for your revision. So I will put the link in the description box. In this video, we will study about a small topic but important, that is typecasting in Python. Casting means converting one type to another. And what do you mean by type? Type here indicates data type, like it may be integer data type, it may be string, it may be float, any kind of data type. When you want to change one data type to another data type, that is known as typecasting. So the definition is conversion of one data type to another data type. Now, why do we need to do this typecasting? Let's understand this with an example. Okay. First, we take an input, enter a number. Take another input, enter another number. Now, what I want to do? I want to do a addition function on it, a plus b. Then I want to print the sum is comma c. Let's see what happens. If I run it, then I have to give a number 10. If I press enter, oh sorry, I have written int. Here it will be input. I'm really sorry. Let's run it again. 10, give another number 20. The sum is 10, 20. But what did we expect? We expected it to be a number, that is 30. But here 10 is considered as a string, 20 is considered as a string, and it has done a string addition. So you get my point. Here what I need to do, I need to do typecasting. For that I will use a function called int. So here what I am doing, I am converting 10 as a, which is in a string format, to an integer, so that I can perform the additional operation. Here also I am doing the same. And now if I run this, let's see what happens. 10, 20. So here by typecasting, 10 is converted to an integer, 20 is converted to an integer, and now if I enter, it will be 30. So clear? So that this is the reason why we need to do typecasting. But there are two types of typecasting. One is implicit, another one is explicit. What is implicit typecasting? Let's understand with an example. A equals to, A equals to 2, B equals to 3, and B equals to 3.5. So A is an integer, B is an float. Now I want to do additional operation. Now if I click run here and we print the C, what will happen? It will add. Here integer is added with a float. And as a programmer, I didn't need to explicitly convert the data type. System automatically did it for me. This is known as implicit conversion. System will automatically convert one data type to another. As a programmer, you do not need to worry. Okay. So this is what is implicit. But what is explicit? Explicit data type is what we have discussed before, like this one. Here, when we are giving an input as an integer, but system is considering it as a string, because by default system everything takes it as a string. So if you want to change it to another data type, then you have to do explicit conversion. That means a programmer has to perform the explicit conversion by himself. System will not do this for you. So simple, the basic definition is programmer has to convert the data type explicitly. Okay, so now why do we need typecasting? Now this is completely clear that where you need to transform the data to do any kind of operations, we have to explicitly do the typecasting. And some typecasting is already done by the system on our behalf, which is known as implicit typecasting. And mainly it converts the smaller data type to a larger data type. Like here we did a equals to 2, b equals to 3.5. So what happens here? A integer is a smaller data type because it is only 2, but more precision is required for float data types. That's why float is a bigger data types than integer. So what compiler does or interpreter does, they convert it from the smaller data type to a larger data type. That is here integer a equals to 2 is converted to a float data type, that is 2.0. So that is all about implicit or explicit typecasting. This is a very small topic in Python. Here, this is the blog you can refer to. Okay, so enjoy. Today we will study a small topic, that is operators in Python. Now there are different types of operators. Okay, we will study this by doing examples. Now the first type of operator is arithmetic operator. Okay, let's do some coding part. A equals to 10, two variables, b equals to 5. Now if I want to add them, I will use plus symbol. That is what is known as additional operator. It's simple thing. Now for subtracting, we will use minus, subtraction operator. For multiplication, we will do star, that is the multiplication symbol, 50. For division, we will do single slash. So it will be 2.0. Now what if I write b as 6? What will happen? The division will be 1.6666. Okay. Now, if I want only the 1, not that 0.66 part, then what will you do? Give 1 more. Now run. So, floor division. This returns the floor value, the 1 part, not that 0.66 or the precision part. It doesn't show. Okay. Now, if I want the remainder part, I want 4. Then what I will do? Percent. Now, if we run 4. So to get the remainder part after division, we use the modulus operator. This is known as modulus operator. And the last one is exponentiation. What is that? We will understand this with simple numbers like 2 and 3. So we want to do 2 to the power 3. That is 2 into 2 into 2. Now we have to write a double star, not the single one. Single one is for multiplication and double one is for exponentiation. So what will be the output? Clear. So these are all known as arithmetic operator. Now next one is comparison operator. Comparison operator means when you are comparing between two variables. We will take two variables, a equals to 10, b equals to 5. Now what will we do? We will compare whether a is greater than b or b is greater than. Okay. Now we will do this using an if else conditional statement. If you don't know, then I will just explain. Like condition, if the condition satisfies, then it will execute some statements. Okay. Else it will execute some other statements. So the concept is clear. Suppose if a greater than b, it doesn't satisfy, it will go to the else part. If a greater than b satisfies, then it will execute a is greater than b. Okay, now let's write the program. Okay. If a greater than b, then print a is greater than b. Simple. Else print a is not greater than b. Okay, now this code has many errors, but I want to run this, solve the errors. Okay, now first run it. What will be the error? There are many errors. Like if you give if a greater than b, then you have to give a colon at the end of the condition. Simple. Same in the else part also. Now let's run again. It will show an error. Why? Because here it is showing as indentation. Indentations mean in Python, after you give a statement like if else statement or any other, you have to give spaces, and 4 spaces we provide for indentation. Okay. Now if I run it, what will happen? This is showing as invalid syntax. Perhaps you have forgot a comma. Actually, this is a string. Okay. Now what will happen? Now it will run and it will show you A is greater than B because A is greater than B. Simple. Now suppose I want to check whether A is less than B. So if A is lower than B, then I will write A is not greater than B. Else we will write A is greater than B. Okay, now let's run it. So A is greater than B because here the else statement is getting executed. Here A less than B, the condition is like 10 less than 5. No, the condition doesn't satisfy. It will not go print this first print statement. It will go into the else part and it will print A is greater than B. So here it is printed as A is greater than B. Okay, simple, very simple. Once you understand, this is very simple. Now, what about equal to operator? Suppose I write equals to equals to. So what I will print? A is equal to B. Else, you say A is not equal to B. Now execute. What happens? A is not equal to B. Definitely 10 is not equal to 5. We can check by giving A equals to 5. What happens? Let's see. A is equal to B. So you understand the if statement, the indentation things, as well as the comparison operators. Okay. If A is greater than equal to. So I will write A is greater than equal to B. Okay. A is not greater than equal to B. Now A equal to 5, B equal to 5. What will happen? It will go into the if statement. Now 5 greater than equal to 5. Yes, 5 equals to 5. It will check both the statements, whether greater or equals to. So equals to condition satisfied. So this will print. A is greater than equal to B will be printed. Let's run it. Clear? Now if I give it like 3, then if statement doesn't satisfy, 3 is not greater than equal to 5. So it will go into the else part and it will print A is not greater than equal to 5. Let's run it. Okay, clear? The same way you can try the other operators. Like not equal to, suppose I give not equal to operator. Let's run it. Okay, let me change these things. Is not equal to B and here is equal to B. Now let's run it. A is not equal to B. Okay, because here A is not equal to B. Okay, do you want me to check whether it's equal or not? Okay, I will do it for you. A is equal to B. Clear. So these are the comparison operators. Logical operators. Okay, now let's do an example. Name equal to Alicia. Age equals to 36. Okay. So now I will give if statement comes back again. Name equal to Alicia. Now here look, I am using the equals to operator. What is that operator? Comparison operator. Okay. And age equals to 36. Then print it is Alicia and she is 36 years old. Else if name equals to Alicia or age equals to 36, then print she is either Alicia or is of 36 years old. You can execute statements as per your need. Else print she is neither Alicia nor 36 years old. Okay, let me tell you many things step by step. Like first, what is else if we are giving multiple conditions, then we write if, then else if, and last the else. Okay. If any of the above condition doesn't satisfy, the else statement will execute. So this is simple. Now, what is this? If name equals to Alicia and age equals to 36, like both the condition if satisfies, she is Alicia and she is of 36 years old. Okay, then print it is Alicia and she is 36 years old. So logical operator here is the AND operator where we need to satisfy both the conditions. Now if the name is Alicia or age is 36, then what will happen? Then it will print she is either Alicia or 36 years old. That means any of the conditions satisfies, whether the name or the age. Next is the else part. Else part means it is neither Alicia nor 36 years old. So this is the else part. Okay, now what are the mistakes? Can you tell me in this program? First of all, in first statement, we have given indentation, but not in next one. Fine. This one, fine. What about this? Here we have not given colon. What happens? The both of the conditions satisfies Alicia and 36. So the if statement will execute and it will be it is Alicia and she is 36 years old. It is the output. Okay, clear? Now if the name is not Alicia, it is the name is Sophia. Then what will happen? Run. So she is either Alicia or 36 years old. Why? Because the Alicia condition doesn't satisfy. It is going to the else if condition. And here the name is not matched, but the age is matched. So the odd condition satisfies. How? One of the condition is satisfied. Okay, clear? Now if both of them doesn't satisfy, what will happen? It will go to the else part. She is neither Alicia nor 36 years old. So clear? So these are nothing, just logical operators like and operator and not operator. Okay? Or operator. And what about not operator? Now let's see what is not operator. Like if not name equal to Alicia, then print, give the indentation. Indentation is nothing but giving a space. Now print C is not Alicia. So what does it mean? If the name is not Alicia, then print C is not Alicia. Right? So here the statement will execute. Run it. Okay, I'm sorry. I forgot to give the colon. Now let's run it. C is not Alicia. Clear? Each assignment operators. Okay. Add a cell. Now suppose, what do you mean by assignment operators? We have done these things before also. A equals to 5. So you are assigning something. This is an assignment operators. Now add and assign. Suppose I want to add A with a number like A plus 3. If I want to do this statement, what will happen? 5 will be added with 3. So print A, it will be 8 because 5 plus 3. Here A is added with 3. So instead of doing that, we can use the add and assign operators like A plus equals to 3. Now let's run it. A. So the same thing. It is like same as A equals to A plus 3. Hash is used for giving markdown. So it will not be treated as a code. Okay. Now if I want to subtract A minus equals to 3, what will happen? 8 minus 3. If I want to multiply, what I will do? A multiplication equals to 4. So what will happen? 5 into 4. It will be 20. Okay. So these are the assignment operators. A equal to A minus 3. The same like A equals to A multiplication of 4. Membership operator. A equals to apple, banana. And what is your favorite fruit? Watermelon or papaya? If banana in list, print banana is in the list. Else print banana is not in the list. Simple thing. If banana is in the list, then print banana is in the list or print banana is not in the list. Proper indentation is required. Okay, now let's run it. In the list means in A. I'm sorry. Okay, so now you can see banana is in the list. Clear? So A is the list. List is nothing but a collection of elements. And if we check if else statement, if banana is in A, print banana is in the list. If not, print banana is not in the list. Same way you can check for others like apple. Now run it. This is known as the membership operator. That means if the value is in the list, it will return true. That means the print statement will execute, else it will not execute. Okay. The same way you can use not in operator. If apple not in A, then print apple is not in the list. Okay. Else statement you can avoid, it will not print, or you can write if you want apple is in the list. We are just doing it in the reverse order. Now if we run it, so it what will apple is in the list because here apple is in the list. So if I give something else which is really not in the list, like um, coconut. Now if I run it, here also I have to change like coconut is not in the list. So coconut is not in the list. So it's clear. So in and not in both are the membership operator. Next, the last one, this is identity operator. Identity operator means whether It's is operator or it's not is not operator. Like A is a list, A equal to 1, 2, 3. And now if I write B equals to A, and then if I print, now I print A is B. Now let's run it. What will happen? This is true. B is pointing to the same address as A. So this is known as is operator. Okay. Now, what is the difference between is operator and assignment operators? Okay. Here is the main trick. Suppose I write list A equals to, be more careful here. List B equals to 1, 2, 3. Here list A contains 1, 2, 3. List B contains 1, 2, 3. Both of them contains the same value. Okay. Now, if I check B print list list A equals to list B. Next print list A is list B. Now tell me what will happen. Now why the result is like that? The assignment operator is giving true, but the identity operator is giving the false. Why so? Because there is a simple difference. It's like if the values are same between A and B, then the assignment operator will give you true because it checks the value. But the identity operator checks the address. Like when we are writing list A equal to 1, 2, 3, it is pointing to an address, and list B is pointing to the different address. Now, but if I write in this way, like list B equals to list A. Now what do you think? Now both will return true. Why is that so? Because list B is pointing to the same memory location as list A, right? So this is the difference between is operator and assignment operator. So this is a small but important and simple topic, and it is to be used in everywhere almost. So you should have a clear understanding about what is operator. Tell me the names of the operator. Arithmetic, second comparison, third is logical, fourth is I think assignment, next fifth is membership, and sixth is identity operator. These are the mainly used operators in Python. Okay. In our last video, we studied about different kind of operators used in Python except the bitwise operator. Because bitwise operator is a bit conceptual. So in this video, I will make you understand bitwise operator from the scratch. Okay. So what is the bitwise operator? Bitwise and, bitwise or, bitwise XOR, bitwise not, left shift and right shift operator. Okay. Now let's do some coding. Suppose I want to print 2 and 3. Now let's run it and see what's the output. Here, bitwise AND operation is performed on the binary values of 2 and 3. Okay, let's see. 2 and 3. First, they are converted to binary numbers. These are decimal numbers and it has to be converted to binary number. Now, how? First, we have to divide it by 2. What will be the quotient? 1. And what is the remainder? 0. Now, I have to write in this manner. So, the output will be 1 and 0. This is the binary value of 2. What about 3? Same way, divided it by 2. What will be the quotient? 1. What will be the remainder? 1. So what will be the output? Same way, 1 and 1. Now what we have done? Now we have performed AND operation. What is AND operation? AND operation is it will give output 1 only when both are 1. So here if we add 0 and 1, here both are not 1, so output will be 0. Here both are 1. 1 and 1, so output will be 1. So the value is 1 and 0. 1 and 0 is the value of 2. This is the value of binary value of 2. So the output will be 2. See? Clear? Let's do another example. Suppose 6 and 3. Now 6. Same way, change it to binary value by dividing it by 2. 3. So what is the remainder? 0. Now we again have to divide it by 2 until it becomes 1. Until the quotient becomes 1, we have to continuously divide it by 2. So now the quotient is 1, and what is the remainder? 1. Now we will again do the same procedure. And what will be the output? 1, 1, 0 to perform bitwise and on 6 and 3. So what is the value of 3? Binary value of 3? 1, 1. So write 1, 1, and this is nothing but 0. Okay. Now perform AND operation. Now I said that it will give output as 1 only when both are 1. So here it will be 0, but here it will be 1, and again it will be 0. Now what is the decimal value of 0, 1, 0? How to calculate that? Let's see how to do that. This is in 0th position. This is in first position. This is in second position. Okay. So now what we have to do? We have to take the first value, that is 0, into, or we can say we have to multiply it with 2 to the power the position of the number, that is 0, plus second value is 1, so 1 into 2 to the power position 1, plus 0 into 2 to the power 2. Now if we add this, what will happen? This is 0, this is 0, this will be 0. Now the answer is 2. Now let's run it. See, this is true. So this is how bitwise AND operation is performed. I hope now this is clear. The next one is bitwise OR. How can we do that? We print 2, 3. This is the symbol of bitwise OR. Okay. Now let's first do it. Then we will run it. We know the value of 2, 1 and 0. If you don't know, you can just calculate it the way I have shown you. 1, 0. Next one we have used 3. What is the value of 3? Binary value of 3? 1, 1. So it will be 1 and 1. Now what is OR operation? In OR operation, output will be 1 whenever at least one value is 1. Okay. So here 0, 1, it will be 1 because at least one of them is 1. Here same, one of them is, at least one of them is 1. So output will be 1. Now what will be the binary value of this 1, 1? Let's do with same procedure. This will be 0. This will be 1. Now 1 into 2 to the power position value 0 plus 1 into 2 to the power position value 1. So what will be the output? 2 to the power 0, 1. So this will be 1 plus 2 equals to 3. Let's see. Run it. Clear? So you can try some other examples also. First, what you have to do is to change the decimal value to its binary form. Then perform the operations and or whatever you want to wish. Then you can again convert it to the decimal value and you can check it from here. So this is how it is working. Okay. But Python has all built-in functions, so you don't have to perform this manually. You just can see how Python is doing these operations. Now, what is bitwise JOR? The symbol for bitwise JOR is this one. Value, binary value of 2 is 1, 0. Binary value of 3 is 1, 1. In JOR function, the output will be 1 if the inputs are different. But the output will be 0 if the inputs are same. Okay. So if the inputs are 0, 0, output will be 0. If the inputs are 1 and 1, output will be 0. But if the inputs are 0, 1 or 1, 0, the output will be 1. So now what will be the decimal value? Same way, we have to write 1 into, you can do it by your own, 2 to the power 0 plus 0 into 2 to the power 1. Once you become pro, you will not calculate this 0 because it will be 0 only. But for now, you can write all the things. Now, what will be the output? 1. So, let's run it. Okay. Try with some other examples. Now, what is bitwise not? Now, bitwise not 3. What is the binary value? Same way. We already calculated, so it is 1 1. Okay. Now to do the bitwise operation, you have to follow some steps. First, you have to make it 8 digit, 6 zeros and the 2 1. So it has become an 8 digit. Now we have to inverse, like 0 will be 1 and 1 will be 0. This is the second step. 0 0. Fine. Now the first one is used for sign. When it is 0, this is positive. When it is 1, this means it is negative number. Okay. Okay. So this is done to check the number is positive or negative. If the leftmost value is 0, it is a positive number. If it is 1, it is a negative number. Okay. Now the next step is with the previous number like 0, 1, add 1. Now if you don't know how to add, I will just tell in short. Perform additional operation in binary. There are some rules. Suppose we want to add 0 plus 0. Then the output will be 0 and there will be no carry. Next, if we add 0 plus 1, the output will be 1. Will carry nothing. If the number 1 is added with 0, same the output will be 1. And if 1 plus 1, then the output will be 1. But sorry, then the output will be 0, but there will be a carryover which will be 1. Okay, now let's add it here. 1 plus 1, I said the output will be 0, but 1 will be the carry and it will be added to the next number. Okay, again we have to add 1 plus 1, that is 0. Similar way, there will be again a carry of 1. Next 1 plus 0, 1 plus 0, so the output will be 1 and no carry. So here there is nothing, this is 0, output will be 0. So the output is 1, 0, 0, decimal number. So 1, 0, 0 equals to 1 into, you can say this is the 0th position, this is 1, this is second position. So 1 into 2 to the power of 0, I'm so sorry, this will be 0, this will be 0 into 2 to the power of 0 plus again 0 into 2 to the power of 1 plus 1 into 2 to the power of 2. 2 is the position. So what will be the output? This is 0, this is 0, it will be 4. So the output will be 4. And the output will not be positive 4. We have already calculated the sign, so the output will be minus 4. Okay, so what are the steps? We will summarize here. First, run it, minus 4. Clear? First, convert the binary, sorry, the decimal value to a binary value. Second, invert the number. Not means invert the number to calculate its symbol. Now add 1 with the binary value of the number. Okay, binary value of 8 digits. Okay, now we have to do calculate the decimal value of the result. Okay, this is simple, but you have to follow some steps. Okay, now we will understand what is right shift operator. Print 4, right shift 2. What will be the output? 1. Now how? Let's see how. First 4, we have to convert it to a decimal number, sorry, to a binary number. So this will be 0. Again, we have to divide with 2. So the quotient will be 1, output will be, remainder will be 0. So again, following the same procedure, we can say the binary value of 4 is 100. Okay. Now, what do you mean by right shift? Right shift means you have to delete the rightmost two numbers. So 0 and 0 will be deleted. Only 1 will be the output. Let's see the output. This is 1. Clear? If you want, I can do one more for you. Print 6, 2. Let's see. First, we will calculate. Okay, 6 divided it by 2. The quotient will be 3. Remainder will be 0. Again, divide by 2. 1. The remainder will be 1. Again, the output will be 1 because what will happen? The last two digit will be deleted, so the value will be 1. Let's check. Let's take a big number so that we get a different output. Let's do this one, 12. Now you tell me how to calculate. Now I think you have become a pro. 2, this will be, quotient will be 6, remainder will be 0. Again, the quotient will be 3, the remainder will be 0. Again, it will be 1, the remainder will be 1. So the output is 1, 1, 0, 0. Clear? Now for right shift, you have to delete the rightmost two digits. This will be deleted. Output will be 1, 1. Now convert it to again in decimal number. So 1 into 2 to the power 0 plus 1 into 2 to the power 1. Calculate it. 1 plus 2. The output will be 3. Right? Okay. Now let's run it. Clear? So we have understood bitwise right shift. And the last one is bitwise left shift. In left shift operator, two zeros are added in the right. Okay. Now if I calculate it, this is 0 position, this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4. The decimal value will be 0 into 2 to the power 0 plus 0 into 2 to the power 1 plus 0 into 2 to the power 2 plus 0 into 2 to the power 3 plus 1 into 2 to the power 4. So if we calculate, the output will be 16. This is what left shift operator does. Now let's run it. Clear? So you can take other numbers and perform these operations. These are all about bitwise operator. In data science field, these are not so much used or dominated. Maybe you can get in some computer vision or image processing applications, but in low level programming languages, these are mainly used, not in data science. But still, if you want to understand things in depth, you can do your some own research. This is the main concept behind this bitwise operator. When you learn something in depth, you feel good. Okay. In this video, we will study about if-else conditional statement in Python. I have already selected some questions for you. First, we will understand the logic, then we will do the coding part. Okay. Now, our first question is how to check if a number is greater than 100 or not. Okay, write a program for that. First, we will understand the algorithm. We have to take an input and keep it in a variable named A. Now we have to check whether A is greater than 100 or not. So this is a decision, or we can say a condition. Condition is written in this shape, diamond shape. So the condition is A greater than 100. Now it has two options. Either it may be yes, yes it is greater than 100, or it may be no. If it is yes, then we can print that A is greater than 100. If no, then we can print A is not greater than 100. So this is the simple algorithm. Now do the programming. A equals to int input, put a message for the user, enter a number. Why int? Because Python by default takes everything as a string. So we have to convert it into an integer. Okay. Now we have to give the if else condition. So if condition, what is the condition? A greater than 100. Then as per the syntax, we have to give colon at the end of if. And now we have to follow the indentation, giving spaces so that it improves the readability for the user. Now print. What we will print? A is greater than 100. Next, if it is not satisfied, if the condition is not true, if A is not greater than 100, what will happen? It will go into the else part. And there we will print A is not greater than 100. Clear? This is a simple program. Now let's run it. Enter. A is greater than 100. Clear? If I again run it and I give 80, now enter. So A is not greater than 100. Clear? This is a simple program. Now next program is to check a number whether it is even or odd. Same way, we will first take the input. Then for even or odd, we have to divide it by 2. If the remainder is 0, then it is an even number. If the remainder is not 0, it is an odd number. So first take an input and we have to convert it into an integer. You can put a message, enter any number. Okay. Now we have to give if else condition. If a modulus 2 equals to 0, a will be divided by 2 and the remainder will be checked whether it is 0 or not. If it is 0, then print a is an even number. If not, if the condition not satisfied, simply it will go into the else part. It will print a is an odd number. So you get the logic. We have to divide it by 2 and if the remainder is 0, it is even number. If not, it is odd number. Now this is modulus operator. Modulus operator gives us the remainder and we have to check the remainder whether it is 0 or not. Now let's run the program. Enter any number, 30, it will be an even number. A is an even number. Okay, and again run it. Give it 13, enter. A is an odd number. Clear? Next, our question is determining the maximum of two numbers. First, we have to take inputs, two inputs, and then we have to check which one is maximum. Okay, first take the input. A equals to input, enter a number. Same way, we have to take another input, keep it in variable b. Now, if a greater than b, colon, what will be printed? A is the biggest number. If not, it will go into the else part. Print b is the biggest number. Clear? Now run it. 30. Enter another number. 40. So b is the biggest number. Okay. The next one, determining the maximum of three numbers. How can we do it? First, we have to take three inputs. That is very much clear. Okay, let me copy paste it. A, B, A, B, and C. So, give it B, give it C. I have taken three inputs. Now, first, see the algorithm. We have to take three numbers A, B, C, A, B, C. Now, we have to check whether A is greater than B. First, take two numbers A and B and check whether A is greater than B. If yes, then A is the bigger among these two. So now we have to check whether A is greater than C. A is greater than B is confirmed. But check whether A is greater than C also. If yes, then A is the biggest. No doubt about that. The output will give A is the biggest number. But what if A is not greater than C? Then C is the biggest number. Clear? Now here, if A is not greater than B, then it will go into the no part. If A is not greater than B, that indicates that B is greater than A. Now we have to check between B and C. B is already greater than A, but whether B is greater than C also. If B is greater than C also, then B is the biggest. So if yes, then B will be the biggest number. If no, then C will be the biggest number. This is the simple algorithm. Now do the coding. We have taken three inputs. Now check if A greater than B, then we have to check multiple conditions. We are here if A greater than B. We are in the yes part. Then we have to check A greater than C. Then again give and condition if A greater than C. Now there may be two options. It may be yes, it may be no. If it is yes, then print A is the biggest number. Clear? If not, if not means where are we now? Right now here. Because this is no. A is not greater than C. Then C is the biggest number. So here we have to give else statement and we have to give print C is the biggest number. Here also we have to check. We have to check whether B is greater than C or not. So again an if condition. If B greater than C, then print what we will print. If B is greater than C, then B is the biggest. B is the biggest number. If not, if not means here, if not, then C is the biggest number. Else print C is the biggest number. Okay, so we have done the coding part. Now let's run and check what happens. Run. Give a number 14, enter. Give a number 12, give a number 34. C is the biggest number. Okay, you got my point. If you want to run it again, 56, 34, 23 is the biggest number. You get my point? Okay. In this way, we can determine the maximum of three numbers. Now, this is known as nested if-else statement. Nested if-else statement means there is another if-else statement within one if-else statement. Clear? Now, our next programming is to check whether any given year is a leap year or not. For that, we have multiple conditions. First one is that we have to divide any given year by 4 and the remainder must be 0. But this condition will not suffice. We also have to divide the number by 100 and the remainder will not be equals to 0. Okay, either this condition will be satisfied or the given year must be divisible by 400. If any of these conditions satisfies, either these two together or this one, then the given year will be leap year. So this is the logic. Now how can we write the program? Simple. First we have to take any input. Year equals to, convert it into an integer because we will perform arithmetic operation. So enter an year. Next, if year modulus of 4 equals to 0 and year modulus of 100 not equals to 0. Either this one will suffice or year will be divisible by 400. Then print it is a leap year. Else you can print this is not a leap year. Okay. So this is the logic to check whether any year is a leap year or not. Okay, now it will show as an error. So delete this and run the program. Okay, sorry. You have to give colon here also, then run. Enter any year 2024. This is a leap year, we know. Clear? Now enter any other year. Suppose 1900. Now run it. What do you think? This is not a leap year. I'm sorry. Enter. Not a leap year. Clear? So here you can give multiple conditions together in a single if else statement. Okay. And our next program is how to check any user authentication. User authentication means suppose you are making a login page where you have to provide user email ID and user password. And if both of them are correct, then it will be logged in. Else it will show you as an incorrect credentials. Now write the program. Let's assume that it will take email ID as datasciencejourney100@gmail.com and password 1234. For anything else, it will treat it as an incorrect. Okay, now write the program. First, take an input, email equals to, take an input, enter your email. Next, for password, input, enter your password. Okay, now the condition, if email assignment operator, only for this email ID, it will be valid. You have to keep it in a quotation because this is a string and password equals to 1234. Then give indentation, print, welcome to your page. Else, for anything else, else print invalid credentials. Okay, now run the program. Oh, sorry, here we have to give the assignment operator equals to equals to. Now let's run it. Enter your mail ID. Provide the same mail ID. Always remember that Python is case sensitive. So if you provide the capital, it will show as an error. Enter password 1234. Welcome to your page. Now run it and give another mail ID, but keep the password same. It should not get logged in. Invalid credentials. Okay. So this is a simple program. Our next program is how to determine the quadrant of a point. First understand the algorithm. Okay. Now what are quadrants? This is x and this is y. So this is positive direction and this is negative. So any point existing here, x is for positive, y is also positive. So here both are positive and this quadrant is known as first quadrant. Now here x is going in the negative direction but y is going in the positive direction. So here x is negative but y is positive and this is the second quadrant. Now in this quadrant x is again going in negative direction, y is also going in the negative direction. So here both are negative and this is known as third quadrant. But here x is going in the positive direction but y is going in the negative direction. So here it is plus, minus and the quadrant is known as fourth quadrant. Now we have to write a program so that for any given point we can say whether it is in first or second or third or fourth. This is the our problem. And now how can we write the program? We have to take inputs. So x equal to int input enter x. Next for y equals to int input enter y. Now we will check multiple conditions. How? If x is greater than 0, y is also greater than 0, then they are in first quadrant. If x is less than 0 but y is greater than 0, then they are in second quadrant. If x is less than 0 and y is also less than 0, then they are in third quadrant. If x is greater than 0 and y is less than 0, then they are in fourth quadrant. So this is the conditions here. Now, if x greater than 0 and y greater than 0, then print the point is in first quadrant. Now there are multiple conditions, so we can directly write else. Here all the conditions can be written by else if statement. So else if other conditions. What are the other conditions? X greater than 0 and y less than 0. X greater than 0 and y less than 0. That means we are here. So we are in the fourth quadrant. Print fourth. Now again statement else if x less than 0 and y greater than 0. Then what will we print? X less than and y greater than. So we are in second quadrant. We can write second quadrant. Okay. Now only one condition is left. So you don't need to provide the condition. We can directly write else. That means all the above conditions are not satisfied. So we will come into the else part. Clear? So here we can write third quadrant. I hope this is completely clear to you. Now we can write the program, but before that we will correct the syntax. So else if is used for giving multiple conditions. ELIF. Okay. Now run it. Enter x, suppose 3. Enter. I want to give minus 5 in fourth. Now our next question is how to determine the discount based on the purchase amount. Okay, we assume a condition. If our purchase amount is greater than 1000, we must get some discount. So discount will be 10%. Okay, now let's write the program. First take the purchase amount as an input. So int input enter the purchase amount. Okay. Now what is our condition? If purchase amount greater than 1000, then there will be a discount of 10%. Discount of 10% means first you have to calculate the to be paid amount equals to purchase amount into zero point 0.9 because 10% discount. So you have to give the 90% of the amount. Now print to be paid. If you have not purchased more than 1000, then you have to give the purchase amount. There will be no discount. Okay. Now let's run the program. I have purchased of 2000. 2000 is minimum. So enter. So 200 10% discount. You have to give the 1800. Okay. Now suppose I give 900. I have not purchased more than that. So you have to give the purchase amount. No discount is applied. Clear? Now our last one is ternary operator. Now what is ternary operator? Okay, we will understand this by this example. Checking if a number is even or odd. We did the same program, but here we will do the same program using ternary operator. So first you have to take the input. Next I can directly write result equals to even, then if condition a modulus of 2 equals to 0, and else in the same line then odd. So if a modulus of 2 equals to 0, result will be given, else result will be stored as odd. Now print the result. Let's see. Enter any number 10, 7. Clear? The same above program we have done in a single line. This is known as ternary operator. You are writing the condition if, else, and also the result in a single line. Clear? So these are the basic programming related to if, else conditional statement, and we will do some more in our later videos. Okay. Today we will learn about a very important topic in Python, that is string in Python. Okay. Now first question is, what is a string? String means a sequence of characters. Suppose I write data science. So this is a sequence of character. This is considered as a string. Now if I run it, check, type is a function which tells us the data type of any variable. So I have given type of my string means what is the data type of my string? You can say it is str. Str means string. Okay. Okay. Now see the next one. Suppose I give character plus a numeric digit. Then also it is considered as a string. Let's check. See, this is a string. Now if I give a special character also, then also the data type is a string data type. Clear? And if I give any number, then what do you think the data type will be here? This is a string. Clear? But suppose if I run this one, what do you think the data type will be? The same 1, 2, 3, 4. But only the quotation is missing. That's why the data type here is integer. Okay, now why is that so? Why this one is integer but this one is treated as a string? Because values are same 1, 2, 3, 4. This is because this is the way we initialize a string. How we can initialize a string? Okay, if I give any single quote, this is treated as a string. See, now if I give double quotes, then also it is as a string. Also we can use the triple quotes, but the triple quotes is mainly used for multi-line string. Multi-line string means when the string is a very big. Suppose you are writing a blog or any article, any paragraph. This contains many lines. To declare that, we use this multi-line string. That also can be declared in this way or in this way also. Clear? So these are the way how we declare any string data type. Whenever we provide any input, this is by default taken as a string. Suppose if I run it, it will tell me to enter anything. Now I enter a digit, but see what the data type is? It is a string. Because by default everything is taken as a string. But if I want, I can change its data type and convert it to an integer. Now if I run it, then it will be give 10, it will be an integer. Clear? So the main thing is by default every input in Python is treated as a string. Clear? Now suppose I want to access any individual character from a string. We have to use indexing. Now what is indexing? Okay, understand it first. Indexing means it is the position value. Suppose here it is the word is Python. So P is the 0th position, Y1, T2, H3, O4, N5. Now if I want to access anything, suppose I want to access Y or N or H, anything, I can access it by using its position number. That is what is known as indexing. If I give my string 0, that means it will show me which is in 0th position. P, the output will be P. Check. Clear. Now suppose I also want to print the last one. What will be the index position then? You say this is 5. Now if I give 5, output will be 10. Clear? You get my point? Any indexing, you can give in between anything. 4, what will be the output? See what is in 4? O. If I give 2, what will be the output? T. Clear? Now this is known as positive indexing. And this is also called zero-based indexing. Why is that so? Because it is starting with the 0. That's why Python is called known as zero-based indexing. Now there is also a concept called negative indexing. Negative indexing means it will start from the end. -1, -2, -3, -4, -5 and -6. But always remember in negative indexing, it doesn't start with 0. Instead, it starts with -1. Clear? Now suppose I want to access age by giving negative indexing. Then what is the value? -3. Suppose I give minus, it will print h. Clear? Now suppose I want to print n by giving positive indexing, also by negative indexing. First, I want to print n by giving positive indexing. Means 5. So I have to give 5. Run it. N. Now again I want to print n but by negative indexing. And what will be the index position? -1. Clear? The same thing you can access by using positive indexing, also by using negative indexing. So the difference is that positive indexing starts with 0, the negative indexing starts with -1. Clear? Okay. Now suppose my question is I want to print YTH. How can I do this? Indexing only prints a single character, but I want to print bunch of characters. For that we have to know a concept called slicing. Slicing means slicing a part from a string. Okay. The first position 1 colon the last position. The last position is 3. But for slicing, we have to remember that Python excludes the last one. So I have to give 4. 4 means it will be printed 1, 2, 3. The last one is excluded. So this is the syntax. You have to give a colon. Okay. Starting index, colon, negative index. Clear? Let me write the syntax for you. Syntax. Start index, colon, end index. Simple, very simple. Okay. Now if I try to run it, what will be the output? See, YTH. That's what we wanted to print. Clear? Now suppose I want to print uh, my string 0, the starting index and nothing in the end index. Then what do you think it will print? But when you provide nothing in the end index, it will not show as an error. It will take till the end. Let me run it. Clear? So everything will be printed. Suppose I give 1 is to nothing. What do you think will be the output? P will not be printed, but other part will be printed because it will start from Y. Y is the first index. So it will print everything starting from Y. Let's check. Clear? Now tell me this one. You can say this one. 1 is to 5. What will be the output? 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 is excluded. Run it. YTHO. Clear? Now we have already done this, omitting the end. Now what if we omit the start? Then what will happen? Suppose I give this one. Ending is fixed. Up to 4. Up to 4 means 4 will be excluded. So up to age. Now I have not given anything for starting. So by default it will start from the beginning. So it will print TYTH. 4 is excluded. Now let's run it. Clear? Now suppose I give nothing in the ending also. Nothing in the beginning, nothing in the ending. What do you think will be the output? Run it. Clear. Now slicing with a step. Step means if I run it, what will be the output? Start from 1. 1 means Y. And 4 means up to 3. So Y, T, H. Now step size is 1. 1 step size means it will print every word. It will print Y, T, H. Run it. Now suppose I change it the step size. I give it 2. Then what do you think it will print? Then it will print the Y. Step size is 2 means 1 will not print it. Next 2 will be printed. So Y and H will be the output. Run it. Clear. Now suppose I give nothing here. I give nothing here. So this position is for starting. Nothing means from the beginning. This is the last position. Nothing means up to the end. Okay. And the step size is 2 means every alternative will be printed. Suppose now, okay, let me delete this all these things. Now P will be printed. First, this one will not printed. Step size is 2. P will be printed. This one will not be printed. O will be printed. This one will not be printed. So the output will be P, T, O. Clear? See, this is known as slicing with a step size. So you can declare the step size at the end. Clear? Do as many examples as possible. Now what will be the output? Tell me. If I give 3 and here also I give up to 9. 9 is not included in the index range. What do you think will be the output? Let me run it, then I will show you. Why it is starting from y. Okay, let me do this. 1 means from here y up to 9. 9 means up to end. When anything is not there, it will go up to the end. And what is the step size? 3. 3 means 1 will not be printed, 2 will not be printed, this one will be printed. Next it will not be printed and there is nothing more. So output will be y and o. See? Okay, I forgot to tell you one thing. Uh, Let me give it as a question. If I give 9, what do you think will be the output? For slicing, it will take up to the end. But for indexing, what it will consider? This will show an error because the string index is out of range. 9 is not included. If I give anything else, it will be printed. See, O is in the fourth position, it will be printed. So in indexing, if you give anything which is out of the range, which is not there, then it will show as an error. But in slicing, it is not like that. In slicing, it will treat up to the end or it will treat from the beginning. Now we will understand slicing using negative indexing. We studied the negative indexing. This one is negative indexing. Okay. Now, now my question is, if I want to print -4 to -1. See, -4 means we are here. -1 means we are here. So what will be the output? Let's check. THO. See, this is printed, this is printed, this is printed, and the last one is not included. Simple rule of Python. So you can print a slice of string using negative indexing also. Clear? Now let's do one more example. Suppose I give my string -6 to minus, you tell what will be the output. -6, -6 to -2. This one and this one. So P will be printed, Y will be printed, T will be printed, H will be printed. This one is not included. Check. Clear? Now we will understand with a step size. Okay, here the step size is 2. What do you think will be the output? -6 to -1. -6 means this is -1, this one. Okay, now step size is 2. Step size is 2 means P will be printed, Y will not be printed. Second one will be printed, H will not be printed. O will be printed, and N is automatically excluded. So the output will be P, T, O. Let's check. Clear? Let's do one more. -6, nothing in end, step size is 3. -6 means from here, nothing in end means this one will also be there, and step size is 3. This will be printed. This one will not printed. This one will not be printed. This one will be printed. This one will not be printed. This one will not be printed. So the output will be P and H. Run it. See. So you get my point. Now if I remove the first one and I give up to -3, then see what will happen. Nothing in the beginning. So it will start from here up to -3. -3 means here, and -3 is not included. Okay. Now the step size is 3. That means 3 will be printed. This one will not be printed. This one will not be printed. And this one is excluded. Last one is excluded. So the output will be clear. Now let's do some random examples. Okay. I have taken a string called lab python and I have also done the indexing positive negative both. Now we will solve many kind of slicing questions. Okay. And let me tell you one thing. I forgot to mention before that if there is any space within a string, that is also indexed. Now suppose if I want to print my string 5 is to 8, what do you think will be the output? 5 is to 8 means 5, 8 means 8 is not included. So up to 7. So 5, 6, 7. Okay, 567 means PYT. Got it? PYT. Clear? Now suppose I don't give anything. What will be the output? Up to 8 means love space PYT. Clear? See? Now suppose I give nothing. What will be the output? It will print the whole string. Love Python. No ending, no beginning. That means everything is included. Clear? Now suppose I give nothing in the beginning, but I give ending in 4 and I give step size 2. What will be the output? L will be printed, 1 will not be printed, V will be printed, this one will not print it. So L and V. Now run it. Clear? Now suppose I give nothing in the ending, but I give 4 in the beginning. Then what will be the output? Step size is 2, same. So first let me delete this. And now 4 is the beginning, means space, already nothing, and going up to the end. But step size is 2. So space will be printed, P will not be printed, Y will be printed, T will not be printed, H will be printed, O will not be printed, N will be printed. So space Y, H, N. See, the space is also printed here. Now, suppose I give 4. What will be the output? Starting from the 4 and up to the end, step size is 4. Starting for the 4 means space is included. Space size is 4. 4 means this one will not be included, this one will not be included, this one will not be included, the fourth one will be included. Not included, not included. There is nothing more. So space and age. See the output? Clear? Do some negative indexing. Suppose I started -4 and the step size is 4. What do you think will be the output? Tell me. E. How? -4? -4 means here up to end, means up to end, and we have to step size is 4. That means it will be printed, but 1 will not be printed, 2 will not be printed, 3 will not be printed, and there is no more. So only T will be printed. Clear? Now suppose I give minus 2, not 2, minus 10. What will be the output? Tell me. Minus 10 up to end. Okay, let me delete. Minus 10 means we are here. So from here up to the end. 4 means, step size 4 means 1 will not be printed, 2 will not be printed, 3 will not be printed, 4 will be printed. 1 will not be printed, 2 will not be printed, 3 will not be printed, 4 will be printed. Again 1 will not be printed, no more. So O, P, let's see. Clear? Now understand how to reverse a string. I want to print Python in a reverse manner. That means the output will be N, O, H, T, Y, P. Okay. Starting index -1. What will be the end index? Up to P means I have to give -7. So the starting index will be -1. The end index will be -7. And what will be the step size? If I want to take all the value, then I will give it -1. Right? So do this. -1, -7, -1. See? Clear? So this is how we can reverse a string. Now how can I reverse the whole string? You try to solve by yourself. We have to start from here. We have to reach up to this and we have to go step by step. That is -1. So if I give starting as -1, ending as -12 and up to step, then what will happen? See, love Python is printed in reverse manner. Now suppose if I delete the starting position, what will be the output? Same, because it will by default start from -1. Now if I delete the ending position also, what will be the output? Same by default up to the end. Now if I delete the step size, what will happen? It will be printed in forward manner. So to make it understand that I want to print in the reverse order, at least I have to mention the step size, that is -1. So it will start from in and it will go up to the end. Clear? So this is the way we can reverse a whole string. Why negative indexing also? What is the benefit? What do you think? Suppose you don't know the length of the string, then how will you print the last one by using positive indexing? You don't know where it is ending, and then how can you do it? You can simply do it by using negative indexing. If I print my string -1, automatically the last one will be printed. So by negative indexing, without even knowing the length of the string, you can print anything from the end. Clear? So this is the way we can access the characters and print the slices of a string. Now instead of hard coding, we can also take as an input and slice accordingly. Input, enter the start index. Okay, here is the start index. Change it to start index. Okay, now end index equals to input, enter the end index. Now my string start index, end index. Okay, now if I take any input, suppose I want to print only OVE, so I will give 1. I want to print up to E, so end index will be 4. So can you tell me what happened? Here 1 and 4 is taken as an string. That's why it is unable to slice. So we have to convert it in integer. Now run it. Give it 1, 4. See OV. So this way also you can take an input from the user and can slice accordingly. You don't need to hard code also. Okay. First we will learn how to edit a string. For that, let me take an example. String 1 equals to I love Python. Now I want that output will be you love Python. That means I will be changed into you. I want to edit the string. Before that, tell me one thing. If I write string 1 0, what will be the output? The output is I, because I is in the 0th position. That is indexing. That's what we learned in our last class. I want I to be replaced by you. Okay. Now if I print str1, do you think it will work? Let me run it. See, this will not work. Why? Because string can never be edited. Once it is declared as a string, this will always remain the same. That is what is known as immutability. Immutability means a string can never be edited. Clear? Now next, can I delete a string? I want to delete this. Delete string1. This is the function used for deleting. Now if I want to print str1, then I run it. See, str1 is not defined. Why? Because str1 is deleted. So we cannot edit a string, but we can delete a string. Clear? Now our next topic is operators on string. What are the operators that can be performed on string? In arithmetic operator, additional operator and multiplication operator, both can be operated on string. Let me run it first. In first, I have taken a string I love. Second one, Python. Now what plus operator does? The additional operator concatenate the string. Concatenate means it adds both the string and it output is a single string. Suppose there are two string I love and Python. This is this has been turned into a single string. I love Python. Clear? Now what does multiplication operator does? Multiplication operator repeats the string the number of times you want to be it repeated. Suppose I have given my string 1 into 3. That means I love will be repeated 3 times. See, the output is I love, I love, I love. So these are the two operators, plus and multiplication operators, that can be performed on string. Other operators, other arithmetic operators like division or modulus, this simply logically can never be applied on string. Clear? Appending string by additional operator, that's what we have just said. Next one is relational operator. All the relational operator works on string. Now what it does? Suppose there is a string 1 called I love and the string 2 is I love but I is in small letter. Now if I want to check print string 1 equals to string 2, what will it do? It will give us true as output if both the strings are equal or false if the strings are unequal, because it is comparing the strings. Okay, and we know that Python is case sensitive. So capital I and small I completely different. So the output will be false. See, now if I give I love, then what will be the output? Simple, it will be true. Now suppose I give greater than. Now if I run it, what will be the output? Love and Python. The output is false. Why is that so? Because ASCII value of P is greater than the ASCII value of L. ASCII value increases alphabetically. Okay. So if I give less than, then also it will just compare the ASCII value of L and ASCII value of P. If I give small value, then what will happen? The ASCII value of small l is also greater than the ASCII value of L. You can, if you want, you can see the ASCII value chart from Google. That's not needed. Just understand that any kind of relational operators can be performed on string. Simple. Now next one is membership operator. Membership operator, two types of operator we studied in our operator class, in operator and not in operator. These are known as membership operator. So I have taken a list here. List means the collection of elements. Apple, banana, jackfruit, grapes, and list is denoted by giving a third bracket. We will study about list in details in our later videos. But for now, just understand that here I have taken a list as an A in A variable. Okay, now I check if apple is in A or not in A. Suppose I give if apple in A. That means checking whether apple is in the list or not. If it is in the list, then it will print apple is a member. See, apple is a member. Now, what is not in operator? If I give not, then this will not show any output because if condition is false, so that's why it is not giving any output. But if I provide else, then print not a member. Now see, it will print not a member because it will go into the else part. So in string, we can use the membership operators. So what are the operators we can perform on string? Number one, arithmetic operator, but not every operator, only plus and multiplication. Second, all the relational operator. Third, membership operators. Clear? Now we will see some basic functions on string. First function is len. Len means what? Suppose I have a string and I want to calculate the length of a string. Python. What is the length of a string? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So if I give the len function and I pass str1 as an argument, then it will show me the length of a string. What is an argument? Whatever you pass within the bracket. So here I just want to calculate the length of the string. Now suppose I write I love Python. Then what do you think? Whether the space will be counted or not? Yes, this will be counted, and I also said that these are also indexed. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So total 13. Let me run it. See 13. And len function is very important, and while doing data science or NLP project, you have to come across this function many times. This is a very easy function. Next one is max function. I have taken the same list, and here if I print this, here also it will consider the ASCII value, and ASCII value of j is greater than the ASCII value of other words. So let me run it. See the jack. Now on the same, I want to see the mean function. Now you can guess the output. It will be A because the ASCII value is also increases alphabetically. So let me run it. See apple. So this is how you can apply max or mean function. Now next one is sorted. Sorted function means, let me run it first. See, it is HNOPTY. It is sorted alphabetically. Okay, so sorted function sorts the string alphabetically. And the syntax is sorted, and within the parameter or within the function, you have to pass the string as an argument. Clear? Next, capitalize function. Capitalize means what? When you want the first letter of any sentence to be in capital word, you use the capitalize function. So here I have written I love Python in small. And now if I run this function on string 1, then what will be the output? I will be in capital letter. See, the first letter I, small I, will be converted to capital letter. Clear? And how, what is the syntax? String 1 dot the function name. Okay. Now, when we provide any title to any blog or anything, what we do? We convert all the first letters of every word into capital word. To do that, we can use the title function. Now, let me run it. See, I was in small letter, it has been converted to capital letter. L was in small letter, converted to capital. P was in small letter, converted to capital letter. So, that's what title function does. Clear? Now upper function. What does upper function does? Uppercase means everything will be converted to capital letter. Every word, every letter. See, I love Python. Same way, what about lower? Lower means whichever format it is, it will be converted in lower case. Every letter will be converted. See, I love Python. Now, I think there will be a question in your mind, that is, first I told you that string is immutable. That means string cannot be changed. But here I am changing the string. I am making it lowercase, uppercase, capitalized, title. This means the string is getting changed, right? Because Python is case sensitive. Capital words and small words are different. So here I am changing the string. But at the beginning I told you that string is immutable letter type. So why do you think that this is a conflict? This is because here if I print string 2, see, the actual string is not changed. They only perform the function and show you it as an output. But the original one is not changed. It's never changed. See, you can see that output. So the string is immutable. Clear? Now let's understand this function, swap case. Swap case is nothing but it will swap the case. If it is already in uppercase, it will convert it to lower case. If it is in lower, it will convert it to upper. Just opposite one it will do. Let me run it. See, I was in capital, it became small. LOVE was in small, it has become capital. And here also the small has become capital letter and the small capital letter has become the small letter. Okay, clear? Now we will know what is a count function. Count functions mean what? Count function means it will count the given character or set of characters inside a string. So I have taken a string. I love Python. Now if I apply the count function, how to apply? String1 dot count. Then you can write anything you want to find. Here I want to see how many times O appears in this string. Now let me run it. See, 2 times because here in love 1 time, in Python 1 time. Suppose I give n. What will be the output? N appears only once. So you get my point. Suppose I write I love Python. Now if I run it, now if I want to see how many times love appears, see 2 times. So it just checks how many times a given set of character appears in a string. Clear? Next we will learn how to use the find function. Find function str1 dot find. But what does find function does? Find function gives you the index position of any word. Suppose I write string dot find I. What is the index position? We know it's in zeroth index. Python is a zero based indexing. So you can see the output is 0. Suppose I give L. What will be the output? 0, 1, 2. Space is also indexed. I told you before. So it is 2. So if you want to find the index position, then you can use the find function. Suppose I give Python, then what will it do? It will give the index position of the first word, that is P. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So the output will be 7. Then now our next function is starts with function. Starts with function means if I want to check whether it starts with I, then I can use this function. Let me run it for you. True, because it is starting with I. Suppose I give you. It must be false. Look, it is false. Not only a word, you can give set of words. I space love. This is true. It is starting with I love. See? So this is why we use starts with function. Okay. Now the next function is ends with. Ends with means I want to check whether any string ends with a given set of characters. Suppose I want to check whether the sentence I love Python ends with Python. It must be true. Yeah, this is true. Suppose I want to check whether it ends with N. This is true. See, it is true. If I want to check whether it ends with wo, this is false. So clear? Now suppose I give Python, the same one, but I am changing the capital P to small p. What do you think the output will be? False, because these two are completely different. Python is a case sensitive program. Clear? Now next one is alnum. What it does? It checks whether any given string contains only alphanumeric digit. AL is for alphabet, num for numeric. Okay, now if I run it, what will be the output? str1 dot is alnum. That means it is checking that this given string is only alpha in numeric or not. Let me check. This is false because the special character is here. Now let me delete this one. Now let me run it. See, this is true because it is alphabet and numeric. Now if I give only alphabet, will it work? Yes, because it checks whether the string contains only alphanumeric or anything else. If there is anything else also, then it will be false. Otherwise, it will be true. If you want to give only numeric value, then also it will be true. Because if it is true if it's alphabet and numeric only. Okay. Now our next function is each digit. Each digit means it will check whether it is only digit or something else also. So if I run it, this will be false. Why? Because this is containing a small a also. So I want to delete this. Now if I run, it will be true because it is only digit. If there is anything other than digit, it will show as false. Clear? Okay. Now our next function is split function. Split function means it will split the string as per the given condition. Now suppose I want to split the string on the base of backslash. So now if I run it, see it has been splitted. I love separate one within a separate code. Python so much within a separate code. So it has splitted on the basis of backslash. Now suppose I delete it and give a comma. That means it will separate the string based on comma. Now let me run it. See, I is different. Lab slash Python is different. Lab slash Python so is different because there are two commas here one and here one. So this is a separate one. This is a separate one, and this is much is a separate one. Clear? Now if I give nothing and I give space, then it will split as per the spaces. So every word is now different because here it has got a space, so separated. Here a space, separated. Here a space with in between Python and so separated. Here is a space in between so and much separated. Got my point? Our next function is join function. Join function does the exact opposite of split function. Here I have taken a list and three different words. I love data science. What I want that I want to get the output as a single sentence. For that, what I have to do, I have to use the join function. So if I give space dot join str1, then it will join the sentence. See, I love data science. Now if I give comma, then I run it. So it will join with comma. Now if I give backslash and I run it, then it will join with a backslash. Clear? So whatever you want, you can give it here. Suppose I give a bracket 0. Then what will happen? It will join with a 0. So that is what join does. Exact opposite of split function. If you do NLP projects, you will be using these functions very much. Next, my aim is to replace the I by U. How can I do it? We tried the same example by doing indexing. We could not do it. You remember? That's when I told you that string is immutable. But there is other way by which we can do temporarily. How? By using the replace function. So if I write string1 dot replace I comma u, I mean we provide two arguments, then the I will be replaced by u. So let me run it. See, this is you love Python. And the first string is remaining the same. The I love Python. Okay. If you instead if you want to write he, then I will be replaced by he. See, this is what replace function does. And our next function is strip. What does strip function does? It removes all the spaces of in beginning or at the end of the string. Suppose I run it. So the beginning spaces and the spaces in the end are removed. All other spaces will remain same. Only the beginning and the ending. Okay, clear? Today we will learn about loops in Python. First understand what is a loop. In simple word, loop means repetition. Suppose I want to print this a message 10 times. So what I have to do? I have to write print function 10 times. That is fine. Okay, if I run it, it will execute. But what if I have to write for 1000 times or more than that? Then this is not an efficient way of coding. Instead, we can implement loops. Now, there are two types of loop. Number one is the for loop. Number two is the while loop. In this video, we will understand about for loop and we will do everything related to for loop. Okay. Now to understand for loop, we have to know about the range function. Range is a built-in Python function. Like we studied about int, boolean, string, float. Those are the primitive types of Python. But range is a complex type of Python. Suppose I execute this statement. Then what will be the output? For this will be int because a is an integer. For range, the type will be range. See? Now what does range function does? Range function prints a sequence. Now how to implement the for loop? The syntax is for any variable in, that is the membership operator, range function, and then pass any argument. So if I pass 5, that means the loop will run for 5 times. Okay. Now how it executes? For the first time the number will be 0 and it will print number. Print, so 0 will be printed. Next time number will be 1, so 1 will be printed. Next number will be 2, so 2 will be printed. Next number equal to 3, so 3 will be printed. Next number equals to 4, so 4 will be printed, and next number equals to 5, but this will not be printed because it excludes the last one. Okay, so when it is up to number 4 it will stop printing. Okay, so the output will be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Now let me run it. Clear? So this is the way for loop executes. Now suppose if I write print welcome, so what will happen? First, it will go to the first line for number in range 5. Here number is 0. Print number, so 0 will be printed. Print welcome, so welcome will be printed. Next, it will again go to the for loop. Number is now 1. It prints in sequence. Next, print number 1 will be printed. Welcome will be printed. Next, again it will go back. Same way, it will continue till it is 4. So what will happen? 0, welcome, 1, welcome, 2, welcome, 3, welcome, 4, welcome. Let me run it. See, so this is the way you can repeat things, and this is the syntax of for loop. Clear? Now suppose I want to start it from 1, not from 0. So what I can do? I can write two arguments. I have to pass two arguments to the range function. 1 is the starting one and 0 the end. Okay, now if I run it, what will happen? First it will go 1, 1 will be printed, again 2, 3, 4, and this way it will go up to 9. The last one is excluded. Clear? Now suppose I want to print 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. That is also a sequence, but not everyone. So what I can go do? I can give a step size. Step size, suppose I give here 2. So what will happen? 1, then 3, then 5. Let me run it. See? Now suppose I give 3. What will be the output? 1, 4, 7, then 11, but 11 it will not go up to 11 because the last one is the 10. So you get my point. This is the way we can print a sequence. Now suppose for this one, you can tell me the output right now. Let me show you. From this Python tutor, you can visualize. Let me see how to check. Now you see here is the red line. Red line means this line is going to be executed. Okay, now let me click next. See here a equals to 1 because a has started with 1. What is global and local we will understand later. Let's focus on this. First a is 1. Now this line will be executed. Let me click next. 2 into 1 equals to 2. Now again this line will be executed. Now a is equals to 2. So here print 2 into, this is a string. A means here 2 equals to 2 into 2, that is 4. Let me show you. See, again now it is 3. So the string is 2 into, the value of a is 3 equals to 2 into 3, that is 6. So the output will be 2 into 3, 6. See, now for same way output will be 8. See, so this is the way we can print it up to 10. 9. Clear? Now it has been executed because 11 is excluded. So this is the way you can print any number table. Now this is the way we have printed, but you can do it easily using format string. As we have not learned it, so I didn't go into that concept right now. We will learn about that later. Using format string, we can print more easily. Okay. Now suppose I want to print something in reverse order. So what I can do? Same, we have to give the starting one. Here starting one is the 10 because we are printing in reverse. So the starting position will be the bigger position up to 0, and how it will print in reverse order. So now if I run it, output will be first n will be 10, then n will be 9, 8, 7, 10, not 0. 0 is excluded. See, so this is the way we can print in reverse also. Fine. Now for loop is not only on number, on string also we can use the for loop. Suppose here it is written for number in Python print number. What will happen? First number equals to p, next y, next t, next h. So this is also an iterable. See, this is the way you can also loop on a string. Okay, now let's understand what is indentation in Python. We know that Python indentation is very important, and indentation is used to define the scope of the statements. Suppose I have write for number in Python and print number. So what will happen? So this print statement will be executed as many times the for loop executes. But after the for loop has been executed, this print statement will be executed because this is outside the scope of this for indentation. Clear? Now let me run it. What will happen? First print will print P by T H O N, and the last one will print the Python together. Now let me show you. See? So this is the effect of indentation. Now if I write, then what will happen? Both are indented in the scope of 4. Now let me run it. First number equals to P. So the number is printed P. Next print Python. So Python is printed. Next again it went back to for loop. Okay, let me visualize it. Now first for number in Python. First P, number equals to P. Now print number means P will be printed. See. Now next print Python means Python will be printed. See. Again it went back to for loop. Here number equals to Y. It has been changed. You can see it here. It has been changed. Now what will be the output? The number is Y. The output is Y. Next what will happen? Print Python. Python string will be printed. See. Again it went back to for loop. And now number is T. Let me run. See, this is T. Now what will happen? Number will be printed. So T will be printed. Output is T. Next, print Python. Python will be printed. See, it again went back to the for loop. So number equals to H. Now print number means H will be printed. Here it has been changed to number H. Next, H will be printed. H is printed. Next, Python will be printed. Okay, now number equals to O. Print number means O will be printed. See, print Python. Python will be printed. Next, it is N. So number equals to n, print number equals to n will be printed, print Python means Python will be printed. Whatever statements are there below the for loop is within the indentation of for loop. Okay. But if I keep it here, then it is outside the indentation of for loop. So you understand indentation is very important in Python, and this is the way indentation is used for loop. Clear? Now you tell me what will be the output. For number in range 5, print number, comma, number plus 1. What will be the output? I will show it in Python tutor. First, number in range 5. So number equals to 0. Now print number, plus 1. Number is a string, so number will be printed, and number here is 0. 0 plus 1 equals to 1. See. Now again number equals to 1. Number has been changed to 1. Now what will be printed? Number plus 1 means 1 plus 1. So it will be 2. Number 2. See. Now what is the number will be? Here 2. Now what will happen? Print number plus 2. 2 plus 1 it will be 3. See, now what will be the number? 3. 3 plus 1, it will be number 4. See, now what is the number? 4. 4 plus 1, it will be 5. Now what is the number? See, so this has been completed because the last one is excluded. So here you can see this is the way the for loop executes. Clear? Now tell me what will be the output for this one. Take a pause and try to solve it by yourself. Here number is 0. Now what will print a message? A message is a string. Number plus 1 means 0 plus 1, 1. Number plus 1 into dot. This is the multiplicative operator. We studied while we studied about arithmetic operator. Okay, in our operator class. So what will be the output here? Number equals to 0. So number plus 1. Here it will be 1, comma, 1 into dot. That means the dot will be printed first time. One time. See, now the number, what will be the number? Number is 1. So output will be 1 plus 1, 2, and 2, 2 times dot will be printed. See, a message, 2, 2 times dot. Clear? Now next, the number will be 2. So the print message will be 2 plus 1, 3, and 3 times dot. See, so next will be 4, 4 times dot. Next time will be 5 and 5 times dot. Clear? This has been completed. So this is the way you can print any kind of pattern also using for loop function. Clear? Now for this one, what will be the output? This one is starting from 1. That means number is 1 and dot will be 1 time. Number is 2, dot will be 2 times. Clear? Now what about this one? What will be the output? A message string. Starting number is 2, ending number is 20, and the step number is 2. So here number is 2. Number into dot means 2 times dot will be printed. And the step size is 2. That means, let me show you. The output will be 2, 4, 6, 8. Okay, because there is a step size, that is 2. So every number will not be printed. First 2 will be printed. Next, step size increased. So number has become 4. Let me visualize. Now see, first number equals to 2. So print will be 2, 2 times dot. Fine. Next, step size is 2. That means the number will become 4. See, so 4 and 4 times dot will be the next line. Clear? Now the number has become 6. So the output will be 6 and 6 dots. Clear? Now it has become 8. So 8, 8 dot. Clear? 10, 10 dot. Clear? So this way it will go up to 20. Okay. Let's see the output. 18 because the last one is excluded. Clear? Now understand, can for loop be applied on list? Yes, of course. If I write for x in a list, print x, so the loop will be executed on list. First x will be 1, then it will be 2, then it will be 3, then x will be 4. Clear? Now suppose I write string, but this is also a list. Now what will happen? I write for name in names, print name. So what will happen? First it will be Sansa, then it will be Arya, then it will be John. Let me run it. Clear? Name is a variable. I can write anything here. A, B, C, D, whatever you give. It's just an iterable object. Okay. Now let's see this one. What will be the output you think? It's easy. For I in numbers, print I square 2. That means first I will be 2. Square of I means 4 will be printed. Next 9. Next 25. Okay, let me show you in Python tutor. First what will happen? Numbers equals to 2. See here numbers is pointing to the first element of the list, that is 2. Now for I in numbers means for I equals to 2, print is square of 2. That means the output will be 4. See, the output is 4. Now next the I has become 3 because the next number is 3. So what will be the output? 9. Next I has become 5 because the next one is 5. So what will be the output? 5 square 25. See. Now what will be the value of I? This is minus 2. See here the value is changing. Now if I execute this one, then what will be the output? 4 because minus 2 square means 4. See the output is 4. Now next what is the value of I? The next is the 10. Let me show you. This is 10. This is here changing. Now what will be the square value? 100. See. Now what will happen here? There is nothing. So it will show that the line has been executed. For loop has been executed. Okay. So this also we can do using for loop. Now what about tuple? Tuple also we have not studied yet. See, this is also possible. On set tuple list, these are data types of Python, built-in data types. Now suppose I want to sum 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5. How I can do it? For that I will write a small code for you. Okay. First sum equals to 0. What does it mean? We have just taken a variable and we have initialized it with 0. The name of the variable is sum. Clear? Now I execute a for loop from 1 to 4. First I equals to 1. Sum equals to sum plus I. That means 0 plus 1. So what is the value of sum right now? 1. So 1 is executed. But here so the print is not indented inside the for loop. So print will not be executed. But the for loop, it will go back to the for loop. So what will be the value of I? That is 2. Now the sum is, it was before 1. Now it is 1 plus 2. That means 3. Now let me show it to you using Python tutor. First, The line is here. That means sum equal to 0. Okay. Now for I in range 1 to 4. Now let me run it. I will be 1. See, I is 1. Two variables. One is sum, that is 0. Second variable I, that is 1. Now the next line. Sum equal to sum plus I. That means 0 plus 1. So the output is 1. Now the value of I will be, see here it has been changed to 2. Now in this line what will happen? Sum equals to sum plus 2. That means 1 plus 2, that is equals to 3. Now I have not given print statement. That is why it is not showing any output. But it will again go back to the for loop. Okay. Now what will be the value of I? 3. So what will be the value of sum? It was previously 3. Now 3 equals to 6. See, the sum value has been changed to 6. The variable of sum is getting changed. Okay. Now what will be the value of I? It will be changed to 4. Now it has been completed execution because the last one is excluded. So what will be the value of 1 plus 2 plus 3? It's 6. Clear? Now let me show you the 6. Now if I want to print up to 5, then what I have to do? I have to give here up to 6 because the last one is not executed. So what will be the output? 1 plus 2, 3 plus 3, 6 plus 4, 10 plus 5, 15. The output will be 15. See? Clear? Now we will understand about the concept of break, continue and pass. We will understand by examples. Now let's understand the break. Suppose I want to print from 1 to 13. But I have written a program for x in range 1 to 21. Print x. So what will happen? It will print from 1 to 20. The last one is excluded. Now I have given a condition. If the condition satisfies, the code within the scope of the if will be executed. So if x equal to 13, break statement will execute. Now what will this break statement do? This will stop the program. So what will happen here? It will print 1, 2, 3, 4 up to 12. When it will get 13, 13 will be printed. Then the program will be stopped. The other numbers will not be printed. Now let's see this one. See, it has stopped executing after 13. So that is the usage of break statement. Now suppose this one. There is a list 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10. Now I want that whenever 6 is found, break the statement. We don't need to run the program anymore. So what I will do? For num in numbers, if num equals to 6, print number 6 found and break the program. What will happen? First number equals to 1. So 1 equals to 6. No, nothing will be printed. It will again go back to for loop. It will be 2. So if num equals to 6, 2 equals to 6, no, nothing will be executed. Next again for loop 3. If 3 equals to 6, no, nothing will be printed. So it will run up to 6. Whenever it will find the 6, the if statement will be 6 equals to 6. That is true. So I will say print number 6 is found. Break the statement. So what is our goal here? To find whether 6 is inside the list or not. When 6 is found, we don't need to run the loop again. So we can stop the program immediately after 6 is found. That's why break statement is used. Okay. Let's understand one more example. For else with break statement. How? Now we already experienced else statement with if. But else statement also used with for loop. Now how? Let me show you. If num equal to 6. No, this is not true. So it will not go into the print or break statement. It will go back to the for loop. Now num in numbers means num is pointing to 2. Here see num is pointing to 2. 2 equal to 6. It will check. No, it is not. So it will again go back. Now num is pointing to 3. 3 equal to 6. No. So it will again go to the for loop. Now num equal to 4. Again not met. Again not met. Now this is 6. Now it will check 6 equal to 6. Yes, that will be correct. So it will go to the print statement. Now number 6 is found. So the output will be number 6 is found. Once it has been executed, it will go to the break statement. Once the break statement executes, it will stop executing the program. So it will never go into the else part. Though else part was not inside the for loop. Okay. Now suppose I give number equals to 9 and I write number 9. Now what will happen? First, it is in the list number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Num in numbers, num equals to 1. See here it is 1. So 1 equals to 9. So this will not. execute, print or break will not execute, it will go back to for loop. Next, the value of num is 2. Same, if statement is not met, go back to the loop. Num is 3. Same, go back. Num 4. Same, go back. Next, num 5. Go back. Next, num 6. Go back. Now, everyone has been traversed. Now, what will happen? Now, the loop has been completed and it will go into the else part because here the break statement has not been executed and for loop is finished. When the for loop is finished, it will go into the else part. So the output will be, let me show you, number 6 not found in the list. So you have understood what is the advantage of break statement and how to use else statement with for loop. Okay. Now let's do this one. Now here we will learn a concept called continue. We have taken a list numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now for num in numbers, that means num equals to 1. Next, if 1 modulus 2 equals to 0, not satisfied, so it will go to the print statement because the continue statement will not be executed because if condition has not satisfied. So it will go to the print statement. So what it will print? Odd number, num means 1. This is the formatted string. We will learn about that also in later videos. Okay. Next, it will go to the for loop again. Now num equals to 2. If num modulus of 2, that is 2 modulus of 2 equals to 0, yeah, that condition satisfies, so it will go to the continue statement. See, satisfies, going to the continue statement. Last time it didn't go to the continue statement because the if condition was not satisfied. This time it will go to the continue statement. Now what will happen? Continue statement doesn't let the other part of the program execute, so the next, see where this line will go? To the for loop. The print statement will not be executed. Okay, so continue means the other part of the program will not be executed. Now let's do it again. Num equals to 3. So 3 modulus 2 equal to 0. No, the condition is not satisfied because it is 1. So it will go to the print statement. See, so the number will be printed as odd number 3. See the output? Okay, it has again went back to the loop. Now number is 4. If condition 4 modulus 2 equal to 0. Condition satisfies. Now see, it will go to the continue part. So what will happen now? It will go back to the for loop. The print statement will not be executed. See, it has gone back. Okay. Now num equals to 5. Here check, num equals to 5. 5 modulus 2 equal to 0. Condition not satisfied. Will go to the print statement. See, so it will be printed odd number 5. Check. Now the loop has been completed. Okay. So this is the way you can print odd number. Let me show you the output here. Clear? Now one more concept, that is pass. Now here we will understand what is pass. Okay, first we have taken a list. Num in numbers, num will be 1. Num will be 1. See here, num is 1. 1 modulus of 2 equal to 0. Now condition is not satisfied. So pass will not execute. Go to the else part, odd number will be 1. Printed. Next, num 2. Now the condition is satisfied. So the pass statement will execute. So what will be the next line to execute? Let me show you. Where will it go now next? It will go back to the loop. That means pass will do nothing. What is the now num value? 3. 3 modulus of 2 equals to 0. Not satisfied. So it will go to the else part. Odd number will be printed. See. Next what will happen? It will again go back to 4. 4 modulus of 2 equal to 0. So it is satisfied. So it will go to the pass statement. Pass statement will do nothing. So when you want the program to do nothing, once a certain condition is met, you can give the pass statement. Here I want to print the odd numbers. So I want if the remainder is 0, please do nothing. Don't print anything. Don't execute anything. So we can write pass statement for that purpose. Okay, so what will be the output? Here it will go again for 4, for 5. The odd number is 5. So the loop has been completed. So clear, 3 statement we have understood. Number 1 is break. Number 2 is continue. Number 3 is pass. Maybe a confused for beginners, but I think I have made it completely clear to you. But let me summarize for you. Break statement exits a loop once the condition is satisfied. continue skips the rest of the code. Pass means null operation. That is no action required. Okay. So this is the difference. Whenever you are giving any break statement, once the condition is satisfied, it will get out of the loop. Okay. When you give continue, that means the rest of the code is skipped and it goes to the next execution part. Pass means nothing. No action will happen once the condition is met. Okay. So these are the three statements we use in for loops. Now next understand this one. Tell me what will be the output. Count equals to 0. I in range 1 to 10. It will start from 1, end up to 9. I modulus of 2 equals to 0. That means we are checking the even condition. So modulus, if modulus not equal to 0, it will be printed and count will be increased. So we can count total even numbers from 1 to 9. Let me show you. So 2 is a even number because here 2 modulus of 2 is satisfied. 2 will be printed. Count will be next to 1. Okay. Again, it will go back to the for loop. 3. If condition not satisfied, so this one will not be executed. We'll go back to loop. 4. Condition satisfied. 4 will be printed. Count will be increased. Next 5. If not satisfied, go back to loop. 6. Satisfied. 6 will be printed. Count will be increased by 1. Next again we'll go back there. 7. Not satisfied. Go back again. 8. Satisfied. 8 will be printed. Count will be increased. 9. Not satisfied. Program stops. Got it? Next, our concept is nested loop. Nested loop means what? One for loop within an for loop. Now, suppose I write for x in range 5, indented for y in range 3, print xy. So, what will happen? Let me show you it in Python tutor. Okay. For x in range 5, that means x is 0. Now, next line. Y in range 3. Another loop starts. Y equals to 0. See, print xy. That means print 0, comma 0. Okay. Now it will go back to the last loop, for loop, because it is within the for loop. So it will again go back to y. Now here see what happens. X is 0, but y will be increased to 1. See, x is remaining 0 because that is a loop with we are inside that loop. So y is 1. So what will happen? X, y. X is 0, y is 1. So output will be 0, 1. Clear? Again we are inside the y loop. So y will be again increased to 2. But x will remain 0 because x was 0. See here you can see the changes. So what will be the output? 0, comma 2. See the output. Next again it will go back there and this one has finished execution because it was 0, 1, 2. Now we will go again back to the x loop. X was 0, now x will be 1. Next again we are going into the nested loop. So here y is 0. So now x is 1. Now x is 1 but y is starting from 0. So what will be the print? 1 comma 0. Now we are again inside the while loop. So y will be increased to 1. X was 1, y is 1. Check x is 1, y is 1. So output will be 1 comma 1. See? Again y the value of y will be increased by 2. X will remain 1. See x is 1, y is 2. So output will be 1 comma 2. See? Now again it will go but it has stopped execution. Now we will go back to x loop again. So what was the value of x? It was 1. Now what will happen? It will be 2. So the value of x will be changed to 2. See the value has been changed. Now what is the value of y? It will be reset to 0 because we have again in the loop. So y is 0. So what will be the output? 2 comma 0. Again it will go back into y loop. So the y value of y will be 1. X will remain as 2. So 2, 1. Print will be 2 comma 1. See, now again y value will be 2. So print will be 2 comma 2. Now the y has again completed its execution. So we will go back to the x loop again. So we have come back to the x loop again. So what will be the value of x now? It was 2, it will be changed to 3. See, it has been changed to 3. Now again y will be set to 0. See, this 2 will be changed to 0. 0. So what will be the value? 3 comma 0. So we are getting the point, right? Here two loops are there. First one x loop. First the x loop will start and for that inside there is a loop that is y loop. For x equal to 0, y will be 0, 1, 2. For x equal to 1, y will be 0, 1, 2. For x equal to 2, y will be 0, 1, 2. X equal to 3, y will be 0, 1, 2. X4, y will be 0, 1, 2. X5, y will be 0, 1, 2. This is the way it will give us the output. So you can calculate by yourself and check it. This is not confusing at all. Okay. So x will be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. And the output y will be 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2. Get? This is the way we can print coordinates. Fine. Now see our a second question on the same concept. Now let's understand this one. What will happen? First, I is in 1. So the value of I is 1. See, the value of I is 1. Now what is the value of j? The value of j is also 1 because it is also starting from 1. Now it will go to the print statement and what will it print? Value of j, that is 1. Okay. Now here the print statement will print nothing. But it will go back to the for loop. Now what is the value of I? I will be increased by 2. See, the value has been increased by 2. Now here what will be the value of j? The value of j is 1 because it is again, the loop is starting again and the value is 1. Now what it will print? It will print j. So 1 will be printed. Now next again it will go back to the j loop because j loop has not ended yet. What will be the value of j? J will be 2. See here j will be 2 but I will remain same because we are inside the I loop. J is 2. What will it print? 2 will be printed. See the 2 is printed. Now again it will go back to the j but what is the ending value? Ending value is I plus 1. The value of I is 2. So 2 plus 1. The ending value is 3. So it will execute up to. So this has stopped execution. Now it will go to the print statement. This will print nothing. It will again go back to the for loop. Okay. Now what is the value of I? Now the value of I is 3. See, it has been changed to 3. Now what will be the value of j? It will again start the loop. So again the value will be 1. See, the value is 1. So what will be printed? 1 will be printed. See, 1 is printed. Again, what will be the value of j? 2. So what will be printed? The value of j has been changed to 2. Print will print. Next, it will again go back to the loop. What will be the value of j? That is 3. So what will be printed? C 3. Now it will again go back to the j, but will it execute? No. So it will not be executed. So it will go to the print function. This will execute nothing. Okay. Now again it will go back to for loop. What will be the value of I now? Now it is 3. It will be increased by 1. So it will be 4. But the 4 is the ending condition. So it will not execute anymore. So this is the way you can print any pattern. Okay. Now let me run it for you. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Okay. So suppose I give it 6. Now you can say what will be the output. Right. This is the way you can print pattern using for loop. You can try instead of 1, you can give star. That will be easier. Try to do that by yourself. Star, 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 star. And this is the way you can print the pattern of star. Okay. Now the last one. Now tell me what will be the output for this one. Let me tell you. For I in range 1 to 3, I will be 1. See, value of I is 1. Now what will be value of j? 1. Simple. Now what will print here? 1 into, this is a string, j means 1. So 1 into 1 equals to 1 into 1. See, it will be print 1. Go back to the j loop because this is the inner loop we are currently in. J value will be changed to 2. See, so 1, I is 1. Here you can see j is 2. So 1 into 2, this will be 2. See, again it will go to j loop and this will execute this way up to 9 because 10 is the ending statement. See, now next one, it has finished the j loop. Once the inner loop is finished, it will go to this print. It will print nothing. So it will again go back to the outer loop. Okay, now the value of I will be changed to 2. Now we are again inside the j loop. So we will start the j loop again. What will be the value of j? Value of j will be 1. See, the 9 will be changed to 1. Okay, now it will print. Again the j loop will execute up to 9. See the execution line, how it changes. Once it has completed, the j loop is finished. It will come out of the j loop. It will again start the for loop. And how many times it will run? For I equal to 1 and 2. So this has been finished. Now 3 is the last one, so it will not be executed. So we have finished the execution. This is the way we can print tables. Now if I want to print up to 10, then what will happen? It will print up to 10. See, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, up to 9 because last one is excluded. So we have done many examples on for loop. I hope for loop is completely clear to you. Okay, now this session is completely dedicated to while loop. But before that, let me revise the concept of loop. While loops are required to repeat a block of code multiple times. Okay, that improves efficiency and it also saves time, reduces redundancy, and make it readable for the other programmers. Okay, now let's start today's session. My first question is for loops were already there, then why while loop? Now, if you remember the syntax of for loop, it was like for I in range, a range, starting number, ending number, then execute some statements. Now, if I run it, what will happen? The loop will execute for 4 times. 2, 3, 4, 5. The last one is excluded, right? So, me will be printed for 4 times. That means we know how many times the loop will be executed beforehand. Now, the question is how to implement a loop when we don't know how many times the loop will be executed. This is the time while loop comes into the scenario. Now let me write a program for you using while loop. Name equals to input, enter your name. Okay. Now if the user has not given any name, that means an empty string. What will be printed? Print, please provide a name. Else, if the user has given a name, then print your name. Okay. Now if I run it, what will happen? It will first ask for a name and I give as Mike. What will happen? Name will be printed and it will be complete execution. Now again ask and I provide nothing. I put enter. What will happen? Please provide a name and it completes execution. But that's what I don't want. I want it that if I give an empty string, it will continuously ask for my name until I give a proper input. Okay. To do that, I need while condition because while loop will execute till the condition is true. Okay. Now while name equals to empty string colon please provide a name and I have to take an input again. Name equals to input, enter your name. Okay. Now what will happen? If the string is empty, then it will ask for please provide a name and then it will again take as a name and the loop will continue till the string is empty. Okay. Now let me run this. See, if I give now empty string and I press enter, it will ask for name again. Enter again. Enter again. So the loop will continue till I give a proper name. Then it will finish execution. Okay. Now if I write after completing the while loop, print name and then run it, then in the last name will be provided. Empty, empty, provide a name. See, your name is printed. In for loop, we know how many times the loop will be executed, but in while loop, we don't know how many times the loop will be executed. Okay. So now what is the syntax for while loop then? While condition is true, execute codes. Okay, this is the simple syntax of while loop. Now let me show you another example. Now I want to run the program until user provides an input as quit. So what I can write? While not name equals to quit, print and take an input. That means until and unless user provides quit as an input, the program will continue. Okay, for that I have used the not keywords. Now if I run it and if I give Mike, see it will again ask. If I don't provide any input, see if I write anything else, see the program will continue until and unless I provide quit as an input. So this is the condition have to be made to complete the while loop. Okay. Now let me visualize this code for you. Now see, first I have to enter a name. I give Mike and submit. Now while not name equal to quit, yes, Mike is not equal to quit. That means the condition satisfied. See, now again it will print, please provide a name. See, please provide a name. Now again you have to give an input, John. Now what will happen? It will continue in the loop. Now if I print again, yes, it will again ask you for your name. Again you have to give any input. Again submit. Again it will go into the loop. Again ask for a name until and unless you provide quit as an input. Now the program has stopped execution. The name has been printed, quit name is printed and it has stopped execution. Okay. So the program will run until the condition is met. Let's do a program where I want to take any number as an input and I want to increase the number until and unless it becomes 5. Okay. Now if I run this program, any number 3, what will happen? 3, 4, 5. Now how it is doing? Let's understand the program. I have given a condition while I less than equal to 5, print I. Print I means here I have taken the input as 2, so 2 will be, sorry, as 3, so 3 will be printed. Here I have taken 3, so 3 is printed. Now I has been increased by 1, so it has become 4. Again go back to the loop. I less than equal to 5, that means 4 less than equal to 5. Condition is again true, so print I, so 4 will be printed and it will be increased by 1. 5, then it will again go back into the loop. 5 less than equal to 5. Again condition is true because 5 equals to 5. 5 will be printed. Then 5 will be increased and it will become 6. Next, 6 less than equal to 5. No, the condition is not fulfilled. When the condition is not fulfilled, it will break the loop and it will reach print the end. So the end will be printed. Okay. Now let me visualize this code for you. Now see, first I have to take any number 2. Enter any number 2. Now the condition, while 2 less than equal to 5, condition is true. So it will go to the next line. Print I, that means 2 will be printed in the output. See, now it will be increased by 1. See, now again 3 less than equal to 5. True. Print function 3 printed. It will again go into the next line. So here number will be increased by 1. See, it has become 4. Again the while loop 4 less than equal to 5. Condition satisfies. Will go into the next line. So print I means 4 will be printed. See, now 4 will be increased by 1. 5. Now again, but the condition true. Print I will be increased. Now again, but here I value by 6. So condition will not be met. So it will break the loop and the end will be printed. See, the program has stopped execution. Always try to visualize the code, it will make things clear. Okay. Now suppose I want to print in reverse direction. I have taken an input 5. You can take input any other number. But you want it to print in reverse order until it becomes 1. So what will happen? The condition is here. Until the value of I is greater than 1, it will continue printing. And what I have to do as a counter, I have to decrease the value. I is the counter here to decrease the value. So what will do it? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let me visualize. Now see, I equal to 5. Here I equal to 5. I greater than 1, 5 greater than 1. True. It will go into the next line. Print I is printed. Decrease I is decreased by 1. Become 4. Again condition. Greater than 1? Yes. Print I. 4 printed. Decrease I 3. Again, 3 greater than 1? True. Print I. 3 printed. Decrease I. Decreased. Again, 2 greater than 1? Print I. 2 printed. 2 will become 1. Again, 1 greater than 1? No, the condition is false. So, print the end. See, this is the way the program executes. And whatever the codes are below while, those are within the while loop. Indentation. We have studied about these things before. Okay. Now print is not below the while loop. So print is out of the scope of while loop. Okay. Now difference between for loop and while loop we have already understood. For for loop there is a fixed time of execution of loop, but for while it depends on a condition. Okay. Now we will study while loop with if else statement. Okay. First I have taken a list and what I want to achieve in this program. I want to print only those numbers which are below 20. Okay. Now how can I do it using while loop? First I have to take any counter I equals to 0. Then I have taken the length of a. We studied about length function in string. So length function provides us the length of the input. So what is the length of the input here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So x will be 5. Okay. Now while, what is the condition? 0 less than 5. If a of I, that means if a of 0, that means 2. Because 2 is in the 0th position of the list. So if 2 less than 20, print 2. Then I will be increased. I equal to 0 plus 1 to fetch the second one. If the condition is not satisfies, if ai is not less than 20, then it will go into the else part. That means if it is not less than 20, I don't want it as my output. So I will do nothing but just I will go to the next number. Okay, this is the simple concept. Now here I will visualize this for you. See what happens. Now A is a list. 2, 4, 6, 25, 10. A is pointing to a list. I equal to 0. One variable I 0. Initialized with 0. X equal to length of A. So X means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. Now condition while I less than X. 0 less than 5. True. Now if ai less than 20, a of I means a of 0, that is 2. 2 less than 20. Yes, condition satisfies. So I want 2 to be printed as output. Now print ai, that means a of 0, that is 2, printed. Clear? Next, I have to be increased. I is increased. Now what happens? I less than 5. Yes, 1 less than 5. Because I have to fetch every number. So I have to increase the I till it becomes 5. Okay. Now 1 less than 5. True. So if a of 1 means 40 greater than 20, no, the condition is not satisfied because I don't want the numbers which are above 20. So if statement will not be executed, it will go into the else part. See, else part. So what will happen? It will print nothing, just increase the value of I because the value of I will become 2. Now we want to check with 6. That is why done. Now 2 less than 5. True. So if a of 2 less than 20, a of 2 means 6. Condition satisfies. So print ai. Print a of 2. That is 6. 6 will be printed here. See. Now I will be increased to fetch the next number. I equal to 3. Now 3 less than 5. True. A of 3 less than 20. 25 less than 20. No. Not condition met. So I will print nothing. I will just increase the value of I. It will go into the else part. See, only the value of I has increased. Now 4 less than 5. That is true. Next, if a of 4 less than 20, a of 4 means 10. 10 less than 20. Yeah, true. I want it to be printed in my output. Now print. See, here it is printed. Now I will be increased. Now next, I has become 5. There is nothing in fifth position and our condition is I less than x. That is not true. So the loop will complete execution. See, it has finished. Okay. Now let's do another program. Here what I want to do, I want to add 2 with all the numbers in the list. Okay. Now here I have taken an input, a list in A and an empty list named as J. Now I will add 2 with each of the number and I will keep the value, the result in J. Okay. Now I have taken a counter first. I counter initialized with 0. Now while loop. While I less than len of A. So till the condition is met, this will be executed. Verified number equal to A of I plus 2. That means A of 0, A of 1, A of 2, A of 3, A of 4 plus 2. It will continue. And then later j dot append modified num. Append is a function to append any number in something. We have studied in string. So j dot append means in the j list this modified num will be appended, will be added. Okay, and then I is to be increased. Now let me visualize this code for you. Now see, it is pointing to the list. So an empty list will be created. Sorry, so a list will be created. A. Now j, an empty list, an empty list. Now I equal to 0, a I variable 0. Now while I less than equal to length of a, that means 0 less than equal to 5, condition met. So it will go into the next line. What will happen? A of 0 plus 2. That means a of 2 plus 2. That means 2 plus 2. That is 4. See, modified num equals to 4. Now j dot append means in the j it will be added. Now it has a number 4. Before it was an empty list. Now it has a number 4. Okay. I will be increased. So value of I will be changed here. 1. See, I has been changed. Again, we are in the loop. 1 less than 5. I equal to 1. 1 less than 5. True. Now modified num ai plus 2. That means a of 1. The next one. So 40 plus 2. True. See, here it is 42. It will be added with j. See, it is added with j. I will be increased. I increased. Again, condition satisfied. Modified num means a of 2 plus 2. 6 plus 2. J dot append. Modified num 8. 8 will be appended in the list. See, appended. I will be increased. Increased. Now again condition met. So modified num here a of I plus 2, a of 3 plus 2, a of 3 means 25, plus 2 means 27. See, modified num 27. It will be added to j. Added. I will be increased. Okay. Next. Value of I 4. So less than equal to 5. Condition met. Now a of I plus 2. That means 10 plus 2. So modified num is 12. It will be added to j. Here added to j. And I will be increased. See, I has been increased. Now the condition is not met, so it is in the last line. Print j means the whole list, j list 442, 827, 12. This will be printed as output. Clear? Okay. Now do another example. Num equals to 10 and I have given a condition. Until the number is greater than 0, print the number. Number is printed and number will be decreased by 2. So it will become 8. See, here it has become 8. 8 greater than 0, condition satisfied. Print the number. Number will be decreased by 2. Again greater than 0, print the number. Number will be decreased by 2. Again greater than 0, print the number. Number will be decreased by 2. Now 0 greater than 0, no condition is not met. Program will stop execution. Okay, so it has been printed in 8642. Now there is a problem with while loop. If you don't treat this properly, this may go into the infinite loop. Now how it can go into the infinite loop? If the while condition is true, always true, and you don't give any statement which will break the loop, then it will go into the while loop. So you should be very careful while implementing while loop that the true condition is not true for an infinite time. If I run it, it will go into the infinite loop. See, this will continue printing. Then just go to the runtime and interrupt execution. Anyhow, if you're using other notebook also, there must be a way to interrupt the execution. Okay, but always make sure that you don't provide any types of condition like that. Now see our previous programs. Suppose here now if I delete it, then what do you think? It will go into the infinite loop? Yes, it will go. But enter your name. Now I give nothing and I put enter, then it will start an infinite loop. So whenever you are using while loop, be very sure about the exit condition of the loop. Otherwise, it may go into the infinite loop. Okay. Now let me interrupt execution. Okay. Now our next topic is nesting while loops. We studied about nested if else, nested for loop. Now nested while loop. Nested while loop simply means one while loop within another while loop. Nested if means one if condition within another if condition. Nested for means one for loop within another for loop. Same. Let me visualize this. See, we are in row equal to 1. Variable created row equal to 1. While row less than equal to 3, condition 1 less than equal to 3, condition met. I have taken another variable for column. Column equal to 1. Now what happens? While column less than equal to 3, condition met 1 less than equal to 3, print row column. 1 1 is printed. So column will be increased. See, column is increased. Now we are inside the while loop and it will continue until this condition is met. What is the condition? Until column less than equal to 3. Condition is again met. So we are inside the loop. Row column will be printed. Row 1, column 2. 1, 2 will be printed. See. Now column will be increased. Column 3. Again condition met. Row column will be printed. 1, 3 will be printed. See. Now column will be increased. Now the condition is not met. That means the inner while loop will stop execution and it will go to the outer while loop. Okay, now row equal to row plus 1. That means row will be increased by 2. See, this inner while loop has completed and now again the outer while loop will start. Okay, while row less than equal to 3 means 2 less than equal to 3. True. Column equal to 1. Column will be reset to 1 and we are again restarting the while loop. Column 1 less than equal to 3. True. So row column will be printed. Row column is printed. Column increased. Column less than equal to 3. True. Row column printed. Column increased. True. Row column printed. Column increased. Now the condition not met. It will come out of the inner loop. Row equal to 1. And now again row condition is met. Column reset to 1. Now column condition met, row column printed, column increased, column condition met, row column printed, column increased. It will continue up to 3. Now it has finished. It will come out of the inner loop. Now this one is also finished. So what is the output? See, the output is 1 1 1 2 1 3 2 1 2 2 2 3 3 1 3 2 3 3. How it is happening? First, the first for loop is starting for 1, then it is going into the inner loop and it is continue till 1, 2, 3. So 1 row, column 1, 2, 3. So what is happening? 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 3. Clear? Now again the row while loop is starting. It is becoming 2. Now column will start again from 1 to 3. So 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3. Okay. Next, again the while loop is starting 3. Again the inside while loop is starting 3, 1, 3, 2, 3, 3. This is the way you can print coordinates and this is the way nested while loop is implemented. Clear? Now the concept break and continue. We studied in for loop also about break and about continue keyword. Now let me visualize this one also. See what happens. Num equals to 1. Num equals to 1. While num less than equal to 10, condition met. Now if condition, if num equals to 5, 1 equals to 5. If the condition is met, then the break statement will be executed. But now if condition is not met, so let me go first. Print num, 1 will be printed. Num will be increased. Again 2 less than equal to 10. While condition true, go into the if part. If not met, break will not executed. Num will be printed. See, num will be increased. See, again 3 less than equal to true. True. But 3 is not equal to 5. Break will not execute. Num will be printed. Num will be increased. 4, not true. Now 4 printed. 4 increased. Now 5, true. Now this one is also true. If it's true, break statement will exit the loop. Now see, the loop has been stopped. So what does break statement do? Break statement exits the loop when a certain condition is met. Okay, so after that 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, these are not printed. The condition was that it will break once num becomes 5. Okay, now what about continue? Here I equal to 0. See, I equal to 0. I less than 6. Condition satisfies. I increased 1. I equal to 3. The condition is not met. Continue has not been occurred. Print I will be printed. Next, 2 not met. 2 printed. I will be increased by 1. 3. So I equal to 3. That is true. That means it will execute the continue statement. Now what will happen when we execute the continue statement? That means the loop will be continued without executing any further statements. Clear? Let me show you. See, from the continue, it went back to the while loop. That means the other statements will not be executed, but the while loop will be continued. So what is the difference between break and continue? Once the break statement occurs, it exits the loop. Once the continue statement occurs, it continues the loop. Once the break statement occurs, it exits the loop without letting the other statements execute. Once the continue statement occurs, it will continue the loop without letting the other statements execute. Okay, let me write this for you. Break means the loop will stop execution without letting the other statements execute. Continue will continue the loop without letting the other statements execute. Okay, this is the basic difference between break and continue. Now next one, the last topic of the day, while with else. As we studied for with else, if with else, the same way we can implement while with else. Here what I wanted to do, that I wanted to take any input, I have taken 1 and I want to continue it until and unless it becomes 6. See, first I will be 1, I equal to 1, while I less than 6, 1 less than 6, condition satisfies, print I. Print 1. I will be increased, so I will be 2. See, I is 2. Again, while loop 2 less than 6, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now equal to 6. Condition not satisfied. So, it will come to the else part. When the while condition is not satisfied, you will go into the else part. Just when for condition is not satisfied, else condition is executed. When if condition is not satisfied, else statement is executed. When while condition is not satisfied, else statement is executed. Same logic, same concept, different syntax. Okay, so this is all about while loops in Python. Hey everybody, in this session we will study about functions in Python. First, understand the concept. Imagine your body. It consists of eyes, nose, ear, hand, and many other organs. Every organ has different functions. Like your eyes can see, your nose can smell. So the whole body is a complete program and the organs are different functions. To be more technically, suppose you want to make a calculator which will perform 4 operations: addition, multiplication, division, subtraction. Making the calculator is a complete program and writing the different operations are different functions. Hence, we can say a program consists of separate different functions. Now, let's understand it practically. First, understand the syntax. First, you have to use the def keyword, then any function name as per your choice. You have to pass some parameters, and these parameters will be used inside the function to perform some operations. Okay, next line, within triple quotes, we can write about what the function is trying to achieve so that it increases the readability. This is not compulsory, but this is a better approach of writing a function. Next, you can perform whatever operations you want to perform, and then you return the resultant value to whom? To the calling code. Now who is the calling code? Here I have written a equal to function name and I am passing some arguments. Arguments is the value which will be passed to the parameter. Okay, and here when the function is called, then only the function will execute and it will return the value to if. Now you can print a or do whatever you wish to do. So this is the main syntax. Def keyword, function name, parameter, docstring, perform some operations and return the value to the calling code. Clear? Now let's see an example. Here suppose I want to add two numbers. How can I write? First, def is the keyword, addition is the function. I am passing two parameters x and y because I want to add two numbers x plus y. So return x plus y. That means the number will be added and the value will be returned. Return to whom? As I said, to the calling code. What is the calling code here? A equal to addition of 2 comma 3. That means 2 and 3 is passed to the parameters x equal to 2, y equal to 3, return 2 plus 3, 5 will be returned, it will be stored into A and A will be printed. Now let's understand how interpreter executes a function. Now first interpreter creates a memory space for the function but it doesn't execute the function until it is called. So what will happen? This line will be shifted to 4. See what happened here? A memory space is created which is pointing to a function which has two parameters x and y. But this is not executed because the function is not called. A function doesn't get executed until it is called. Okay. Now here a equal to addition 2 comma 3. That means we are calling the function and we are passing values 2 comma 3 to the function. So x will be initialized with 2, y will be initialized with 3. See, x equal to 2, y equal to 3. So return x plus y, that means 2 plus 3 will be returned. What will be the value? Return value is 5. See now, a equals to 5. See, a equals to 5. Now if I print, 5 will be printed. So you understand how interpreter executes a function. Okay. Now from the very first day we are studying about function. We used print, we used append, capitalize, upper, lower and many other functions till now. And these are known as built-in function. That means the Python community has already created some functions for you. And what we are doing? We are just invoking the function. We are just calling the function as per our requirement. So these functions are known as built-in function. These are already created by the Python community. Now, if I want, I can create my own function, just like I have created the addition function. I can create any function and that can perform any operations. These are known as user defined function, because as an user I am creating this function. So there are two types of function: built-in function already created by Python community, second user defined function which is created by the user as per their requirement. Clear? Now let's understand what is a docstring. We have already told that when we are writing a program, we try to explain what we are doing so that it increases readability. This is known as docstring. So how can we access any docstring? Now if I want to see the documentation of print, I can write this way. Now if I run it, see, this is the documentation of print. If you want to know about any function, you can use this double underscore doc double underscore. Your function name dot double underscore doc double underscore. Okay, so using this syntax you can access documentation string of any functions. Clear? Now let's understand the concept parameter versus argument. We are already talking about this while writing this function, that these are parameters and these are arguments. When the function is written, this is known as parameters. When the values are passed, this is known as arguments. But this is nothing but a naming convention. Now suppose if I ask you what is the difficulty level. Difficulty level is the parameter. But the value, like it may be easy, it may be medium, it may be hard, it may be very hard. These are the values, these are the arguments. Clear? Difficulty level is the parameter, values are the arguments. So parameter is when we are writing the function, argument is when we are calling the function. Parameter is fixed, arguments keep changes as per the need of the user. This is the simple difference. Now there are three types of arguments: default argument, positional argument, keyword argument. Now let me show you some example. See this one. Here what I have done, I have written a function add, and I am passing two values x comma y. Now returning additional of these two values, I am calling the add function and I am trying to print it. What do you think? This will create an error or this will execute? This will not execute because there is no value of x and y. So it will show us an error. But I want to handle this kind of error. So what I can do? I can give some default arguments. That means if user forgets to give any value, or if he misses to provide any value, instead of showing an error, you take x as 1, y as 1. Clear? So what will happen? I have not given any value, but it will not show me an error. Instead, it will show me the output of 1 plus 1. If you want, you can give anything else, like you can give 3. So the output will be 1 plus 4. So while writing the program, I am giving some default values of the parameters. This is known as default arguments. Clear? Now if I write here 2 comma 3, what will happen? Then x will be overridden by 2, y will be overridden by 3. What will be happen? Result 5. Now if I give the value of x but I don't give the value of y, what will be the result? See 5, because default value of y is 3. Now if I make it 1, what will happen? 2, 2 plus 1. So x will be 2. X is the first one. So x will be replaced by 2. But the default of y is 1. So I have not given any value of 1, but y is by default 1. So the output will be 3. Okay, now next positional argument. Visualize this. This will be more clear. First, memory space will be created. Add pointing to a function has three parameters. Now the function will not be executed. Instead, it will go to the line number 4. And here the function gets called. Three values are passed, 2, 3 and 5. See, now what happened? X is initialized with 2, Y with 3, Z is with 5. So the first position gets the first number, the second position gets the second number, and the third position gets the third number. This is what is known as positional arguments. Clear? Next is keyword argument. Keyword arguments mean I don't want to follow the position. Instead, what I want to allocate y first, then z, then x, or any manner I can pass the values. So what will happen here? Let me show you. See what happens. First, it will go to line number 4. Memory space is created. Now the function is called, but here I have given y equals to 3 first, x equal to 2 last. So how it will be initialized? Let me show you. See, x equal to 2, y equal to 3, z equal to 5. I have not given in an ordered manner, but I have explicitly mentioned that x will be 2, y will be 3, z will be 5. Clear? This is known as keyword argument. So there are three types of argument. Number one, default arguments, where we are giving default value to the parameters. Second one is positional argument. Here the first parameter gets the first value, second parameter gets the second, third parameter gets the third value. Number three is keyword argument. Here I am explicitly mentioning with the parameter name. Clear? Now let's see this one. Here what I am trying to do, here I want to take any name like Mike, Fernandez or anything. Now I want to print it as a proper name. That means every character of first word will be in capital letter. What I have done, I have written a function first, full name. Two parameter, first star, first name is first dot capitalize. Capitalize function we studied in string. What will it do? It will convert m, the first character of the word, into capital letter. Same way surname, if will be converted to capital F. Return first name plus surname. Plus means concatenation operator. String concatenation, we studied that too. So Mike Fernandez will be concatenated into a single string. Now let me run this for you. See Mike Fernandez. Now let me visualize this. See here, if I click full name memory space created, first and third, two arguments. Next, name equal to full name, first equal to Mike, sir equal to Fernandez. First equal to Mike, sir equal to Fernandez. Function gets called. Next, first name will be converted, so M will be in capital letter. See, first name Mike is capital letter. Surname will be in capital letter. See, surname in F is in capital letter. It will return value. Return value is the concatenated string. Now name will get the return value, so name equal to Mike Fernandez. Print name, name will be print. See, this is the way it has been executed. Now tell me which kind of arguments I have used here. Here I have used keyword argument. I have explicitly mentioned first equal to Mike, sir equal to Fernandez. Now suppose if now tell me, will it be an error or it will run? Now I think you can say this one will simply run because keyword argument. Okay. Now suppose I write first equal to John, sir equal to Obama. And here I don't pass anything. What do you think the output will be? John Obama. This is, which argument is this? Default argument. Now I write sir equals to Fernandez. Now what will be the output? John Fernandez. Because by default first name is John. I have not provided anything here. But here I have providing sir as Fernandez. So here sir will be replaced by Fernandez. Clear? Now tell me, will this work? If I give first equal to Mike, here I don't provide any value, only default argument. I provide a default argument for sir Fernandez and here I provide first equal to Mike. Do you think this one will work? Yes, this one will work. But if I write first equal to John and I don't provide any arguments for sir and here I write sir equals to Obama, do you think that output will be John Obama? No. Why? Because non-default argument follows default argument. That is, first you can give any non-default argument. That is, if you want to give only one argument, you have to give it to the second parameter. Like here. Because the first one can be non-default argument, but the last one can be default argument. But you cannot do the reverse one. You cannot give any value to the first parameter without giving any value to the second parameter. So you get my point? Okay. So this is all about parameters and arguments. Clear? Now see, I have written a program about calculator which will perform four operations. First, it will ask for your choice, that is whether you want add or subtract or multiply or division. Then it will ask you to give two numbers as input and then as per your choice it will perform any operations. Okay, let me explain you. First I have written an addition function. It will return the additional value. Subtract function, return the subtraction value. Multiply, divide. Here divide, if we divide by 0 then it will be an error, else it will give us the divided value. Now this will be printed in the output like select operation and asking user to give your choice 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, while true, that means while the condition is true, the program will continue running. First, it will ask for choice. If choice is within the given numbers, then it will ask for two numbers, number 1 and number 2, on which you want to do the operations. But if the choice are not within 1, 2, 3, 4, it will go to the else part. Else part means invalid input will be printed. Okay. Now suppose the person gives choice number 2. That means subtraction. So it will ask for two numbers. First number, second number. And we know in Python by default everything is a string. So I have to convert it to either int or float. So here I have converted it to float number because I want to calculate on float number as well. Okay. Now if the choice equal to 1, that means if the user wants to do the additional operator, I will be calling the add function. Add function I have written in the first, and I will pass the two numbers as arguments, and it will give me the return value. Same if the choice is 2, subtract function will be called. If the choice is 3, multiplication function will be called. If the choice is 4, divide function will be called. And once it is done, we have to give the break statement to break out of the while loop, otherwise it may start an infinite loop. If user has given anything else other than 1, 2, 3, 4, else statement will be executed and invalid input will be printed. Okay, now let me run it for you. See, I want to do multiplication. 3. It will ask for first number, I give 20. Second number, I want to give 3. So the output will be 60. This is the way you can do 4 operations. You can do some more operations by creating your own functions and writing your own code. Okay, so you are ready to explore. Now, what is a function? This is simply nothing but a data type. It's just like integer, string, float, list, tuple, same. Suppose this one, addition function, we have written above, this gives us the result of two numbers. If I write s is equal to addition and I write print s, what do you think the output will be? It will be an error. See, this will show that it is a function. The name of the function is addition. So by simply writing this code, you can simply rename any function. Now if I write type of s, it will show me that this is a function. See, this is a function. Now suppose I call it a is equal to s of 2 comma 3. So I am calling s function giving two value 2 plus 3 5 will be returned to a. Now if I write print a, do you think this will work? Yes, simply this is the function. So simply addition function has been renamed to s and I can call s and it will give me the output because this is a simple data type. Now, can I delete a function? If I write del addition and then uh, if I execute, see the function is deleted. Now, if I call the function a equal to addition 2 comma 3 and then I write print a, do you think it will execute? No, because the function is deleted. So, it will show us name error. If I write s, I have renamed same name error because the function is deleted. Okay. Now tell me this one. Can I access function in this way? I have taken a list 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and a function addition. Okay, first let me run this one. Oh, sorry. Let me run this one. Okay. Now tell me, can I access the function in this way? Here what I have done, I have written a log minus 1. That means the addition function. Negative indexing, we studied. So a log minus 1 means addition function is getting called and 3 and 4 value are passed. So 3 plus 4 will be written, 7 will be written because the function is called here. This one, 3 plus 4. So if I run it, see the output is 7. So this is the way we can access a function also because it is a data type. Just like 5. 5 is an integer data type, addition is a function data type. Okay, now let's revise the whole thing. Till now, we have studied what is function, syntax of function. We have done some examples. We have studied the user-defined function versus built-in function. We have known how to access any docstring, studied about parameters versus arguments. What are the types of argument like default, positional, keyword arguments, and we have done a complete program on making a calculator. Now in today's class, we will do the rest of the part related to function. Okay. Now first, let me revise the function concept. We used def keyword, then a function name, then any parameters. which are going to be used in the program. Later on a docstring which will explain about the function, and then a return keyword. Okay. Now let's understand some concept related to function. A function can be an input to another function. Here I have written a function, add function, multiply function, and here apply operation, which is taking function as a parameter. Now it is returning a function x comma y. So what will happen when I will be calling this result one equal to apply operation function will be called, and I am passing add as an input. So function will be add, x will be 3, y will be 4. Next it will return the add function, and 3 and 4 will become its parameter. So the concept is a bit tricky, but I will make it easy for you. Let me show you in Python tutor. See, first the function is defined. So you can see the function is defined. Next, multiply is defined. Now apply operation, defined, apply operation which is taking function as an input. Result one will call apply operation is called. What will happen? Function will be add. See, function is pointing to the add function. X will become 3, y will become 4. Return function xy. That means it will return, function means add, function is pointing to the add. So add will be returned, add function will be returned, and a will become 3, b will become 4. See, here you can see a is 3, b is 4. Now it will go to the add function. So add function is called, a equal to 3, b equal to 4. It will return a plus b. It will return 7. Return value is 7. Now 7 is the return value. So 7 will be returned to the calling code. Now result will become 7. So print result means result will be printed. So this is the way we can send a function as an input. Now if I change this function to multiply, if I write multiply, what will happen? If I execute this, the multiplication will happen. So 3 into 4, 12. So this is the way you can write many functions. Like you can write def divide a comma b, return a divide by b. Now what if I write here divide and I write 6 divided by 4. So what will be the output? 1.5. So a function can be an input to another function. Clear? Now understand a different concept. Now let me tell you what is a nested function. Nested means one function inside another function. Just like nested if else, nested for, nested while, same concept. Here I have written an outer function and I am printing something. Inside the outer function I have written another function where I am printing something else. Now what happens? First the outer function is called. So it will go to the outer function, it will be executed. It will not execute the inner function. Inner function is not called, then it will come out. Next line will be inner function. Now inner function is called, it will go to the inner function, it will be executed. Let me visualize it. It will make things clear. Look how it runs. First outer function will be defined. Outer function is defined. But it will not be executed as it is not called. It will go to the line number 10. Here outer function is getting called. So it will again go back to the line number 1. Function is called. Go to the next line. Hello, this is outer function. This is printed. Now it will go to the inner function and inner function will be defined, but it will not be executed. Inner function is defined. Now it will go to the line number 8. Here inner function is getting called, so it will now execute the inner function. So hello I am inside. Now hello I am inside will be printed. See, printed. Now it will come back to the calling code and again it will complete execution. Clear? So this is the way you can write one function inside another function, and that is what is known as nested function. Now we will understand this concept. This one is returning a function. How we can return a function. Let me show you. See here, I have first defined the outer function. Outer function is defined. Now add 5 equal to outer function. That is outer function is called, 5 is the argument. So x will become 5. X will become 5. Next, it will go to the next line. Define inner function is defined, but it will not execute. So inner function is defined. Inner function. Now return inner function. That means inner function will be returned. Return value will be the inner function. Now see, the function is returning a function. Now it will return to whom? It will return to add 5. So add 5. So add 5 is pointing to inner function right now. Add 5 is inner function now. Now result equal to add 5 3. That means add 5 3 is getting called. Add 5 3 means the inner function. So inner function is called. So it has come back to the inner function. Okay. Now what will happen? Y is the our parameter here. So y means here 3. X was 5. Here I saw x equal to 5. Now y has become 3. So return 5 plus 3. So it will return 8. Now what will happen? Return inner function means result will be 8. Clear? So what I am doing here, I am returning a function from another function. So a function can be returned also. Okay. So these are good concepts about function. First one is that you can send a function as an input to another function. Second one is you can return a function to another function. Okay, now tell me one thing, that is that return keyword necessary? Till now in every program we have used the return keyword, but is that necessary? Can I define anything, any function without using this return statement? Yes, we can do that. If I run this program, see, this function will return none. Why? Because here I have just defined the function and I have written result equal to do something. Function is getting called, the function is printing, and return statement is missing here. So it is not returning anything. So result will be none. So the return keyword is not a necessary thing. Without that also we can define a function. If we want, we can return anything. We can return 6. Okay. But if in your program you don't need to return anything, you can just simply avoid return statement. Clear? Now next concept is lambda function. What is a lambda function? Lambda means an anonymous function. Why anonymous? Because this function doesn't have its own name. Lambda keyword is used to define the function. We will take xy as input and the function will be the addition of these two numbers. So result add numbers 3 comma 5, that means x will become 3, y will become 5, 3 plus 5, that is 8. So it will add numbers will become 8 and the result will become 8. So this is just a simple syntax. Within a single line you can perform operations as per your choice. Okay. So this is the syntax. Lambda keyword, then the parameters, colon, and write the operations. Okay. Let's do another program using lambda. Suppose I want to check whether a number is even or not. So even equals to lambda keyword x x modulus of 2 equal to 0. If the remainder is 0, that is even. Now result equals to even, pass any number 4. So what will happen? Let me print result. Print result. Now let me run it. See, this is true. Because 4 modulus of 2. So 0. So even will become true. So the result is true. That means 4 is even. So using a lambda function, you can write any functions within a single statement. This is going to be very beneficial while doing data science related projects. Okay. Okay. Now see this one. Here created is a function in parameter. It is returning the lambda function. So what will happen when add 5 equal to create_, function is called and it is returning this function. And this function will be returned to the add 5. Now result equal to add 5 means result is the lambda function which is passing 3 arguments. Let me visualize this for you. See, create_, function will be created. Now add 5 equal to create_, 5. Create_, function is getting called. N will become 5. Now it will return the lambda function. Lambda function will be returned to add 5. See, the return value is the lambda function and add 5 will contain lambda function. Okay. Now what will happen? Now result equal to add 5 3. That means lambda function is getting called now. So it will go to this lambda function. And what is that lambda function is doing? It is doing x equal to x plus n. Here x equal to 3 because I have given here 3. Here it has become 3 and n was 5. See here n was 5. So 3 plus 5 it will become 8. And it will return to the result. So it has become 8. Now print it. Result will be printed. Clear? I can do anything else. I can give 7. So it will print 5 plus 7. So I hope you understand how it is executing. First the function is defined. Next the function is getting called. When the function is getting called, it is returning the lambda function. It is not returning a single value. It is returning a function. And that function is stored in add5. Now when we are calling the add5, that means we are calling the lambda function. So it will go to the lambda function and it will perform accordingly. Okay, I hope this is clear. Okay, now let's understand this concept, args and quarks. Star args means when we are passing the number of arguments, it may not be fixed beforehand. It may change, it may be dynamic. For that, what we do while writing the function, we can write star args so that when function is called, it can take any number of arguments. I don't want to fix the value. I want to keep it flexible. That's why star args is used. So here what I have written in this function, simply total equal to 0 for num in R's, total equal to total plus num. That means all the numbers are added and stored to the total. This is just a for loop and it is returning the total value which will be stored in result and result will be printed. So here I don't need to write x comma y comma z comma a comma b comma c comma d. I don't need to write like that. Instead I can give a single star which will imply that any number of arguments can be passed. Clear? Now args is not a mandatory. I can write anything. If I write cocoa, here I write cocoa. See the same result. So this is just a convention args, but this is not mandatory that you have to write star args. The star is the special character which will make interpreter understand that any number of arguments can be passed. Okay. Okay. Now what about quarks? Quarks is a simple thing. Here instead of single star, we write double star because it is used for dictionary, that is for key value pairs. Now to use these key value pairs, we use double star. Concept is same. We don't know the number of arguments. But when it is a single argument, we use single star. When it is a key value pair, we use double star. And here also same concept. It is not necessary. I can write anything. I can write KWC or whatever you wish. This is just a simple convention that quarks is used. But basically which matters is the single star and double star. Now if I run it, it will show me as an output. Okay, so in this session we have studied some concepts related to function. That means return function is not necessary. A function can be an input to another function. A function can return another function, a nested function and lambda function. Okay, so now only one concept was left, that is scope of a variable in function. And today in this session we will study everything related to the scope of a variable. Okay, now let's start. Now tell me what will be the output of this following code snippet. Here what I have done, I have written my function and I have initialized b with 20 inside the function. I am trying to print the b inside the function. So here initialization and accessing both are done inside the function. That is known as local variable. That means the variable is initialized locally and the variable is accessed locally. The scope of the variable is local. But what if I declare the variable outside the function and I try to call the variable from the function? What will happen? Now if I run it, the output will be 10. So this is what is known as global variable. Here I have declared the variable outside the function, not inside the function like before. Okay, so when I am declaring it inside the function, this is known as local variable. When I am declare it outside the function, this is known as global variable. Now tell me one thing. If I write another function, definition my function 1 and I am trying to access the b. Do you think I can access? Let me call the function my function 1. If I run this, what will be the output? It will be an error and it will show as b is not defined because b is within the scope of my function. So my function 1 cannot access b because b is a local variable within a local place. Anybody else from outside cannot access b. Simple concept. But here, if I write the same function, let me copy this one and I have to call the function my function 1. Now what do you think? It will show an error or it will give us the output? See, both can access the variable. My function can also access A. My function 1 also can access it. Because here A is the global variable. The scope of A is global. So this is the difference between local variable and global variable. Local variable means inside the function. The scope is only inside the function. You can access the variable only inside the function, but global means any function can access that. You can access it from anywhere because the variable is declared globally. Okay, that is what is known as local scope and global scope. Clear? Now tell me what will be the output of this function. A equal to 10, you can see this is a global variable. Shadow function, I have created a function A equal to 100. This is a local variable. Why? Declared inside a function. Now if I try to write print A, what will be the output? It will be 10 or it will be 100. Now what will be the output? It will access the global variable or it will access the local variable. What do you think? Let me run this. See what happens here. The inner variable shadows the global variable within its scope. Okay. This concept is known as variable shadowing. But if I write print A, what will happen? Now it will be 10 or 100. What do you think? Now let me show you. This is gonna be 10 because here it will access the global variable. Simple. Variable shadowing means the inner variable shadows the global variable within its scope. But outside its scope, it cannot shadow. Outside its scope, it is not accessible because it is a local variable. So here, which one I can access? I can access only the global variable. And global variable is 10. So the output will be 10. Clear? Variable shadowing concept, I think it's clear to you. Now let me tell you about this one. Okay, you tell me what will be the output of this one. A equal to 10. This is a global variable. Function declared. What I am trying to do? I can access from the global variable. So I am trying to modify it. A equal to A plus 1. I want A to be 11. And I want it to be printed as 11. Do you think it will be 11? No, this will show us an error. Why? You can access a global variable, but you cannot modify it locally. You understand my point? You can access, you can use, you can print, but you cannot modify the variable. Because suppose there are many functions. I write def another function. I write def another function. And if everyone is trying to access it and modifying it globally, then global variable will be confused. Okay, there will be a problem, there will be a chaos. That's why any local function can access a global variable but cannot modify it. You get the concept? Now tell me one thing. If I write global A, now what do you think? See, now I am contradicting my words. I am able to change the global variable. 10 plus 1, that is 11. See, this is done by using the global keyword. So what is a global keyword? By using the global keyword, you can modify a global variable within a scope of a function. So Python is not strict. It is giving you the option that you can change the global variable, but not directly. Why is that so? Because if you need it, You can do it, but this is not a recommended practice. It is like speeding up the car. If you need to go somewhere, it is an emergency, you have to go, you can go in speed, but this is not what is recommended. So same here, the concept is completely same. If you need it for your program, you can do it. Python is not restricting you from doing it. But if you don't need, then don't go for it. This is not recommended. When someone is writing global keywords many times in his project, so it can be considered that it is not a good programming code. Okay, now let's see another one. Tell me what will be the output of this program. X equal to 10, a global variable. I have declared a function, outer function. Here x equal to 20, variable shadowed. Now you can see this is a nested function. We studied in our last class. This is the inner function, x equal to 30. Print x. Then outside the inner function, print x again, which is in outer function. Now after everything, outside everything, print x. So what will be the value of the x? Take a pause and tell me what will be the output. Okay, now let me show it to you in Python tutor. Now first, see x equal to 10. Global variable initialized with 10. Next, outer function defined, but outer function is not called. So outside the function, outer function is called. Outer function is called means now it will execute x equal to 20. So here another variable within the scope of outer function x equal to 20. Clear? Next, def inner function. Inner function is defined, but it will not execute until it is called. So outside the function, line number 8, here inner function is called. So now it will execute the inner function. See the red line. Now inner function is called. Now what will happen? X equal to 30. Another variable will be created. X equal to 30. Different variable within the scope of inner function. Okay. Now if I click next, print inside x is 30. That means inside x is will be printed here. See inside x is 30 and return value is none because here it is not returning anything. Fine. The function has completed its execution and x equal to 30 is deleted from the memory because this was the scope of the function. Once the function has completed execution, x equal to 30 variable is lost. So you get my point. Now what is the value of x? Now the value of x is 20. So this line print in outer function x means x equal to 20 will be printed because we are inside the outer function. We are inside the outer function and inside the value of x is 20. So here the x value of x is 20. Now see in outer function it is 20 and the return value is none because the function is not returning anything. Now we have completed outer function also. So what will happen? This x will also be deleted because the function has completed execution. When the function completes its execution, everything is lost from the memory. Look, it is lost. Now what will happen? Here print outside everything here. That is the global variable. Global variable means now x value of x is 10. Now if I print outside everything is 10. Okay, clear? Okay, now tell me what will be the output for this one. Non-local keyword I have used here. First, outer function, a count variable. Within inner function, I am using the non-local keyword. And I am trying to increase the value of count. See what I am doing here. First, I have created a function, outer function. So it is not called. Now this function is called. So outer function is called. That means count will be initialized with 0. See, nested function and inner function within outer function. So nested function is created. It is pointing to a function, but it will not be executed because it is not called. What is the next line? Return inner function. So this inner function will be returned to whom? To the calling code. That is counter here. So counter will hold the inner function. Okay. See the return value is the function. we studied about this concept that we can return a function also in our last function related class. So here counter is holding the inner function. Okay. Now next line is print counter function. So here what I am doing, calling the counter function, and whatever the output will be, that will be printed. So when I am calling the counter function which is holding the inner function, that means the inner function is called. You can now see inner function is called. Now what will happen? Count equal to count plus 1. That means 0 plus 1. So the value will be 1. The value of count will be 1. Now return value. See, return value is 1. Count has become 1. Now this will return to home. So this statement, print counter. So print 1. Now 1 will be printed. See, 1 is printed. You get my point? Same thing will happen again. Again print counter means, again the counter is called. Counter means, counter is holding the inner function. Counter is called means, inner function is called. Inner function is called means, we will go back to the line number 3. Again line number 3. Next, count equal to count plus 1. What was the value of count? You can see 1. So 1 plus 1, that is 2. Count will become 2. You can see return count. Return value will be 2. So 2 will be returned. To home, to the calling function. That means to line number 11. Print 2. So 2 will be printed. 2 will be printed. Clear? So here, what does this non-local keyword means? So when you are trying to modify a variable from an inner function, which is within the scope of the outer function, you have to use the non-local keyword. Here we are trying to modify the count from the inner function, but count is a variable of the outer function. So that is when we require this non-local keyword. Okay, because the scope of the variable is the outer function, but we are trying to modify it from the inner function. So that is when you can use the non-local keyword. Okay, now what if I try to print count here? What do you think the output will be? It will be an error. Why is that so? Because count is declared within the scope of a outer function. So we cannot access it from outside the function. See, there with this one will be error. Count is not defined. It is inside the scope of a outer function. But I am trying to access it from outside. So you can do that. Okay. Now tell me about this one. If you can say, then you have understood the concept. First, I have taken a global variable 100. Next, I have created a outer function and I have taken outer variable 50. Next, I have taken an inner function. I have created inner variable 25. Now, what will happen if I write print outer variable? What do you think the output will be? First, global variable will be defined. Outer function will be defined. Next, we'll go to the next line. Outer function will be called. When the outer function will be called, outer variable will be defined with 50 and now print outer variable. So what will happen? 50 will be printed. Let me show you. 50 is printed. Now if I write print global variable, what will be the output? This will be 100. See, from the we can access global variable from anywhere. Now if I write print the inner variable, what do you think the output will be? If I write inner variable, it will show an error because the inner variable is inside the scope of the inner function. So I cannot access it from outer function. Clear? Now suppose here if I write print global variable. Normally it can access global variable 100. Now if I write print outer variable, what will be the output? 50. It can access the outer variable also. Now if I write print inner variable, now what will be the output? See, 25. So it can access inner variable also because this is in the inner function. So we can access the inner variable also. Now suppose outside the inner function, if I write print global variable. What will be the output? 100. It can access. Now if I write print outer variable, what will be the output? 50. Because we are inside the outer function. We are inside the outer function. So outer variable can be easily accessed. But what if I write print inner variable? Now what will happen? Now if I try to run it, error. Because we are outside the inner function. The scope of the inner function is up to this one. So an error. Let me uncomment this one. Clear? Now outside every function. We are outside outer function also. Outside outer function also. Now I am writing print global variable. What will be the output? Global variable you can access from anywhere. Simple concept. What will be the output? It will be an error because we are outside the outer function also. So what are the concept we have learned? The global variable, the local variable, global scope, local scope. We can access global variable within a function, but we cannot modify it. If you want to modify, we have to use the global keyword. Okay. Now tell me what will be the value of A right now. Think and tell me. We are inside the inner function and we are trying to access A. But A is declared 100 globally, 50 in the outer function, 25 in the inner function. But we are trying to access here print A. Now what will happen? Variables are doing, so 25 will be printed. Now if I come out of the inner function and I try to access A. Now what will happen? This will be 50. See, A is 50. A is 50. Why? Because we are inside the outer function, outside the inner function. Simple. Now if I print A here, now what will be the output? We are outside every function. So it will access the global variable. This one, this one. Now let me show you. See, this is global variable. Now let me delete this one, and uncomment this one, and delete this one. Now tell me what will be the output. There is no inner variable. So print A means what will be the output? See, the output is 50. It is going for the outer function. Now if I delete this one also, then what do you think the output will be? The output is 100. Global variable, that is 100. Okay. Now if I write A equals to 50, now what will be the output? See, now the output is 50 because it is taking from the outer function. But I delete this one. Now what will happen? Now it will be 100 because now it will go for the global one. So what is the preference? First, it will look for local variable. If local variable is not found, then it will go outside the function. Outside the function. If there is any outer loop or outer function, if also not there, then it will go for the global variable. Now we have discussed almost every concept related to the scope of a variable in function in Python. Okay, in this session we will talk about list data type in Python. Okay, first we have to know what is a list. List is a built-in data type which represents a collection of elements. That means it is developed by the Python developers. That is why built-in and it can contain any number of elements. Next, lists are versatile and can contain different data types. That is why it is known as a heterogeneous. Let me show you. Suppose if you write L equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or whatever, how many number of elements you can store in a single place. That is what is known as list. If I write print L, the list will be printed. Okay. Now why versatile? Here I have written integer. Now I can write string also. If I write Python See, the same list can contain integer, string, any data type, even function. We studied about that in our function class. That list can contain function also because that is also a data type. That is why it is known as heterogeneous. Okay. Next, lists are defined by square brackets. You can see that square bracket is used to define a list. Now we will understand what is the difference between array and list. Array also contain many number of elements. List also can contain any number of elements. Okay. First, let me show you that how array works. When you define an array, a memory block is created. Now suppose I write int array 4. That means the array will contain 4 elements and the elements will be integers. Okay. So I can write here 1, 2, 3, 4. So a block of memory is created and the numbers are stored. Okay. But what about list? List directly doesn't store the data. Instead, when I write L equals to 1, 2, 3, 4, it first saves 1 in a memory. Let's say 100. When I declare 2, it is allocated in a separate memory. It may be 200. Next, when I declare 3, let's say 300 memory location. And now if I write 4, that can be stored in another memory location, 400. Okay. Now when the list is created, the memory address are stored instead of the values. You get my point. The difference between the array and the list. Array means the values are directly stored. But in list, the values are stored in a memory location. But the memories are stored in the list. So instead of values, the memories are stored in the list. And that is why list is known as referential array. Now what is 100? 100 is the memory location of value 1. 200 means memory location of value 2. 300 means memory location of value 3. 400 means memory location of value 4. Let's visualize this by doing coding. If I write print id of list. id function gives us the memory address of the list. This is the memory address of the list. But if I print id l of 0, now what will happen? Different address. This is the memory address of 1. Now if I write print id of 1, see this will be same because this is the memory location of value 1. Same way if I write 1, now see what will be the value? A different one. And if I write print id of 2, okay. So L of 1 means the second element 2, the memory location of 2, and id of 2 means the memory location of 2. So it is giving us the same value. But what is the memory location value of L? That is a different value. The value of the list, the memory location of the list, that is 192.192 and 592. 1 is stored in 592. Next, it is containing 62459. Now in 592, the value of 1 is stored. Separate memory location 624. And here the value 2 is stored. So this is the mechanism of list. Now it's clear the difference between array and list. Array is fixed. See, the array is fixed. But list is dynamic. That means we can add new numbers also. Second, array is homogeneous, but list is heterogeneous. Because if I want to store a string here, they have a different size. Integer has a different size and string has a different size. So we cannot just store it here because it is already allocated. But in case of list, we can store a string here like Python, and it may have a separate memory location, maybe 600. Now we are storing the address of the memory in the list. So no problem. Whenever we are trying to access 600, it will go to the 600 and it will bring Python. That is why it can contain heterogeneous elements. Next, speed of execution. Speed of execution of list is slow. Why? Because first it has to go for the address value, then it has to look for the value in that address. So that is why it has to work more and the speed of the execution is slow. That is why Python is slower. It's a kind of disadvantage of Python. But here it is not like that. You can directly access the value. So it is much faster. Next one is memory. See, you can also say that in Python, more memory is used in comparison with array. Here only 1, 2, 3, 4, one block is enough, but here you have to locate a block for address and then a different block for storing the value. So memory is also much used in case of making a list. Okay, now you have a clear idea about the difference between an array and a list. In this session, we will start with creating a list. Now we know what is a list. List is a built-in data type. List is a collection of ordered elements and the elements can be homogeneous or heterogeneous. Okay. Now how to define a list? By giving a square bracket or a third bracket. Now how to create an empty list? If I just write this way, a equals to only the brackets and no value, then it is known as an empty list. Now if I run it, an empty list will be printed. Clear? Now next is one dimensional list. First understand the difference between one dimension, two dimension, three dimension. One dimension represents single axis, single line. Two dimension, two axis, length and breadth, maybe a plane. Three dimension means three axis. So let's say length, breadth and height. Now first we will create a one dimensional homogeneous list. Here 1, 2, 3, 4. This is a one dimensional list. You can see why homogeneous? Because all of them are integers. Okay. Now if I write print AB, comma, BC, comma, CD, then which type of list is this? This is homogeneous because all the elements are string, same data type. Now if I write print 1, comma, string Python, then this is a heterogeneous list. Why? Because it is containing integer and string also. One integer, Python string. So different kind of data type. Different kind of data type means heterogeneous. Clear? Now what is two dimensional? That means two axis. So here you can see that 1, 2, 3 are integers, but 4, 5 is a list. Yes, a list can contain another list also, because a list can contain any elements, any data type, that is, that may be an integer, that may be a float, that may be a string, boolean, list, tuple, set, dictionary, function, any data type it can contain. So here 4, 5 itself is a list. So this list is containing integers as well as a list. So this is an heterogeneous two-dimensional list. Now if I write print 1, 3, 2, 4, let me give this one. This is a two-dimensional list. That is clear. Two axes. Now the question is, it is homogeneous or heterogeneous? Both of the elements are list. This is also a list. This is also a list. Elements are separated by comma and both of them are list. So this is a homogeneous list. Now suppose I write print 1, comma 1.5, comma 2.53. Now tell me, this is a homogeneous or heterogeneous? This is a heterogeneous because this is a float and this is a list. Now next, three-dimensional list. See here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3 is a one-dimensional list. 4, 5, 6 is a one-dimensional list. But they are together in a 2D list. And this is also a 2D list. So this is also a 2D list. And this is also a 2D list. And all of them makes the 3D list. Clear? Now to remember, I can give you a trick. If it opens with a single bracket like this one, this is a one-dimensional list. If it contains two squared brackets, then you can say this is a two-dimensional list. And if it contains three square brackets, three squared opening brackets, same three squared closing bracket, then it is a 3D list. So one 3D list can contain two two-dimensional list. Clear? Next, heterogeneous list. We have already understood that heterogeneous means different kinds of data. Here, one, you say integer, two, you say which data type, string, 3.0, float. This is list, key value we have not studied yet, but this is a dictionary data type. Okay, so a simple list can contain different kind of data type, and that is why it is known as heterogeneous list. Okay, now I can also use the range function within a list. What does range function do? We also studied this while studying for loop. Range function generates a number. Range of 5 means 5 number will be generated, and the numbers which are generated are kept within a list. Now if I print this, see 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 numbers are generated and they are within a list. So by writing list also you can create a list. Okay, let me show you. If I write a equal to list and then I print a, so one list will be created. Empty list. Clear? Now, do you remember the type function? We studied before also. Type function provides us the data type of the variable. So now if I run it, the output will be list because the data type is list. Clear? So these are the way by which we can create a list. Now let's understand how we can access any items of a list. We can do it by two ways. Number one is index wise or item wise. Indexing we have already learned. If I write print L of 2, what will happen? 0, 1, 2, 0 based indexing, or we can say positive indexing. So 3 will be printed. And what about negative indexing? If I write L of minus 1, it starts from the right side. This one is minus 1, minus 2, minus 3, minus 4, minus 5, minus 6. So L of minus 1 means 6. So if I run it, the output will be 3 and 6. So this is the way you can access any element of a list. Okay. Now what is item wise? Now if I write for item in L, print item, what will happen? It will print 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. See 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this way also you can traverse a list. Indexing by using the index position, item wise by using the exact items. Okay. Now slicing concept you remember. Slicing means printing a part of a list. If I want to print 1 to 5, it will start from 0 indexing. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Last one is excluded. So it will print up to from 1 from Tom to Ram. Clear? What about this one? You can say no starting point means starting from the beginning. So Harry 0, 1, 2, 3 is excluded. Last one is excluded. So Harry, Tom, Rani. See what happens? Okay. Now what about this one? Starting from minus 3. Minus 3 means negative indexing. Minus 1, minus 2, minus 3. Starting from Raja. Nothing in the end. So up to the end. So Raja, Ram, Sam. Now let me run it. Clear? Now you can solve these things by yourself. This one also we have just learned. And our next topic is how to add any item to a list. Let me create a list. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now I want to add 5 at the end. How I can do it? Append function. You remember append 5? That means 5 will be appended to the end of the list. So if I print L, what will be the output? It will give me the list added with 5. Okay. But now if I print L, then what will be the value of L? See, this has been added. So when you are using the function, this is added to the end of the list. But if you try to print in this way, then it will show you as none because the function returns nothing. So you have to print the variable itself. Clear? Next, this one is for you. This is a list. Which type of list is this? Try to tell. Two brackets opening. So two-dimensional 1, 2, 3 is a list, 4, 5, 6 is a list. Elements are separated by comma. So just take one element and check which element is this. List. Second element, list. Both of them are list. Homogeneous. Two opening bracket, two-dimensional. Clear 2D homogeneous list. Now I have taken a blank list, empty list. We have just learned how to create. Now if I traverse this item wise, for I in list, for I means first 1 to 3 will be taken. This is an element, first element 1 to 3 is taken. Now for j in I, j means first one, the 1. Now 1 will be appended to the new list. Same way 2 will be appended to the new list. 3 will be appended to the new list. Once the for loop completes, it will go to the outer for loop and it will take the second element of the list. Second element means 4, 5, 6. So once 4, 5, 6 is taken, then again in next for loop. Now what will happen? 4, 5, 6. Now first 4 will be taken. 4 will be appended to the list. 5 appended, 6 appended. Now let me show it to you in Python tutor. See, first list will be created. In the first 0th position, a list 0, 1, 2. In the second position, a list 0, 1, 2. Clear? Now if I click new list, an empty list is created. Fine. Now for I in list, I first it will point to the first list, that is 1, 2, 3. Now for j in I, that means j will be 1, j in I, j in 0th position right now, j will be 1. 1 will be added to the new list. Okay. Now next, again, the next will be added. 2, 2 will be added to this list. See, 2 is added. Again for loop, now the value will be 3. J is 3. J will be added. See, J is added. Okay, now this for loop has completed execution. 1, 2, 3 is completed. Now it will go to the outer for loop. And now I is pointing to the first element. Now I will point to the second element. Because I will be point to the first position of the list. Clear? Now what will happen? Again the loop will start. So J will become 4, the first one. Now J will be appended to the list. Again J will become 5. J5 will be appended to the list. J will become 6. 6 will be appended to the list. Clear? Now the outer loop also has completed execution. Now print new list. This is the new list. This will be printed. See what happens. Clear? Okay. So this is the way you can append a list or you can create a new list where you can put an elements of other list. Okay, clear? Now tell me one more thing. If I write L dot append 6 comma 7 and I try to print L, what will happen? See, this will be an error. Why? Because append can add only one argument. Append takes exactly one argument. Only one element you can add by using the append statement. Okay. Now if I want to add more than one element, I need the extend. How? If I write 1, 2, 3, 4. And now I want to write L dot extend within a list. I write 5, 6, 7. I want to add 5, 6, 7 to the end of the list. Now if I print L, see the output 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Now what is the difference then? Append can add exactly one argument. Extend can take or add more than one value. Okay. Now if I want to insert any element into a specific position, then I have to call the insert function. Suppose I want to add 1 in the second position. Okay. So what I can write? I can write insert function. Insert you have to first give the position number. Suppose I want to add in first position. Instead of 2, I want to write 10 here. So I have to give 1, comma 10. Now if I write print L, what will happen? Okay. So in the first position, 10 has been inserted. If I write it 100, what will happen? There will be 100. Okay. So by giving any position also you can insert by using the insert function. So what are the functions we have learned for adding? Append, add any item at the end of a list, extend, add many items at the end of a list, insert by giving a position number, we can insert any number into the list. Clear? So tell me what will be the output of this code snippet. If I run it, what will be the output? 456. Why? The first element of the list is a list 1, 2, 3. Second element 4, 5, 6. Third element 7, 8, 9. This is a two-dimensional list. So if I write L of 1, that means it will fetch the first element of the list, that is 4, 5, 6. Now I want only 5. Now to access 5, I have to write 1 again. Now 4 is in 0th position, 5 is in first position, 6 is in second position. So now if I run it, the output will be 5. Clear? Now how I can access only 9? Try to tell me the code. Print. First I have to go to the third element of the list, that is 7, 8, 9. 0th position, first position, second position. So I have to write 2. Okay, now we have fetched 7, 8, 9. But I want only 9. So now 7 is in 0th position, 8 is in first position, 9 is in second position. So again I have to write. Now see, 9 will be the output. Okay, now suppose if I write print L 1 0. Tell me what will be the output. L of 1 means first position. So in 0th position, this is first position. So 4, 5, 6. Now 0. So now 4 is in the 0th position. So the output will be 4. Clear? Now take an example of 3D list. Here you can see it is a 3D list because this is a 2D list. This is a 2D list. This is also a 2D list and together they are making a 3D list. Layers of list you can see. Now if I try to fetch 0, then what will be the output? This is in 0th position, right? This list is in first position. This list is in second position. So if I run it, the output will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. A 2D list. Clear? Now I want to print only 4, 5, 6. So what I can do? If I write 1, because now 1, 2, 3 is in 0 position, 4, 5, 6 is in 1 position, so only 4, 5, 6 will be printed. Clear? Now if I want to access only the 6, how I can do it? Now start again. This is in 0th position, this is in first position, 6 is in second position, so if I want only 6, I have to write 2. Clear? So this is the way you can access the element of 3D list using indexing also. Clear? Now suppose I print my 3D list and I write 2, then I write 1, then I write 0. Can you tell me what will be the output? First, my list 2, that means second position, 0th position, first position, second position. So we are here now. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Okay. Next, first position. So now this becomes 0th position and this one is first position. So now we are in 16, 17, 18. Okay. Now again if I write 0, that means 16 because 16 is in the 0th position. So the output will be 16. Let me show you. Oh, sorry. I have written 3D list. This will be 3D list 16. Clear? Now let's start today's session. First one is which operators can be applied on list? Two operators. Number one arithmetic operator. Number two is the membership operator. Here I have taken list 1, 1 to 3, list 2, 4, 5, 6. Now I am using the addition symbol. So what will be the result? Both of the list will be concatenated into a single list. Clear? Now if I use the multiplication operator, what will happen? The list will be repeated 3 times and it will be in a single list. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So two types of arithmetic operators can be applied on list. Additional operator, multiplication operators. No other arithmetic operators can be applied on list. Clear? Next one is membership operator. You remember membership operator, in operator and not in operator. In means to check whether the element is present inside the list or not. Here the list is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if 3 in my list, yeah, 3 is in my list. So print 3 is in the list. So it will be printed. Clear? Now if I write 6 not in my list 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, 6 is not in the list. So this is condition is also true. So it will be printed 6 is not in the list. Clear? Now if I write 5, then what will happen? 5 is in the list. So this condition is not true. So this print statement will not be printed. See, nothing will be printed. So membership operator can also be applied on list. So two operators, arithmetic, membership. Membership operator in, not in, arithmetic operator, additional operator and multiplication operator. Okay, fine. Now editing using indexing. List data type can be edited. Here I have taken a list 1, 3.5, 7, 9, 9.6. Okay. Now I want that 3.5 to be replaced by 6. First access 3.5 using my list 1. My list 1 equal to 6 means the value in the first position will be replaced by 6. Now if I run it, what will happen? See, 3.5 is replaced by 6. So this is the way you can edit a list also. Clear? Now if I want to edit a list using slicing, how can I do it? Here I want 357 to be replaced by 2, 3. How can I do it? 3 is in first position, 5 second position, 7 third position. So slicing concept 1 to 4, last one is excluded. Here it will be replaced by 2, 3. Now if I print, clear. So 357 replaced by 2, 3. Clear? Okay, so these are the way we can edit by indexing or by editing using slicing. Okay, now let's understand how we can delete any element. How we can delete? If I use the del keyword, we have studied before also, it will delete the complete list. So my list equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now if I write del my list and I try to print it, see, it will show as an error because the list is deleted. Now again I am trying to access the list. So it will show my list is not defined. Clear? Next, I don't want to delete the whole list. I want to delete a portion of the list. How I can do it? Same concept. Slicing. Del my list 1 to 3. That means 2 will be deleted because 2 is in first position. 3 will be deleted because 3 is in second position. And the last one is excluded. So now if I print it, 2 and 3 will be deleted. So the remaining will be 1, 4, 5. So by using only the del keyword, you can delete the whole list, or by using slicing, you can delete a portion of the list. Clear? Next, understand the remove function. Remove function means if I want to remove any particular element, I can use the remove function and pass the value as the argument. If I run it, 3 will be removed. Okay, now if I write 5, then what will happen? 5 will be removed. 1, 2, 3, 4. Clear? If I write 1, what will happen? 1 will be removed. So the value you pass will be removed from the list. Okay. Now next understand pop function. Pop function means it eliminates the last element of the list. Here the list is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now if I run the pop function, then it will delete 5 from the list. Let me show you. The element removed is the last element, that is the 5, and updated list will be 1, 2, 3, 4. Clear? So if you give pop and you give nothing as argument, it will delete the last element of the list. But instead of the last element, I want to delete something from the middle. What I can do? If I write mylist.pop2, that means second element will be deleted. Now if I run it, see what happens? 3 will be deleted. The remaining list is 1, 2, 4. Okay. So if you pass any argument in the pop function, then the value at that particular index, at that specified index will be deleted If you pass nothing, it will delete the last element from the list. Clear? You understand the difference? Now the next concept is clear. What does clear function do? It clears the elements of the list. If I run it, a blank list will be printed. So it deletes the values of the list. Now tell me what is the difference between del and clear then? Del is also deleting the list. Clear is also deleting the list. Then what is the difference? The difference is that clear function doesn't delete the list. It deletes the values from the list. The same if I write a code for you like my list equal to 1 2 3 4 5 and I write del my list. Now if I try to access my list, see what will happen. We have seen before also it will show an error because now the list is deleted but still you are trying to access the list. So name my list is not defined. But here it is not like that. List is clear, the values are cleared but an empty list is existing. Okay, so you get the difference between clear and delete. Delete deletes the list. Clear clears the values from the list. Okay. This session we will know about some basic functions can be applied on a list. Okay, first one is the len function. Len function which we studied before also. This can be applied on any data type. Len function gives us the length of the list. Okay, now here my list 1 2 3 4 5 and I want the length of the list. So I have applied the len function and as an argument I have passed the list. Okay, now if I print it will give us the length of the list 1 2 3 4 5. Clear? Next, max. Max will give the maximum value from the list. So if I run it, it will give us the maximum value, that is 9. Okay. Minimum, same. It will give us the minimum value of the list. So the output will be 1. Okay. Now what about count function? Count function will give us the number of occurrences of any element. Here I have given count of 2. That means how many times 2 is occurring in the list. 1, 2, 3, 3 times. So the output will be 3. Okay. Now if I give 5. How many times 5 is occurring in the list? Only 1 time. So the output will be 1. Okay. So count gives the number of occurrences. Next is index. Index position helps to find the index of a specific element. Here I am giving 3. That means 3 is in which index position? 0, 1, 2. In second position. So the output will be 2. Okay. Now if I write 5. What will be the output? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it is in fifth position only. Okay. So it gives us the index position. Now let's understand reverse function. Reverse function means it will simply reverse the list. So it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now if I run reverse, then it will be reversed. Okay. So suppose I give 20, 25. Now if I run it, see the same list will be simply reversed. How I can access the function? MyList dot reverse. Okay. Now let's understand sort versus sorted. Both of them are used to sort a list but works in a slightly different manner. Now let's understand the difference. My list equal to I have taken a list. Now if I apply my list dot sort and then I try to print the my list, what will happen? This will sort the list. Okay. But suppose if I want to print this way dot sort. Now if I run this, do you think that it will sort the list as output? No, it will give us none. Why? Because it doesn't return anything. It sorts the existing list, but it doesn't return a new list. Okay, then what is sorted? Same, I have taken a list and now I have been applying sorted function on the list. Now if I print this, see the sorted list will be printed. So sorted function returns a new list, sorted list. But sort function doesn't return anything. It modifies the existing list. Now if I print my list, what will happen? My list will be sorted or my list will remain same? It will remain same. That is the difference between sort and sorted. In sorted function, it returns a new modified list and it doesn't change the original list, but in sort function, it modifies the existing list and it doesn't return anything. Clear? Now this is all for today. In our next class, we will study about list comprehension and we will try to do many programmings based on the concept. Okay, till then, bye. Happy learning. In this session, we will study about list comprehension. List comprehension is a concise way of creating list. You can generate a new list by applying an expression to each item in an existing iterable and also filtering the items based on a given condition. Okay, so the syntax is this is the new list where the result will be stored. This is the expression, that is the operation applied to each item. Then for item in iterable means I am starting a for loop. Item is the each value in the iterable, and if condition means any condition you can apply. So everything is done in a single line and kept in a new list. Okay, let's understand this by an example. First, I will take a list A 4 6 8. I'm sorry, 4 6 8 2 3 4 9 40. Okay, now what I want only those numbers which are greater than 5, and I want to keep this in a separate list. Now new list B equals to list item for item in the iterable. Which one is the iterable here? A. That means first it will take 4, then it will take 6, then it will take 8. It will continue a for loop. Now if the condition is item greater than 5. Now if the condition is true, if the value is greater than 5, then it will be stored into B. So first it will take 4. 4 greater than 5? No, it will not be stored. 6. 6 greater than 5? Yes, it will be stored. 8 greater than 5? Yes, it will be stored. So the item will be simply kept in the new list. Now if I print B, what will be the result? Say 6, 8, 9, 40. Only those numbers which fulfill the condition is greater than 5, will be the output. So in a single line, I have used for loop, I have used if condition, and I have created a new list. So this is what is known as list comprehension. Clear? Now suppose I want to square these numbers which are greater than 5. So what I can do? Item into item. Now what will happen? See what happens? 36, 64, 81, 1600. So square values of these numbers. Whatever operation you want to perform, you can perform it here. Okay, now next understand the next one. Here I have taken two-dimensional list. 1, 2, 3 is a list, 4, 5, 5 is a list, and they are kept in a separate list. Now what I want to do? I want to concatenate these two lists into a single list. So in a single list, all elements will be there. I will do this using list comprehension. First, list 2, where the result will be stored, the new list. Next, J, this is the expression. So I want to keep J in the list. Now next for I in list, that means the zeroth position will be taken. This is in zeroth position. This is in first position. So first zeroth position will be taken. So 1, 2, 3 will be taken. Now on that I start another for loop for J in I. What is I? I is 1, 2, 3 here. Now for J in I, so J will take each item from I. So first it will be 1 and 1 will be kept in list 2. And this loop will continue. First 1 will be kept, then 2, then 3. Once it completes, it comes out of this and it goes into this for loop again. Now for I, now I will be 1. So for I in list means 4, 5, 5. Now next for J in I, that means now I 4, 5, 5. So every element of 4, 5, 5 will be taken. J will become 4, then J will become 5, then J will become 5, and all the elements will be kept in list 2 because J will be kept in list 2. So now list 2 will contain all the elements. Now if I print, see what happens. Clear? Next do another one. Here I want to Square only those numbers which are even. Squares, new list. Now expression. What is the expression? Squaring the numbers. For loop, I have to iterate all the values of the loop. So for num in numbers, it will take every number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Once it takes 1, it will check a condition. If num modulus 2 equal to 0, if 1 modulus 2 equal to 0, no, that is not true. So it will skip this one. It will go for the next one. Num in numbers 2. Again it will check the condition. If the condition matches, yes, then it will perform the operations. So what will it do? It will square. So 2 square, that is 4. So 4 will be printed. So 4 will be kept in the new list, that is squares, and it will give us the result. So you can see within a single line we are using for loop, if, and we are doing some operations on that. That is why it is known as list comprehension. Okay, I have taken strings 1, 2, 3, 4. These are in single quote, so these are all strings. Now I want to convert the strings to integers. First, I have taken the expression, that is int of x. Int, you know, this is a built-in function. So it will convert the string to integers. Now I have to traverse all the elements. So I will start the for loop for x in str list. So it will traverse every element of the list and then it will convert it into integer. So now this will be integers. Okay. If I want to square all the numbers from 1 to 10, how can I do this? Using list comprehension. A, where the value will be stored. Now I want to square. So I take I square. Now I will start a for loop. For I int, I will use the range function. Range function generates sequence of number. You remember? Now for 1, comma 11. Why 11? Because the last one is excluded. So now if I print A, see what will happen? All the values are squared. Let's do another one. I have taken a list which will contain I love Python. Okay. Now what I want? I want to convert all these letters to uppercase. So new list B equals to expression word dot upper function. You remember upper function? For word in word. Here make it words. Okay. Now if I run this, I have to print the new list. See what happens. Every word is in uppercase. Okay. Now suppose I do let's take this one, and now new list C expression A will be kept, for loop will start for A in words. Now can you tell me what will be the output of this one? Here A is the expression, A will be kept. When first for loop will be started for A in words, every word will be taken. Now if condition, if any char dot lower, that means it will be converted into lower case, and it will check whether it is within A IOU or not for char in A. That means suppose it takes love. So for L, then for O, then for V, then for E, what it will do? First it will convert it into lowercase, then it will check whether it is in AEIOU or not by using the membership operator. If it is, then it will be stored in the new list. So A will be stored in the new list. Okay, so now let me run this. See what happened? In love, O is there, so it is printed. In Python, O is there, so it is also printed. So it will print only those words which are containing a vowel. Okay. Okay, now let's do another one. Suppose I take the same list and what I want, that I want to count the length of the words. How can I do it? Any list equal to length of words for what in words. Length function we know. So now what it will do? It will give us the length of the words. See what happens? First one 1, second one 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Clear? So for loop, first word forward means I will be taken, then length will be calculated. This is 1 kept in the list. Love is taken, 4 length calculated, kept in the list. Python, length Python 6, 6 is kept in the list. Clear? We have already studied everything about list. Now this session is to revise or we can say summarize the concept. So we will study about all the characteristics of list. First one, list is ordered. That means the position of each element is fixed. By using index number, we can access any elements of the list. Okay. Second, mutable. Why mutable? Because you have already seen that any elements can be added, can be deleted, or can be modified. How it can be modified? By using index position or by using slicing. Exactly. How it can be added? What are the functions? Append, extend, insert. How it can be removed? By using remove function, by using pop function, by clear or delete. You remember all this function. So that is why list is mutable. Clear. Third, list is dynamic size. Why? Because even after the list is created, you can add elements to the list or you can delete. So you don't need to mention the size beforehand. That is why the size is dynamic. Okay. Next, it allows duplicate elements. We have seen that same elements can stay in list, but while we will study about set, we will see that set doesn't allow duplicate elements. Okay. Now next point is heterogeneous. That also we have done. In a single list, we can keep integer, string, float, other list, tuple, set, dictionary, any kind of data type. That is why list is heterogeneous. Okay. Next, indexed access. That means that we can access any element using indexing. Python follows zero based indexing. It starts from 0, or if it follows negative indexing, then starts from -1. So list can be accessed by using its index. Okay. Next, iteration. List support iteration because we have used for loop to do any iteration on list and perform different kind of operations. So we can say list support iteration. Okay. Now what are the other operations we have already discussed? Appending, inserting, removing, concatenating. How we can concatenate? By using the additional operator. Different kind of operators can be applied. Membership operator, arithmetic operator. List can be sorted also. We have studied about sort function and sorted function. And also we have known the difference between sort and sorted. Okay. Next, concatenation and repetition. You remember how we did repetition? By using the multiplication operator. Okay. Concatenation, for that we use as operator. Next, flexible usage. That is, lists are widely used in programming for various purposes. We will explore in our later classes. So, till now we have studied about first the definition of list, then heterogeneous, then what is the difference between array and the list, what is the mechanism, then how to create any empty list, one dimensional list, two dimensional list, three dimensional list, then using range function also we can create a list, then how we can access by indexing or item wise, by slicing, or how we can add by append. To append more than one, then we use extend. To insert into a particular value, we use particular position, we use insert statement. Operators, membership operators, arithmetic operators. How to edit using indexing or slicing. How to delete. how to delete the whole list or how to delete the values of the list, how to remove any particular value, what is the pop function, then the difference between delete and clear. Then we studied about different kind of basic functions like length, max, mean, count, which count the number of occurrences. Then index position. Index position gives us the index of a specific element. What about reverse? It reverses the list, and the difference between sort versus sorted. And the last one we did list comprehension. We did many small programmings using list comprehension. I have just summarized the thing what we have learned till now. We have completed everything related to list. In our next class, we will start tuple data type. Okay, we will study about tuples in Python. Python has many built-in data types. Tuple is also one of them. Tuple also can store many elements together, like list, but there are some differences between tuple and list. So while we will continue the class, we will always compare tuple with the list. Okay, now first, how we can create a tuple? If we write the elements within a first bracket separated by comma, tuple can be created. Here, my tuple equals to a first bracket, the elements and all are separated by comma. Now if I try to print this, the tuple will be printed. Okay. Now tell me how we can check the data type by using which function? Yeah, type function. So type my tuple, it will show us the data type, tuple data type. Okay. Now how we can create any empty tuple? By giving the only first parenthesis. Empty tuple is created. Now, even without using the first parenthesis, we can create a tuple. How? If I just put a comma after any element. Here, only one element is there, 3, and then a comma. Now, if I try to print this, see this is the output. Now, to check the data type, type my tuple. See what happens? This is a tuple. So, first parenthesis is not mandatory for creating a tuple. A single comma can describe that it's a tuple. Okay. Now, what is one-dimensional tuple? Single first parenthesis and all the elements are separated by comma. What about 2D tuple? Within a single tuple, there are multiple tuples. Here 1, 2 is a tuple, 3, 4 is a tuple, 5, 6 is a tuple, and they all are together in another tuple. So this is a two-dimensional tuple. But my question is it homogeneous or heterogeneous? I think you can say, because we studied the similar concept in list, this is homogeneous because all the elements are tuple. But if I write, then this is homogeneous or heterogeneous? This is heterogeneous because tuple and string. Okay. Next, three-dimensional tuple. Here, same layers of tuple. This is a two-dimensional tuple. This is a two-dimensional tuple. This is also a two-dimensional tuple. So, this single tuple consists of three two-dimensional tuple. Okay. Any dimensional tuple you can create. Next, heterogeneous tuple. I have just said this is integer, string, float, list. This is dictionary. So a tuple can contain any data type. That's why this tuple is heterogeneous. Okay. Now tuple inside a tuple. Simple. This is a tuple. Inside there are three tuples. Next, how we can access a tuple? Similar like list, by indexing or by slicing. Here I have taken a tuple T1, 2, 3, 4. Now I want to print 3. How can I do it? Print T. What will be the index position? 0, 1, 2. The concept is same. See, the output is 3. Slicing. I want to print 2 and 3 both. Then you can say easily T 2 and 3 means starting from 1 up to 3. The last one is excluded. Now 2 and 3 double printed. So we can access tuple any single element or any portion of the tuple by using indexing or slicing. Fine. Next, what are the operators applied on tuple? Arithmetic operator, the plus symbol. What will happen? Tuples will be concatenated. Let me print this. Okay, concatenated into a single list. Same, just like list. What is membership? The in operator, not in operator. If 3 in my tuple, this will be true. So it will be true. 6, 6 is not there, so it will be false. The output is false. 3 not in my tuple. No, 3 is in the tuple. So this statement is false. 6 not in my tuple. Yes, 6 not in the tuple. So this statement is true. Okay, clear? So just like list, arithmetic operator and membership operator can be applied on tuples. Okay. Next, loops and tuple for item in my tuple print item. So it will take every item from the tuple and it will print it. Now next, how we can insert any element my tuple, and if I want to insert any element like my tuple in 0th position, I want to insert 100. What do you think? Will it work? No. Why? See, tuple does not support item assignment. Once a tuple is created, we cannot modify. We cannot add, we cannot delete, we cannot modify. Clear? Because tuple is an immutable data type. So the main difference between a list and a tuple is that list is mutable but tuple is immutable. Once a tuple is created, it will remain the same. Okay, so you cannot append, you cannot extend, you cannot insert, you cannot use remove, you cannot use pop, you cannot use clear, you cannot do this. Only one thing you can do, that is you can delete the whole tuple. How? If I write del my tuple, see it works. Only you can delete the whole tuple, but you cannot do any modification in the tuple. Now our next point is to learn the basic functions. Len, we have learned it in string, list. Simple, it will give us the, you say, length of the tuple. What is the length? 5. Max, I think you can tell, it will give us the maximum. Min, it will give us the minimum. Sorted, it will sort the tuple. See what happens? 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9. Okay. And what is the difference between sort and sorted? You remember? Sorted returns a new list, but sort returns nothing, it modifies the original list. Okay, next, sum of my tuple, it will give us the sum total 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5, so it is 15. Count, you remember total number of occurrences. So here 2 is 1 time, 2 time, 3 times. So it is 3 times. Same, these are basic functions applied on any data types. Next, index. Index means suppose if I give 5 and if I run it, then it will give us the index position of value 5, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Now suppose if I give 2, then 2 is occurring 3 times. Then what will be the output? The first occurrence 0, 1. So the output will be 1. Clear? Next, understand what is the difference between list and tuple. We declare list by giving third brackets, but for tuple, we use first bracket. Second, mutability. We have studied so many functions for list. Append, extend, insert, remove, clear, so many things. But for tuple, we have studied nothing because tuple is immutable. Once it is created, it cannot be modified. List is mutable. Number 3, error prone. Obviously, list is more error prone because we can change the list again and again, but tuple less. Now my question is, when list was also there, kind of doing the similar job, then why tuple? Tuple is used when you don't want anybody to change the data type. When you want to take more secured approach and you want to restrict the access, then you can use the tuple data type. Okay. So for more security, you use the tuple data type. But when you want the flexibility, you use the list data type. Clear? So this is all about tuples in Python. In this session, we will study about key characteristics of tuples. Okay. First, tuple is an ordered sequence, similar like list. This is a collection of items and the items maintain a specific order. So they can be accessed by their index. Okay. Second, tuples are immutable. Once they are created, can never be changed or modified. Only it can be deleted. It's just opposite of list. Lists are mutable, tuples are immutable. Third, similar like list, it also can contain different types of data, so it is heterogeneous. Number four, any elements can be accessed by indexing, by using positive indexing or by negative indexing. Okay, so tuples can be iterated over using loops like for loops, and every element can be accessed sequentially, just like list. Okay, next, size and performance. Tuples are generally more memory efficient because they are immutable. Second, some operations are faster with tuples compared to list. Okay. Tuples packing unpacking, that means tuples support packing multiple values into a single tuple. Okay, let me show you an example. Here, like my tuple equal to 1, 2, 3, and if I write a comma b comma c equal to my tuple, then 1 will be assigned to a, 2 will be assigned to b, and 3 will be assigned to c. Now if I try to print, so 1, 2, 3 will be printed. Okay. Next one is hashable. They can be used as keys in dictionaries and elements in sets. While we will study set and dictionary, we will understand the hashable concept. Okay. Next, tuples are mainly used when security is concerned. Mainly used where immutability is desired, like coordinates or database values or function return values where more secured approach is required. Tuples are mainly used. Okay, so these are the characteristics of tuple. Okay, in this session, we will study about set data type. Okay, we have already completed list and tuple, and now we will learn about set. Now, first, how to create an empty set using the set function. How to create an empty list can be created using list function. An empty tuple can be created using tuple function. Similarly, set can be created using set function also. One way of creating an empty set. Okay. Now, how can I check the type of S by using the type function? See, it is a set data type. Now, how can I declare a set with values? For that, I have to use curly braces. For list, third bracket. For tuple, first bracket. For set, curly braces. So, if I write 1, 2, 3, and then I print type of S, see, this is a set. Now, tell me if I try to create an empty set using only curly braces, then what do you think the type will be? Set? No, this will be dictionary. Because by default, this data type is dictionary. When you put a value inside it, then it becomes a set. Clear? This is a bit different concept from list and tuple. Okay. What will be output for this one? Simply a set. Set will be printed. Okay. Now what is a heterogeneous set? Same concept, different kind of data type, that means heterogeneous. This is an integer, this is a string, this is a float, this is a tuple. So a set can contain different kind of data types. And when it contains different types of data type, it is known as heterogeneous set. Okay. Next, set is unordered. Unordered means it doesn't maintain any order of the elements. Here I have written a set 314159. Now if I run it, this is not printed in an order. If I run it again, it may again change. Okay. So it never maintains any order. List and tuple both are ordered, but set is unordered. Okay. Now next, set contains only unique elements. This is also a difference from list and tuple. Duplicate elements can be stored, but in set, only unique elements. Here I have written 4 twice, but see if I run it, 4 is only once. Clear? So suppose I write 2, 2, 2, 2 many times. Only one time 2 will be taken. Only unique elements. Set cannot contain any duplicate elements. Okay. Next, sets are mutable. Do you remember mutability? Lists are mutable. That means it can be modified. Tuples are immutable. That means it cannot be modified. But sets are mutable. That means it can be modified. Elements can be added or elements can be removed. Okay. Now see how we can add an element in set by using the add function. Now if I run it, okay, first let me run this one. Now if I run it, the set was 1, 2, 3 before, now 4 has been added. Clear? Set cannot have mutable items. 3, 4, what is this? A list inside bracket. Now set cannot have mutable items. List is a mutable item. So now if I want to try this, see this will be an error. So set cannot have mutable data type. But if I write this one, then do you think it will run? Yes, because set can have only non-mutable items. Okay. Next, dynamic size. Dynamic size means beforehand you don't need to explicitly mention the size of the set. Okay, here I have taken a set 1, 2, 3. Now if I use the add function, 4 will be added. Again 5 will be added. If I want to remove 2 will be removed. So simply we can say that set is dynamic. Okay. Next, what about indexing? List can be indexed, tuples can be indexed, but set cannot be indexed. Why? First, we have studied it is unordered. So if it doesn't follow any order, then how you can fetch this using indexing? That is why sets do not support indexing. If I try to print this one, dynamic set 0, let me first run this. Dynamic set is 1, 2, 3. Now if I try to print the first element of the dynamic set, it will show as an error. What? Set object is not subscriptive. Because set it doesn't follow indexing. So you cannot access the element of set using indexing or slicing. Clear? Now next, I have taken a set that contains apple, banana, cherry. What is this? String. Now if I try to print banana in set, then what do you think the output will be? This will be true. So you can say that membership operator can be applied on set. If I print jackfruit in set, then what do you think the output will be? False. If I write not in, then it will become true. Say true. Okay. So membership operator can be applied on set. Next, tell me what will be the output? Just learn 5 will be added to the set. Clear? Now tell me if I write 5 comma 6, then what will be the output? See, there will be an error because add takes exactly one argument. Now I want to add more than one. How can I do it? For list, what function do we use? You remember? Extend function. For one element, append, more than one, extend. You remember? For tuple, no, it's not possible because tuple is immutable, so nothing can be added. But in case of set, for one argument, this is add, and for more than one argument, this is update function. Now let me run this. Clear? Next, as set is mutable, set can be deleted. And you remember the del keyword. Del keyword can be applied on anything, on list, on tuple, on set. It completely deletes the set. Okay, fine. Now, what is about pop function? Do you remember? In list, it's not applied on tuple because tuple is immutable. But in case of list, if we use pop function, then it deletes the last element of the list. Because list is ordered, that's why it deletes the last element. If you provide nothing in the arguments. And if you provide any value, then it deletes the exact value from the list. Okay, but in case of set, it is not ordered, so it will randomly delete any element. And the number it has deleted will show as the output. Okay, next. Next is the discard function. Discard function deletes the exact value. If I run it, then see what happens. Pop has deleted 1, discard has deleted 2. So the remaining set 3 and 4. Now if I write 5, then do you think this will show as an error? No, it will not show as an error. It will ignore. If it is there, it will be removed. If the value is not there, it will be ignored. Simple. Now next is remove. If I copy this and now I want to s dot remove 3. So what will happen? 3 will be removed. Let me print s. See, 3 is removed. 1 to 4 remaining. Then what is the difference between discard and remove? Let me show you. If I write 5, then it will show an error. So the difference is that both of them removes any element, but if the element is not found, it will not show any error in case of discard method. But in case of remove method, if the element is not found, it will show an error. Next, clear function. In list, it clears all the elements from the list. For set, it does exactly the same. If I write print s, an empty set will be printed. Okay. Now let's understand some set operations. First one is union. Union means here in set 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Different set 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Here union means all the set will be concatenated into a single set. So if I run it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But see here, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So two elements, 4 and 5, they are repeated in both of the set. While concatenating, 4, 5 is considered once. Because set is unordered and set does not allow duplicate elements. But if it finds any duplications, then it will just remove the duplications. That is what union function does. Now next is intersection. Intersection and function is used. What will be the output here? See what happens. Only 4, 5. That means it will take only those elements which are duplicate. So union concatenates all the elements but considers every elements only once. In case of intersection, only those elements are considered which exist more than once. Okay. Now what about difference? First, let me show you this one. S1 minus S2. S1 containing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. S2 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So see what happens. 1, 2, 3 is remaining. That means S1 is considered and those numbers which are also in S1 and S2, those are deleted from S1 and S1 will be printed. Clear? So S1 is taken, S2 is compared. If any element found in both the sets, those are simply removed and all other elements of S1 is considered. Okay. Now suppose if I do the opposite one, S2 minus S1. Same thing, first I will take the S2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Then I will take the S1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 4, 5 are common. Those will be removed. Remaining elements of S2 will be taken. So 6, 7, 8 will be the out. Let me show you. Okay. Now what is a symmetric difference? Now if I run it, see what happens. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8. That means the duplicate elements are completely removed. They have not even considered for once. Okay. So difference between union and symmetric difference. Union considers the values for once at least. But symmetric difference completely ignore those elements which are duplicates. Now next, iteration. Sets are also iterable. List is also iterable. Tuple is also iterable. Set is also iterable. So if I run a for loop on set, numbers will be printed. Clear? Next, these are the basic function applied on list, tuple. Same can be applied on set also. Now if I have taken a set, I want to see the length. So I can use the length function. To sum all the numbers, sum function. To find the minimum number. To find the maximum, will show the maximum number. Sorted, you remember the sorted function. Sorted of s means it will sort. Now here I have written reverse equal to true. That means it will sort in descending order. If I remove this one and if I run it, then it will remove in ascending order. Clear? Now we will study about some more set related functions. First one is disjoint. I have taken two sets 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 5, 6. Now if I apply the is disjoint function, what will happen? Let me show you. This is true. That means it takes every element 1 and it checks whether it is present in set S2. If not, the next element 2 present in S2? No. 3 present in S2? No. 4 present in S2? No. So the sets are completely different. That's why the output is true. But if we write any element which is occurring in both the sets, 7 in set 1 and 7 in S2 also. Now if we run it, then it will be false. Because the both of the set has some elements which are common. Okay. Now next is each subset. Here I have taken one subset 3, 4, 5. Another subset 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 3, 4, 5 is in S1 and in S2 also. Now my question is whether S1 is subset of S2. The answer will be true because 3, 4, 5, the complete set is present in S2 also. Okay. Now if I write something 7, then 7 is not present in S2, so the output will be false. Okay. If and only if all the elements of one set is present in the another set, then we can say that the first set is the subset of the second set. Clear? Superset. The exact opposite one. All the elements of S2 is present in the S1. Here S2, 3, 4, 5. present in S1. So it can be said that S1 is the superset of S2. If I write something which is not in the S1, then it will be false. Otherwise, if every element 3, 4, 5 present in S1, it is present here, you can see, then S1 is superset. Just exactly the opposite one. Subset means elements of S1 is present in S2. Superset means elements of S2 is present in S1. Clear? Next, we will learn about copy function. Here I have taken a set S1, 1, 2, 3. And now if I write S2 equal to S1 dot copy, then what will happen? The set will be copied. So S1 is also 1, 2, 3. S2 is also 1, 2, 3. So to copy any set, we can use the copy function. It's a simple one. Now let's understand this concept. Frozen set. Frozen set means this is a set which cannot be modified. Now let me run this first. See, this is a frozen set. If I write type of frozen set, then what will be the output? Frozen set. Okay, it is a different types of set. Now why frozen set? If I want to insert anything, frozen set dot add, and I want to add a, then what will happen? See, it will show an error because frozen set has no attribute add. That means nothing can be added in a frozen set. This is frozen. Okay. So this is the difference between normal set and frozen set. Frozen set cannot be modified. If I write remove 4, then see what happens. See, it has no attribute remove. It's like kind of tuple, immutability in set. When you want immutability in set, you use frozen set. Okay. And the last one, set comprehension. Same like list comprehension, expression, for loop, if condition. Now let's see this example. I want to use set comprehension to create a set of squares. How can I do it? Square set, the new set equal to expression. I want to do the square, the operations I want to perform. Next, for loop for x in range 1, comma 6. Range function will generate number in a sequence. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 will be generated and all these numbers will be squared. Now let me run this. Okay. And in today's class, we will summarize the key characteristics of the set data type. Okay. First, uniqueness. That means it can contain only unique elements. Not like list, not like tuple. Okay. Mutable. You remember list is mutable, tuple is not mutable, sets are mutable. That means it can be modified even after creation. How can we add? By add function, by update function. How to remove? By remove function, by pop function. Clear? Next, unordered, because whenever you try to iterate over the set or print the set, the order of the elements may change. Okay, it's not like list or tuple, both of them are ordered, but set is unordered. Next, membership testing. That means membership operator can be applied on set. We saw that in operator or not in operator can be used to check whether an element is present in a set or not. Okay. Next, mathematical operation. Union operator takes every value only for once. Intersection, only the common part from both of the sets. Difference, common parts are deleted from the set. Symmetric difference, the common parts are completely ignored. Okay, each disjoint, whether the sets are completely different or not. So each superset, whether one set contain the another sets completely or not. Each subset, the opposite one. Next, how to create curly braces and set function. But we give empty curly braces, then what will be the default data type? Do you remember? Dictionary, very good. Now indexing. Sets do not support indexing or slicing, unlike tuple or list, because they are unordered. If not ordered, then how can you index? Next, no duplicate elements. Already discussed, it contains only unique elements. If you try to add, it will not be added. It will only consider the elements for once. Okay. Now, sets can contain integer, float, strings. So, we have just summarized about what we learned in our last class. In this session, we will study about dictionary data type in Python. We have already completed list, tuple, set, and now this is the time to explore dictionary data type. Okay. First, we will understand what is a dictionary. Dictionary means key value pairs. It's not like other data types, which contains only one value. It is like every value must have a key. See this one. Here, name John. Gender colon male. That means name is the key here. John is the value. Gender is the key. And the value against gender is male. Okay, so dictionary data type means it will always contain a key value pairs. Okay, now let's see how we can create an empty dictionary. Suppose if I write nothing inside this and I try to print the type is dictionary. Do you remember while starting the set, we saw that the curly braces by default indicates dictionary data type. But if we put any value inside it, then it will become set. But if I give key value pairs like this one, then it will become dictionary. Okay, so what is the difference with other data type? Other data types contains only single value, but dictionary has always a key value pair. It's just like our own dictionary where you try to find meaning of any word. So the same concept is applied here also. Mike is the value against the keyword 3. Okay, now how we can create dictionary using the dict function? Just like other list function, tuple function, set function, the same way we can use the dict function to create a dictionary. Same the dictionary will be created. Clear? Next, one-dimensional dictionary. One-dimensional dictionary means each entry will consist only one key value pairs. Here, the value against name is John. The value against gender is male. So this is a one-dimensional dictionary. If I try to print, then the dictionary will be printed. Okay, but it is not necessary that key will be consisted of only one value. It may hold more than one values. Like 1, 2, 3. Here this is the key and the value against the key is 1. World, the value against hello is world. Okay, so this is also another way by which you can create a dictionary where key can contain more than one value. Okay, now next two-dimensional dictionary, that is dictionary within a dictionary. Similar concept. See this one. Here John is the value against the key name. Now Calcutta University is the value against the key college. 4 is the value, key is same. Now within subject there is one more dictionary. 50 against DSA. Maths 67. English 34. So here the marks are shown in a different dictionary which is within another dictionary. So this is a two-dimensional dictionary. Clear? Okay, now another way to declare a dictionary using the dict function. So what will happen? See, name, John, age 32, 3, 3. John is the value, name is the keyword. 32 is the value, age is the keyword. 3 is the value, and 3 is the keyword. So this is also another way by which you can create any dictionary. Now tell me what will be the output for this one. We have similar key, name, name, but values are different. Then what will happen? Will it show an error? What do you think? Let me show you. It will be just replaced. So the updated one will be replaced. If I write again name, sorry, name, and then I write Peter, then what do you think the output will be? See, it will not show any error. It will just replace with the updated value if the keywords are same. Okay. Now tell me what will be the output of this one. Simple, the dictionary will be printed. Now tell me about this one. How we can access any values of dictionary. Suppose I want to access the value 26. How can I do this? If I write in this way, my dict within third bracket and inside the third bracket, if I provide the key, then 26 will be fetched. Let me show you. 26 is fetched. Okay. If we write dot get and suppose I give name. Name is the keyword. Now if I run it, then Jack will be printed. Clear? So in this way, by using the third bracket or by using the get function, we can access any value of the dictionary. Now suppose one dictionary is created. I want to add one more key value pair. Here see, I have created a dictionary. Now I want to add gender also. So I will just write D4 within the third bracket, the keyword, and then I write the value, then it will be simply added. See, it is also added. So this is the way you can add any value to the dictionary after it is created. Okay, now tell me how I can access the value John. You have already learned. Now if I write S of name, the John will be printed. Clear? Now suppose I want to access 50. How can I do this? For that, I have to first go to the subjects. If I write subjects, then this whole dictionary will be printed. Let me show you. Clear? but I want 50. Then I have to access DSA also. So if I write within third bracket DSA, now see the value against the DSA that is within the subject dictionary will be printed. So this is the way you can access 2D dictionary. Concepts are similar. This is the way we used to access 2D list, 2D tuple, 2D set. Same. Okay. Now if I want to add something, suppose I want to give that for DS 75 marks. Then how can I do it? Just this one. First I have to go to the subjects. Now I can write the new key value pair I want to add DS equal to 75. So 75 will be added. Now if I try to print the S, it will be printed. Let me show you. Here see DS 75. Okay, so you got it that how we can access a dictionary and how we can add something to the dictionary. Okay, now how we can remove something from the dictionary. Suppose here I have taken a dictionary name John, age 32, gender male, word 72. I want to delete this key value pair. How can I do this? You remember the pop function. If I write d dot pop age, then the age key value pair will be deleted. Clear? Now if I write pop item function, then what will happen? It will just delete the last one. So the last one was word 72, that is deleted. Clear? If you give pop and pass any value, then that particular key value pair will be deleted. If you write pop item and pass no value, then the last one will be pop. Okay. And if I want to delete the same concept, del keyword, del d name, then name will be deleted. So only this one is remain. If I write del d, then the whole dictionary will be deleted. Clear? Clear function you remember? The difference between delete and clear. Delete deletes the dictionary and clear clears the values of the dictionary. So if I write d dot clear, then the dictionary will be remaining, but the values will be deleted. Okay. So we have already understood how to create a dictionary, how to access the values of a dictionary, how to add something to the dictionary, how to delete something, and how to modify. Okay. Now next, tell me what will be the output of this one. The same dictionary I have taken, two-dimensional dictionary. First I have accessed subject, that means now we are here. Now I have accessed maths, that means 67 is the value. Now if I write this line, then what will be the output? It's simple, math 67 will be deleted. See here, DSA 50 is there, English 34 is there, but maths is deleted. Okay. Now tell me, what will be the output of this one? We have just learned subject DSA 80. So 50 will be replaced by 80. So this will update the dictionary. Okay. Now tell me about this one. What will be the output? Name in S, in operator, you remember? Membership operator. So name in S means whether name key is in the dictionary or not. That is true. Yes, name key is there. Okay, so we can apply membership operator in any dictionary. Same way you can use not in. Just try it by yourself. Okay. Now we can iterate any dictionary. Just like we can iterate on other data types like list, tuple. Same way I can iterate for I in D printer. That means every key value pair will be iterated and it will be printed. Name, gender, age. Okay. Now next, what are the basic functions that can be applied on dictionary? Len function, you remember we have studied 1000 times. This will give us the length of the dictionary. Length is 3, name 1, gender 2, age 3. Okay. Max function, you remember max function will give us the maximum value. Maximum by which? By ASCII code value. Here A, G, N. N has the maximum ASCII value. Similar way, minimum means age sorted, age, gender, name. As per the ASCII value, the key will be sorted. Okay. Now the question is how I can access the key, how I can access the value, and how I can access the both. Okay, let me show you one by one. Here, if I write d dot items, see what happens. The complete dictionary is printed. Okay, now let me show you print d dot keys. Keys means the keys will be printed. Name, gender, male. Okay. Now if I write d dot values, then what will happen? Then the values will be printed. Then what will happen? Then the values will be printed. John, male 33. You get my point? If you want the keys, you have to write d dot keys. If you want the values, you have to write d dot dictionary name dot values. But if you want the both, then you have to use items. This is important. Always try to keep it in your mind. Keys, values, items. Clear? Now update a dictionary. There are two dictionary, D1 and D2. Now I want to update this. So if I write D1 dot update function and then D2. See what happens. D1 will be updated. Let me print D1. Now let's see. D1 will be updated. So D1 was already there and the values of D2 will also be updated to D1. Now tell me one thing. If I print D2, then what will happen? D2 will remain the same because here we are updating the D1. By which? By with the values of D2. Clear? If I write the opposite one like D2 dot update D1 and then I try to print D2, then D2 will be updated. See? Clear? Now next understand what is a dictionary comprehension. We have already studied list, tuple, set, the same concept. Let me tell you with an example. First understand the syntax, key expression, value expression, a for loop. Now I want to print 10 numbers and their squares. So how can I do it? First the key expression, that is the key value, that is 10 numbers 1 to 10. So I next value expression I want to square, so I square 2. Next for loop. Range function will generate 10 numbers. For loop will start from 1 to 10. It will take every value, put in the dictionary and square of the value. So a complete dictionary will be created. Okay. Here is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and the value is 1, 2 square 4, 3 square 9, 16, 200. Okay. So we have completed almost everything related to dictionary data type in Python. The concepts are same, just applied on a different data type. Okay. Now summarize the whole thing. What are the characteristics? First, this is mutable. You remember list is mutable or immutable? Mutable, tuple, immutable, set, mutable, dictionary, mutable. So all are mutable except tuple. Clear? Mutable means can add, can modify, can delete, can change even after it is created. For tuple we cannot do, but for others we can. Clear? Second is unique key value pairs, that is different from other set. Other sets are consist of single value, it consists of key value pair. Every key has an its associated value. Okay, and keys must be unique. If you use duplicate keys, what will happen? You have already seen that keys will be updated with the new value. Okay, now the next one is flexible key types. That means key can be anything. Key can be a string, key can be a number, key can be a tuple, key can consist of one value, key can consist of more than one value. How to access the key? By giving the keys. How to access the value? By using the values. How to access the both? By using item. Different kind of basic functions can be applied. Create a dictionary comprehension. Okay. So we have almost completed everything related to dictionary. Okay. In this session we will study about G function in Python. G is a built-in function already developed by Python developers. It allows to combine multiple iterables. A list can be combined with a list, tuple can be combined with a tuple, strings can be combined with string, or list can be combined with tuple. So any kind of combination can be done by G function and it will make it into a single iterable. Okay, now let me show you the example. If I run this one, here I have taken a list 1, 2, 3, list 2. I am using the G function and passing list 1 and list 2 inside the G function. Okay, now if I run it, then see what happens. It pairs up element from each iterable. First element paired with the first element of list 2. Second element of list 1 paired with the second element of list 2. Third element of list 1 paired with third element of list 2. And it has become a single iterable. That's what G function does. Okay, now suppose if I delete this one, then you can see that it will show as the G function, G object. Clear? Now I will make it a list so that I can see the output. Okay, try to make it a tuple, then it will become a tuple. Clear? Second example, here I have taken two tuples using the G function passing the tuples. And here I am making it a list so that I can see the output. First element is paired with the first element of second tuple. Okay, now suppose if there is only AB, then what will be the output? Simple, the extra element will be ignored. Okay, if there is some more, this will be ignored. There will be no error. So it will just make the pairs and ignore others. Okay. Now for different data types, here I have taken a list, a tuple, a string. Then if I try to pair this, then using the G function, passing all three of them together, making it a list. So see what happens. 1 a x. Second element of tuple, second element of string. Third element of list, third element of tuple, third element of string. Clear? Now I will show you some more example. Here see this is a list. List 1, list 2, 4, 5, 6. Now can you see what is this? This is list comprehension. I am trying to make a list. What will be the output? X plus y. This is the expression. Then I am starting an iterable loop for x comma y in Jeep list 1 comma list 2. So Jeep list 1 comma list 2 means this will be combined 1 comma 4, 2 comma 5, 3 comma 6. Then for x comma y in Jeep, that means x will become 1, y will become 4. So the output will be 1 plus 4. Next iterable loop, then the x will become 2, y will become 5 and the output will be 2 plus 5. Let me show it to you in Python tutor. Now see what happens. First list 1 will be created. Second list 2. Now next G function. Here see the G function, it is pointing to the G instance. Then G of list 1 comma list 2 means 1 comma 4, 2 comma 5, 3 comma 6. Now x comma y in G function, that means x will become 1, y will become 4. See what happens. X1, Y4. Next, x will become 2, y will become 5. Check here. Next, x will be 3, y will be 6. Now x plus y. First, 1 plus 4, 5. 2 plus 5, 7. 3 plus 6, 9. Okay, so this will be the return value and it will be stored in the list. So the sum is 579. So this will be printed. Clear? Now next, merging two lists into a list of tuples. How can I do it? Simple, by using G function and then make it into a list. If you make it a tuple, it will become a tuple. Okay. Next, we will transpose the matrix. Transpose means the row becomes the column becomes the row. Here, 1, 2, 3, first row, 4, 5, 6, second row, 7, 8, 9, third row. Now it will be exchanged. So 1, 4, 7 will become the first row, 2, 5, 8 will become the second row, 3, 6, 9 will become the third row. Okay, let me write it for you. The first 1, 4, 7. The column will become the row. 2, 5, 8. The second column will become the second row. Next, 3, 6, 9. The third column will become the third row. Okay, so this will be the. Now first I am taking G of star matrix. Now G of star matrix means G of 1, 2, 3, the first row, second, 4, 5, 6, next 7, 8, 9, three different lists. Now the G function will be applied. So 1, 4, 7 will be combined into a first row. This will become 1, 4, 7. Next, second elements will be combined 2, 5, 8. Third element of first list, third element of second list, third element of last list. So the output will become 1, 4, 7, 3, 6, 7. Clear? Okay, let me first delete this one, then run it. Okay. Now I want to create a dictionary. How can I do it? I have taken keys, values and some more values. First I am using the G function on values and more values. So these will be G 1, 4, 2, 5, 3, 6. Next I am again zipping it with keys. So I am zipping it with A, B, C and I am making it a dictionary. So these will become keys, like A will become key, the value will be 1, 4. B will become the key, the value will be 2, 5. Clear? Using 2G function. First to zip these values and more values. Then I am again using the G function to zip the keys with the values. And dict function is used to make it a dictionary. Now let me show you the output. Clear? So today we will learn about map, filter, reduce function in Python. All of them are built-in functions. Now start with map function. Map is a function that applies a given function all the items in an iterable. Suppose here I have taken a function which takes a value and returns the square of that value. Okay. Now you can see this is a list. Numbers equals to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now if I take the map function and pass two arguments. One is the function I have just built. Another one is the list on which I want to apply the function. Then map function will apply the given function on the given list and will return the result. See if I run it, what will be the output? Numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all of the numbers are taken and passed to the square function which returns the square value. So 1 square 1, 2 square 4, 3 square 9, 4 square 16, 5 square 20. Okay, here I have made it a list so that I can see the output. Okay, okay, now understand our next example. Here I have made a function which checks whether a number is even or not. And I have taken a list, applying the map function, passing the function and the list as arguments. Now what will happen? It will take each number from the list. First one will be taken. The function will be applied. So 1 modulus 2 equal to 0, false. So it will return false. Next 2, 2 modulus 2 equal to 0, true, it will return true. Next number will be taken 3, 3 will be passed to the function, 3 modulus 2 equal to 0, false, so it will return false. This way it will check for all the numbers and give us the value whether it is true or false. So you understand the concept? Map function applies the given function to all the items in an iterable. Okay, now let me run it. Clear? Now filter. Now the difference between map and filter function is filter applies function to each element but returns only those which returns true. Okay, so if they are false, filter will not return. That is the difference between map and filter. All others are same. Filter function, same. The function is passed and the list is passed. So it will take each number, will check and will return only those which are true. So false will be ignored. Let me show you. See, true for 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Those numbers which are returning false, those will be ignored. Okay, so that is the difference between map function and filter function. Next, reduce. To use the reduce function, we have to import functools. And here I have made a function. This will take two our numbers and will give us the additional result of these two numbers. Here I have taken numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, a list, and I am applying the reduce function on the add function and the list. Okay, so each numbers will be taken from the list numbers and then add function will be applied. So first 1, 2 will be taken, return 1 plus 2, 3. This way it will calculate all the numbers and give us the output. 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5. That will be 50. Okay, so reduce means it will do some operation and reduce it to a single result. Okay, so you have understood map function, filter function and reduce function. In this session, we are going to study about enumerate function in Python. This is a very small and simple concept. Okay, first read the definition. The enumerate function in Python is used to add a counter to an iterable. In simple language, suppose this is an iterable, this is a list, apple, banana, orange. So what enumerate function does, it adds a counter. Like apple will be 0, banana will be 1, orange will be 2, the next one will be 3. So it simply adds a counter to the iterable. The enumerate object then can be directly used in for loops. We have implemented this using for loops. So it will contain the index 0, 1, 2, 3 and the value, that is apple, banana, orange. Here index will add the index and the value means apple, banana. Okay, now let me run this one. See what happens. This is the index value 0, 1, 2 counter that is added with the value of the list apple, banana, orange. So enumerate function just adds counter to the elements of the list. Okay. Now suppose I want to start it with 1 instead of 0. Then we just have to add one more parameter, start equal to 1. Then it will start with 1 instead of 0. Okay. Now next is that now I want this result to put it into a list. How can I do it? Simple. List function. We use the list function while studying list. So first enumerate my list. This one will add the counter 0 apple, 1 banana, 2 orange. Then pass it through the list function. So it will be converted into a list. Let me show you. Okay. Enumerate function first added the counter, then the list function converted it into a list. Okay. Now next for string, same concept. If we just add the for loop index comma char in enumerate my string, enumerate function will apply the counter with value of the string. So 0H, 1E, 2L, 3L, 4O. Let me show you. Clear? So it works on string as well. It works on dictionary as well. Here A1, B2, C3, you can see this is a dictionary. Same for index. Index means the counter will be added. Key comma value, concept of the dictionary. It has key, A is the key, 1 is the value, B is the key, 2 is the value. Enumerate function. Enumerate function will be applied on which? Items. Item means it fetches the items of the dictionary. Keys means it fetches the key. Values means it fetches the values. Item means it fetches both. Now let me run it for you. Clear? So A1, B2, C3, this is the dictionary and one counter is added with the dictionary. Okay, now let's do an interesting one. Here I have taken a two-dimensional list and I want to iterate through each element of the matrix and prints the value along with its columns and indices. Now let me show you the output first. So this is going to be our purpose. Now to implement that, I have taken help of two for loops. Number one, for I comma row in enumerate matrix. Here I means the index of the current row. This is the current row for first step. So I is the index and row means the row. Okay. Now in the next loop, j comma value in enumerate row. J means the index of the current element in the row. That means now 1. So j is the index of 1, 0 and value means actual value, that is 1, value of the row 1. So first it will take I as 0, j as 0 and the row value, that is 1. Clear? Next I is fixed as 0 because we are in the inner loop. So j will be increased to 1. So this is 1. So I is 0, j is 1, the value is 2. Now we are inside the for loop. So the value of j will be 2. Now I was 0, j is 2, the value is 3. See, I is 0, j is 2, value is 3. Clear? When the inner loop is completed, it will go to the outer loop. Now I will be increased by 1. So the value of I will be 1. We are in the second row. Next, it will go into the next loop, inner loop, that is j. Now the value of j is 0. The index of the row, that is index of 4. So j is 0. So I is 1, j is 0, value is 4. So I is 1, j is 0, value is 4. Because here we are printing the I, that is 1, j, that is 0, and the value, that is 4. Clear? Now let me show it to you in Python tutor. Okay. Now this is the two-dimensional list. First, see, first the list means 0, 1, 2. This is the first row. It is indicating the 1, 2, 3. This is the first row. Okay. Second row is 4, 5, 6. So the first position is indicating 4, 5, 6. The third row is 7, 8, 9. So it is pointing to 7, 8, 9. Okay. Now next go to the loop. For I comma row in enumerate matrix. That is I becomes 0. Row will point to the list. Clear? Next loop for j comma value. J is the index, you know. So j will become 0 and the value will be the value of the row, that is 1. Now the matrix ij, I is 0, j is 0, value is 1. So it will be printed. Clear? Next we are inside the inner loop. So for j comma value, now j will be increased to 1 and value will become 2. So the matrix will be I 0 j 1 value, that is 2. I 0 j 1 value 2. Clear? Next j will become 2, value will become 3. So the matrix will be I 0 j 2 value 3. Clear? Now the inner loop is completed, so it will come out of the inner loop, go back to the outer loop. Now I will be increased. I is 0, so it will be increased. See, it is 1. It is 1. and it is pointing to the next row. Next row means the second row, 4, 5, 6. See, this is now pointing to the next row, 4, 5, 6. Now it will go into the inner loop. So j will be 0. Now in j 0th position, the value is 4. So I will be 1, j will be 0, value will be 4. So the output is printed. Next, j will become 1, so value will become 5, so it will be printed. I1, j1, value 5. Next, j will become 2, value 6, so 1 to 6. Clear? Now it will come out of the inner loop, go to the outer loop. I will become 2. Okay. So now it is pointing to the third row, that is 7, 8, 9. Again j will be initialized with 0, value 7. So 2, 0, value is 7. Clear? Same way 2, 1, value will become 8, 2, 2, value will become 9. Okay. So this is a way you can use the enumerate function and can print any two-dimensional list in this manner. Okay. So we have studied almost everything related to enumerate function in Python. This is a very small topic and I think this is very easy. Okay. So we will meet in our next video. Till then, bye. Happy learning. Today onwards, we will study about object-oriented programming. That is also known as OOPS. Now first let me read out the definition. OOPS is centered around the concept of objects and classes. You write classes that represent real world things and you create objects based on these classes. In simple language, everything around us are objects which belongs to a particular class. So class is the blueprint for creating objects. An object is the instance of a class. Let me give you some example. Organization. If an organization is a class and the employees are objects, they belong to the organization. They are equipped with general behavior that an organization have. Okay, let's think vehicle. Vehicle is a class. Truck, bike, bicycle, these are objects because these holds some general features of the vehicle. Suppose a vehicle must have some engine, wheels. So the objects like the truck or the bike or the car, they must have all these features of vehicle. Now you can give them whatever unique traits you desire. So you understand the concept of classes and objects. Classes are blueprint and object is the instance of a class. So objects are whatever all around us, everything. I have a laptop, that is an object. That may belong to any class, like it may belong to a machine. Okay, so objects are also known as the instances of a class. Now let me create an object. Okay, I'll create a class, dog class. So first I have to write the keyword class, name of the class, any name you want to provide, colon. Then you can give any docstring. Docstring, you remember we studied during function that explains about what we are going to write about dog class. This is not mandatory, but it is a good practice. Now inside the class, we will have attributes and functions. Function starts with a def keyword. Now I have to give init. I will explain this. Inside this, we will pass some parameter. Self, name, age. Okay. Now self dot name equals to name. Self dot age equals to age. Def sit self. Don't worry about self. Now print self dot name is now sitting. Okay. I will write one more function. Def act self print formatted string self dot name is now acting. Okay. So this is the syntax of a class. Starts with a class function, name, semicolon, docstring, and inside this you can write functions. Now let me explain you what I have written one by one. First one is init, double underscore init double underscore. This is a special method that Python runs automatically whenever we create a new instance based on the dog class. Whenever we will create an object, this function will run automatically. Okay, but all other functions are not like that. They will only execute when they are called, just like the concept of functions. But this is a function that will automatically execute whenever the object is called. That is why double underscore is given so that you can differentiate between this special method with other methods. Now see, init method has three parameters: self, name, age. Self parameter is required in the method definition and it should be at the first position before the other parameters. When Python calls this method, this init method, to create an instance of dog, to create an object of dog, the method call will automatically pass the self argument. So whenever we create an instance, this function will be automatically executed. Now let me create an object first. My dog equals to dog, comma 6. Tom is the name, 6 is the age. So Tom name will be passed to this name parameter, 6 will be passed to the age parameter. Okay. So whenever I execute this line, automatically an object will be created. The name of the object is my dog. It will automatically call the dog function and execute this method where self is a reference to the instance, name is Tom, age is 6. And now this individual instance, my dog, can access this attribute. Attributes is like name, age for a dog. Now these are the functions, other functions. You can write as many functions as you want depending on your requirements. Now there are two terms. One is attribute, another one is functions. What is the difference? Like suppose you have a car. The color of the car is an attribute. But when it is in work, like driving the car, that is known as function. The name of the dog is an attribute. Age of the dog is an attribute. Color of the dog is an attribute. But when the dog is doing some work, like it is sitting or it is playing, eating, these are known as functions. So that is the difference between attribute and functions. Okay, but these functions, when they are written inside a class, they are known as methods. So there is no specific difference between method and function. The concept is same, but when it is written inside a class, it is known as a method. So now onwards, we will talk. These are attributes. These are methods. Okay. So dog is a class. My dog is an object. This is an special method, also known as constructor. This must contain the self attribute because self is a reference to the object, to the instance, and other parameters depending on your requirements. These are known as attributes. Whenever I call this, whenever I execute this statement, automatically my dog will be passed as self, and for my dog dot name, the name will be given, that is Tom. For my dog age will be passed, that is 6. So if I try to print, like if now I want to print my dog dot name, then the name of the dog will be printed. Oh, I'm so sorry. I have not executed this. Okay. If I want to print age, now let me give you another example. Here, see, this is a class person. I have not written anything inside it. Now, what is person one? This is an object of the person class, an instance of the person class. Now, it consists of two things. One is attribute, person dot name, person one dot name, person one dot age. So these are attribute. Now, when we define any behavior, like what the person is doing, performing any function, that is known as method. Clear? See here, the init constructor is defined. Self, name, age. This is a method. Person 1 is an object. Person is a class. Alice as a name will be passed. Person 1. Self is reference to person 1. Name Alice, age 30. Now if you call the function, see, person1 is an object, so it can access all the properties of the class. Now if it access person1 dot greet, that means this function, this method, to be more clear, this method will be executed. Okay. So hey everyone, welcome back. In our last class, we understood about class, that is the blueprint, object, that is an instance of a class, attribute, that are the properties of a class, and methods. We also studied how we can access any attribute of a class in this way, and how we can access any behavior or function of a class, which is known as the method of a class. Okay. Now in our last class, we created this class called dog, and we created an instance named my dog. We can create multiple instances also. Let's revise by creating one more instance. Your dog equals to class name, pass the parameter. Okay. Now if I try to access dog dot name, put it in print function. Okay. So we can create any number of instances. So you can see that each dog has separate instance with its own set of attributes and capable of performing same set of actions. Let me show you. Your dog dot sit, my dog dot sit. See, different dogs, different set of attributes can perform the same thing. So these are the advantages of using a class. Now create one more class like class car. Car will be the, now you tell me what is car? Car is the class, that is the blueprint. Put something inside the doc string, describe it. Now write a function. First, the special function, the special method, constructor, exactly, underscore, init, double underscore. What will be the first parameter? You tell me. Self. Self is the first parameter. Self is the reference to the instance. Now I give make, given model, and year. These are the attributes. So I have to first define the attributes. Self dot make equals to make. So whenever the object will be created, automatically these features will be allocated. Self dot model. There must be some model. Self dot year. The year on which it has been manufactured. Okay. Now write another method. Def get name. Self long name equals to formatted string. Self dot year. Self dot make. Self dot model. Okay. Now return long name dot title. Now create an object. My car equals to car RD to 2018. Okay. Now print my car dot get name. Title function will capitalize the first letter. Okay. Now let me run it. See. So we have implemented the car class and I have created an object called my car. Now let's understand how we can set any default value to any attribute. If I give self dot odometer reading equals to 0, create a function def read odometer print formatted string. This car has self dot odometer reading miles on it. Okay. Now let me call this function. my car dot read odometer. Okay, now let me run this. Uh, Sorry, self is mandatory. Okay, so we have given a default attribute here. Okay, so by default, whenever I am calling this function, it is going here and taking the odometer reading 0 because we are not passing anything as odometer reading. Okay, so we can give any default attributes also. Okay, now suppose if I write my car dot odometer reading equals to 23, then what do you think? This will be an error or it will modify? See, it has been modified. So 0 was by default. If you provide nothing, it will be 0. But if you want, you can change as well. Okay. Here we have changed the attribute directly, but we can change it by using any method also. Let me show you. Here, if I write def update odometer self mileage. Now, self dot odometer reading equal to mileage. Now, suppose I call uh, my car dot first I have to update the odometer. I will update by passing the mileage because it is taking one argument. So I can give here 27. Now if I try to call the read odometer, see what happens. It has been updated. Okay. So by calling the update parameter and passing the mileage, I am first calling this function. Mileage is set. So the attribute is updated. Okay. Now if I call the read odometer, so it will call this function and the car has odometer reading which is updated already and it will print. Okay, so you can change any attribute by using a method also or by using directly also. Okay, now I will show you one more thing. Let me first write and you guess. Def increment odometer. Now self dot odometer reading plus equals to miles. Now I will call my car dot, sorry, I have to pass self always. My car dot read odometer. Before that, I have to increment. I have to call the increment function. So my car dot increment odometer and increment odometer by have to pass an argument miles. So I pass 30. So I want the odometer to be updated with adding by adding 30 miles. Okay, now let me run this one. See, 27 plus 30, so it is 57. So what are the things we have learned in this class? Creating multiple instances. Second, setting any default value for an attribute. Third, modifying any value directly. Fourth, modify any value using a method. Fifth, incrementing any value through a method. Okay. So from our next class, we will start the properties of OOPS. Okay. In this session, we will understand the concept encapsulation. Okay, first I will do something practically, then I will explain what the encapsulation is all about. Now, first understand there are two types of variables. Number one is public, number two is private. Here I have created a class. The name of the class is card. Inside the class, there is a constructor taking two arguments, model, year. Self is the reference to the object, and I have created the object my car. Okay, now suppose if I want to access any attributes like mileage, so I can write my car dot mileage and suppose I want to print this. There is already a default value, so it will be printed as 0. 0 is the default value. Now suppose I want to update the value, I can do that. We have seen in our last class 10,000, make it 10,000 and then print it So 10,000 will be printed. So this is a public variable. Anybody can access the public variable. Now the thing is that suppose the programmer who is creating the class does not want the user to see all the variables. Instead, he want to keep some variables private. Now how can we do it? By giving an underscore to the variables. Here I have given a underscore in front of mileage. Now mileage is a private variable. Okay, now if I want to access my car dot mileage, now let me run this one. See what is the output? Car object has no attribute mileage. There is an attribute mileage, but it is shown to the user that car does not have because the developer has made it private by giving the underscore. So if you provide nothing, this becomes a public. If you provide underscore, this becomes a private. Okay, so user can see what is inside the class. Now if he knows that there is a private variable named mileage, he can access this by my car dot underscore mileage equals to 23,000. Okay, now let me show this one. Now suppose I want to print this. It will showing me as an error because I have written mileage. I have to access it by giving the underscore because it is a private variable. See. So you cannot access any private variable directly, but you can use by giving the underscore in front of the variable. Clear? Now the question is, what is the benefit of making it private? Just because this is a way of saying that this variable is private because I don't want you to change this variable. I want to keep it private. That's why I have kept it private. So you should not change it. But if you think you need to change, then you can change it. Simple is that. So it is not recommended that you change. But if you think that it's a must, you don't have other choice, then you can change it. Okay, this is like a warning. This is like a caution. If you want, you can do, but it is recommended, it is advised that you should not do that. Simple. This is the logic of Python. Okay. Now Python says that don't change it directly, but change it using any method that will make it more secured so that nobody just can come and write one line of code and change it. If that person wants to change, it should be changed using a method. That's what I will show you right now. Now here I have created a class named car and I have made all the attributes as private. Now if an object is created, car passing the arguments, and now if I want to print what is the make, what is the model, what is the year, what is the mileage, we have to access it using a method. So get make method will be called, see here this method will be called, which will return the make, which will return the model, which will return the year, which will return the mileage. So what is happening here? We are not directly accessing the attributes because these are private attributes. So I can't see what are the private attributes are over there. So I will call the function which will set the values and return us. That's what will be printed here. Clear? So what does the oops does here? It is encapsulating the attributes, the methods, and making it a secured thing. It's like a capsule. It is a secured way of keeping the medicine, encapsulating the thing. That's why this term is known as encapsulation. Oops also encapsulates by keeping the attributes, the public attributes, the private variables, and the objects together inside a capsule. Okay, so that anybody from outside cannot just access it directly or change it or harm it. It can just access it using any method. That is what is known as getter method. Now suppose if I want to change something, we also cannot change it directly. For that also we have to use a method. That's what is known as setter method. See here, I have updated the mileage. Here I have created a function add mileage which will take an argument. So now if you want to update the miles, You just cannot add it directly. Instead, you have to pass this to this add mileage function. See here, I have passed 100. So once you pass it, this one will be called, 100 will be passed. Now if checks miles greater than 0, that is a condition that if it is greater than 0, then add it. See here what happens. The private attribute mileage is getting updated. So you understand the difference? I'm not just directly accessing it. I'm not directly printing. I'm not directly updating, or I'm not directly retrieving the value. Instead, I am setting it through a method. I am getting it through a method. Okay. So that is what is known as getter methods and setter methods in OOPS. You have to set it first using a method. You have to update it using a method. You have to get it using a method. Okay, so this is what is encapsulation all about. And in this session, we will study about inheritance. Inheritance simply means you inherit the properties of your father. So you have some of your own properties, your unique properties, plus you are inheriting the properties of your parents. Same concept applied here also. One class can inherit the properties of another class. Clear? Now let me show you the code. Here I have created a vehicle class which has a constructor, see, and one method display info. Now I have created another class which will be inheriting the properties of vehicle class. That means car will have all the properties written inside the vehicle class. That means if you create any object of car class, you can access this constructor, you can access this method or anything else. Clear? So here vehicle from which you are accessing the properties, this is known as parent class, like we inherit the properties from our parents. Same car, that is the child class, who is inheriting is the child class. So you can see I have already created a vehicle class. Now inside the car class, simply I write nothing, I can give pass. Now how can we inherit the properties? Car can inherit the properties of vehicle by passing the class name as arguments. Clear? If you write in this way, car in bracket vehicle, that denotes that car is inheriting all the properties of vehicle class. Clear? Now let me create an object. My car equals to car. See here I have written nothing inside the car, but I have inherited the properties of vehicle. So I can access all the things inside the vehicle. Let me pass some arguments. Toyota. Now let me write Camry. Okay. My car dot display info. So it will call the display info function. Clear? So here vehicle is the parent class, car is the child class, car is inheriting all the properties of vehicle class. Now I will add something inside the car class also. Okay. See here I have written it. Here I have created a vehicle class. The same one. Car. Inheriting the properties of vehicle. Here I have created a constructor within a car class. Now the question is that if I create an object of a car class, which constructor will be executed? Of the car class or of the vehicle class? Because in both the class I have written a constructor. I have used this super method. That means it will first call the constructor of the car class, and now it will see that here it is written as super. That means you have to inherit these properties as well. So in the car class you have the properties of constructor of vehicle class, plus you have added something. Okay, so as of now I can say within car class I have self dot make equals to make, self dot model equals to model, self dot color equals to color. Clear? So what is the benefit? That you do not need to repeat those things. You just write a simple keyword that is super, and automatically everything will be inherited. If you have 10, 12, many attributes, you don't no need to write anything. Just write the super class. Automatically everything will be inherited in the constructor of the car class. Clear? Now I have also created a display info method. Same. So this method will also inherit all the properties of this class, because I have used the super keyword plus I have added something. Okay. So I have inherited all the properties of my parents. Something I have also gained some properties. Clear? So now if I create an object like my car and I have to pass all the parameters total, make, model, color, all these three parameters because here I am passing make model to the parent class. So I have to pass all the three parameters. So how will it execute? Simply object will be created. My car is a reference of self, Toyota, make, Camry, model, blue, color. Again, it will go to the next line. Super.init. Super means it will see for its parent class. Parent is vehicle. So it will go for the constructor of the parent class. Here it will send the make and model. That means Toyota and Camry. So it will be passed make Toyota model Camry. Then self.make equals to make. That means for this reference, for my car, the make will be Toyota, the model will be Camry. Okay. Next line, in the next line, I am calling the display info method. Same, it will go here in this section. Now it will see that there is a super method. That means it is calling the parent class. That is the vehicle. Now it will go inside the vehicle class. It will say there is also a display info method. It will pass the object. That is the my car object. Now it will print these things. Once it is printed, it will again come back to the calling code to this line super.display info. Now the next line will be executed, that is self.color. Color was set here in this line. Color is blue, so blue will be printed. Clear? Let me run this for you. Okay, simply it's just inheriting all the properties. So this is the inheritance property of O. Now inheritance is of four types. Here we have understood the single inheritance. That means you are just inheriting the properties of your father. Clear? This is known as single inheritance. Let me draw it for you. Here, this is your father. You are inheriting all the properties of your father and like this. So there is a single inheritance. Now there are other types of inheritance like multiple inheritance, multi-level inheritance, hierarchical inheritance. What is multiple inheritance? Multiple inheritance means you have your mother also. So you just inherit the properties of your mother also, not from your father only. You are getting from her also. That is what is known as multiple inheritance. Clear? What is multi-level then? Multi-level means you are inheriting from your father. Okay, fine. That is single level. But your father is also inheriting from his father. That is your grandfather. So there is an inheritance of different levels. That is what is known as multi-level inheritance. Clear? Your father is inheriting from his father, your grandfather. You are inheriting from your father. So there is more than one level, what is known as multi-level inheritance. Okay. The next one is hierarchical inheritance. Hierarchical inheritance means it's like your father's property is inherited by you, by your sister, or by your brother. Okay. So your father's property, but inherited by you, by your brother. This is known as hierarchical inheritance. Okay, first let me show you what is multiple inheritance. Multiple inheritance means I said you are inheriting from your father, from your mother. That means you have two parent class and one child class. Clear? This is your parent class. Okay, two parent class. One is vehicle, second one is electric device. For vehicle, we have a constructor, we have a method. For electric device, we have a constructor. See, only the battery capacity I am taking as an argument and I have a display battery capacity method. Okay. Now I want to create a child class which will have the properties of vehicle and electric device. That means it will be vehicle and this is electric device. These are both of them are parent class And what is the child class? That is electric car. This is the electric car. Clear? So now how can we do it? By writing electric car and pass both of the classes, vehicle, electric device. Because you are inheriting the properties of vehicle class, you are inheriting the properties of electric device class. Okay. Now inside the class, I have created its own constructor and I am passing all the necessary arguments. Okay. Now first, I have to inherit the constructor of vehicle class. So I have written vehicle.init self make model. I also have to inherit the properties of electric device class. So I have written electric device.init self battery capacity. So inheriting the properties of electric device. Okay. So now in the constructor of electric car, I have also inherited the constructor of vehicle class, the constructor of electric device class. And I have created a display info method. Here also I have a display info method. So I am inheriting this method by giving the super keyword and display battery capacity. This is a new method. So I am inheriting this by writing in this way self.display battery capacity. Okay. So I have inherited everything from vehicle class and from electric device class. I have also added some of my own, that is color self.color. Here I have initialized and now I am printing. Clear? So now my electric car, that is the object, electric car, that is the class name, and I am passing all the necessary arguments. Okay. First, the object is created. Init will be executed automatically. All the elements will be passed over here. Next line, vehicle.init. That means it will go here. Make, model. All this will be set here. Now it will come back. Next line, electric device.init. That means it will go here. Battery capacity will be set and it will come back. Next, color will be set here. Clear? After that, when you call the next line, that is my electric car dot display info, it will go into this one here. Next, super dot display info. That means it will go to the parent class display info class. Here it will be printed. It will now come back here again. So next line, self dot display battery capacity. So it will find the display battery capacity method of the electric device class. Now it will go here. It will print this. Again it will come back. Next it will print self.color. So you get the point how it is executing. Let me show it to you in Python tutor. First, vehicle class is created. Init constructor display method is the method. Next, electric device class. Electric device class. Same constructor, its method. Next, electric car class, which extend vehicle and electric device. It has its constructor and its method. Next, init will be executed because I have created an object that is my electric car. So this constructor will be automatically executed. Now self is pointing, that is an electric car instance, that is an object. Make is Tesla. I have passed all these values, model, color, battery capacity. Okay. Now it will go to the next line, that is vehicle.init. So it will go to this constructor. See, it is pointing to this constructor. Now make will be set, model will be set. See, it is set over here. Next, it will again come back to this line. See here the red line, electric device.init. So it will go to this init of electric device here. Now next line, self.battery capacity. So battery capacity will be set. See here, battery capacity is set. Now it will again come back here. Self.color will be set. So you can see color is set but return value is none. Next line, it will go to the next line, that is display info. So display info method will be called. So it will go here in the display method. Now it will go to the next line. Next line means super.display info. That means it is calling the display info function of its parent class. This is the parent class. So display info will be executed. This will be printed. Let me show you. Here it will be printed. See, this is printed. Now again it will come back to this line because super function has executed. So it will come back to 25th line. Now it will call the display battery capacity method. So it will go to the 14th line. Clear? Here it will be printed. See, it will be printed. Battery capacity 100 kWh. Okay. Now again it will come back. Color will be printed. Color will be printed. Clear? So now it is done. So this way you can also visualize the things to see how it is actually working. Concept is simple. You are just inheriting so that you don't need to start from the scratch. Practical example you can consider that you have an iPhone. iPhone 15 must not start from the scratch. Instead it will inherit all the properties of iPhone 14 and it will add some of its own. Clear? Any model, any kind of version, any version of a new book, any version of a new car, what happens? They don't start from the scratch. They have all the features they had till their last version and they are adding something of its own. Okay, so that you don't need to start from the scratch. Now the next one is multi-level. Multi-level inheritance. This one I said you are inheriting from someone. That person is inheriting from someone. Okay. So here vehicle superclass, car intermediate subclass, sedan as subclass. Let me copy paste first. Vehicle is the superclass. This is the vehicle. That means this is the grandfather. Now car is the intermediate subclass. Where is car? Here. Car is inheriting all the properties of vehicle and then sedan as subclass. That means sedan is inheriting all the properties of car. See, vehicle is the parent class. Car is inheriting the properties of vehicle. So car is the father. Vehicle is the grandfather. And now sedan is inheriting all the properties of car. Sedan is the child. Sedan is you. Clear? So this inheritance is done in multiple levels. That is why it is known as multi-level inheritance. It is also simple. Just here I have created a constructor which is inheriting super.init means it is inheriting the init of car. Car is inheriting the init of vehicle. So sedan has all the properties of car of vehicle. Next, it has added something of its own. Clear? It has its own method display info, which is inheriting the method of car super.display. Car is inheriting the method of vehicle. Clear? And it is creating some of its own also. So my sedan is the object. Whenever the object is created, it will go to the init. It will pass Honda make, model Accord, color black, number of doors 4. Next line, it will call the super.init function. That means this one will be called. Here, make model color. This will be set here. Now it will call super.init. So automatically it will call this function. Here, make and model will be finally set. Okay. Now next, it will come back and mysedan.displayInfo is called. When it is called, it will go to this function. Again, there is a super. That means it will try to find its parent. So it will go here. Here again super. That means car wants his parents. So it will go display info. This line will be executed. It will come back to the calling code. This line will be executed. It will come back to the calling code. Then this line will be executed. Okay. So if you run it, you can see the output. Okay. You do it using Python tutor if you have doubt, but I don't think you should have any doubts. Okay. Now another is hierarchical inheritance. Here I have created vehicle as superclass, car and truck as subclass. Car is you, truck is your sister or your brother. Vehicle is your father. Okay. Now let me show it to you first. Vehicle as the superclass. So this one is going to be the parent, your father, vehicle. Next, car and truck as subclass. Okay, so car is inheriting the properties of vehicle, truck is also inheriting the properties of vehicle. Okay, so it's like this one is the vehicle, Car is inheriting the properties of vehicle. Truck is also inheriting the properties of vehicle. Okay, this is known as hierarchical inheritance. Let me show it to you here. Class vehicle, it has its constructor class, display info method. Car is inheriting the properties of vehicle by super keyword, display info method. Truck is also inheriting vehicle. It also has its init class and display info method. Okay. So if I create an object of my truck, a constructor of truck will be executed. That means this one will be executed. So in the second line, it will try to find its parent class. Parent is vehicle. So it will go here. Make model will be set. It will again come back here. Color will be set. Payload capacity will be set. Okay. Next line, display info function is called. That means this method will be called. Try to call it method always. It is waste if you always call it as a method, not function. Sorry for my mistake. Now this is display info method will be called. So display method is called. Now super dot display info method. That means it will try to find its parent class. Parent is vehicle. So this one. Now this one will be executed. It will come back to the next line. So what will happen? If color will be set and payload capacity will be printed. Color will be printed. Payload capacity will be printed. Clear? Same things happen for car also. Car object is created, so init will be executed. It will try to find its vehicle class. Next, its color will be set. It will come back. Display info method will be called, and the same thing will happen. So this is what all about inheritance. In simple word, you are inheriting the properties, and the way you are inheriting the properties are the types of inheritance. In today's class, we will study about polymorphism. Poly means many, morph means form. That means it has many forms. Just we human beings behave differently in different places. Simply, a method also behaves differently depending on the requirements. Same method, but the output is different. Okay, let's see it. First, it is of three types. Number one, method overloading, method overriding, operator overloading. Now, method overloading is not supported in Python, but we will see what is that. And method overriding we have already understood in our last class while studying inheritance. Okay, first see, I have created a vehicle class, simple, a constructor, and a method named display. I have created a separate class, car, which is inheriting the properties of vehicle, inheritance concept. So you can see that init is already inherited. I have not written anything else in the car class, and I have created a method named display in vehicle class, same name in car class. But both of them are working different. It is printing the model, but it is just printing something else. Okay. Now suppose I have created an object that is car, which is the reference to self, and I am passing Camry as the model. Now tell me, if I call the display function, which one will be executed? This one will be the output, or this one will be the output? What do you think? Let me show you. See, the method of the child class gets the preference. Okay. So you can understand that if you write same method in child class as well as in parent class, then child class will get the preference. That means here the display method is overriding the display method of vehicle. This concept is known as method overriding. Clear? Now suppose if I write super dot display, then what do you think? Sorry. Then what do you think the output will be? Then first it will inherit all the properties of the display method of vehicle class. So this one will be printed first. That's why Camry is printed. Then it will come back and the next line will be executed. So here it has both of the properties, its own as well as it inheriting the properties of its parent class. But if I don't give this one, then it will simply override the parent class. It will just ignore the same method of the parent class. So the method of the child class gets the preference over the method of the parent class. Clear? Simply this is known as method overriding, which we have already seen in our last class, and I hope now the concept is clear. The next one is method overloading. Here I will create a calculator class. So I write def add function self a comma b. Now write return a plus b. Now write another function def add, pass three arguments a comma b comma c and return a plus b plus c. A plus b plus c. Okay. Now suppose if I create an object of calculator class and then I call the object and I call the add function passing two arguments 2 comma 3. Okay. Okay. Now write print. Same one. I create one more object equal to calculator and now I write print calc dot add 2 comma 3 comma 4. Now let me run this one. See, calculator dot add missing one required positional argument c. That means it is asking for one more argument. That means it is always going for the latest one. Suppose if I write one more method with the same name self a comma b comma c comma d and I'm just trying to print return a plus b plus c plus d. Now see the change. See, it is asking for two positional requirement C and D. That means it will always go for the latest one. Okay. This is what is known as method overloading. That means you are creating methods with same name, just there is a difference in passing the arguments. This is what is not supported directly by Python. But you can do it in applying in different logic. Let me show you. Suppose if I write A, B, C equals to 0, then I write if C equals to 0, then return A plus B. Else C is not 0. That means there are more than two arguments. So it will be A plus B plus C. Clear? Now let me delete this one. Now if I run it, you can see the output. So 2 plus 3, 5, 2 plus 3 plus 4, 9. So you cannot achieve it directly, but if you want, you can do it by using other types of logic. Like here, I have used the default arguments. We studied this concept that if you pass nothing, then C will become 0. If you pass something, then it will be overlap. Okay. So this concept is known as method overloading, where you can create methods with same name inside a class, but it is not possible in Python. Now the next one is operator overloading. That is a simple concept. Suppose I write 4 plus 5. You can tell me what is the output. Now suppose I write I love plus 4. Then what will be the output? Clear? Now suppose if I write 1, 2, 3, 4. I write 5 comma 6, then what do you think the output will be? It will be concatenated. Okay, so same operator, plus operator, but performing different kind of operations depending on the requirements. So that is why this is known as polymorphism. So as of now, we have studied what is polymorphism, types, method overloading, method overriding, operator overloading. Python does not support method overloading. Method overriding we have already studied. The last one is operator overloading. Okay, in this session we will understand the last topic of object-oriented programming, that is abstraction. Now let me give you an example. Suppose your parent wants to give all its properties to you, but he gives you a condition. Okay, you can take all my properties, but you have to bring 90% marks. So you get the point. You will get all the properties of your parents, but you have to fulfill the condition. That is what is known as abstraction. Here also, you have a parent class, you have a child class. Now, parent class says that, okay, you can take all my properties, but you have to fulfill some condition. So, the parent class provides some restriction to the child class. Now, let's see how we implement this. See here, shape is the parent class. It has its constructor and it has given as an abstract method. So this class is known as abstract class. What is an abstract class? Abstract class means it will contain at least one abstract method. Here you can see this is an abstract method. Now what is an abstract method? Abstract method is that condition which the child class has to fulfill. So here before area method I have written abstract method. That means if you want to inherit the shape class, then you have to implement this area method. You get my point? It's simple. Like rectangle. Rectangle is the child class. Now rectangle wants to inherit the shape class. So what does rectangle have to do now? It has to implement a method, that is an area method. This is must. If you don't implement the area method, you cannot inherit the properties of shape. Clear? Now see here rectangle. Here see I have implemented the area method. You can write anything inside it, but you have to implement the method. This method must be present in your class. See here the circle class. I am inheriting the shape function. You have to implement the area method. Okay. When a parent class declares any method as abstract method, you have to simply inherit this. And this I think you have known in our last class we studied that this is nothing but a decorator. So to apply this decorator, you have to import this ABC module. ABC means abstract base classes where this abstract method is defined. So now to use this, you have to import this abstract method. Okay. So this is known as abstraction. This shape class is abstract class. This shape class is holding an abstract method. Area is that abstract method. Whoever wants to inherit the properties of shape has to implement this area method. This is the gist of everything. Okay. If you don't want to actually implement, then also you can keep it as abstract method and just writing it as pass. Let me show you. If I just write it abstract method and I write nothing inside it, then also it will be fine. Let me show you the output. See here, this one is executed. Uh, this one is also fine. I have not written anything, but I have just written pass. That means do nothing. And I have also mentioned that it is an abstract method. Okay. At least you have to keep this method inside the class. Here also, here I have implemented the area. Now if I run it, see, I have created two objects, rectangle object, circle object of different classes, and I am trying to print the area. So rectangle area, as I have written nothing inside it, so it is showing as none, and circle area, it is showing as 50.20. So clear, this is all about abstraction. We have completed everything related to object-oriented programming. Okay, in this session we will study about decorators in Python. Some people find it confusing, but I believe that after you listen to this class, this will be crystal clear to you. Okay, first I will not tell the definition, but I will ask you, tell me what will be the output of this following code. Okay, let me explain. This one is a function you can see. I have named it as my decorator. And inside the function, I have created one more function. Okay, next, I have created another function which is printing something. Now what I am doing, I am calling this function and passing another function as an input. Okay, now let me show it to you in Python tutor. See how it executes. First, this is the function, but this will not be executed because it is not called. Simple rule of function. So this is just created. Next line, next function, same, it will be just created, but it will not execute. See, okay. Now here I am calling this function. This function you can see my decorator function and I am passing another function as an argument. Name is a function. I am passing it as an argument. This is also we can do in function. No issues. So now the my decorator function is called and name is passed as an argument. Okay. Now see what happens. This one is called. So now this function will be executed. Okay. Next line, another function. But this function is not called, so it will not execute. So it will go to the last line of this function, that is return wrapper. So here it is returning something. Returning what? Returning this function, the inside function I have created. You can see the function I have created inside my decorator function is returned here. And return to whom? Rules of function return to the calling code. Who is the calling code here? A is the calling code. So now A is storing the wrapper function. Now A will be called. That means the wrapper will be called. The inner function will be called. So it will go to this second line. Now this function will be executed because this function is called. So it in the next line it will print hey. Simple here you can see that it will print hey. Clear? Now function is called. What is function? We have already said function means you can see it is here. That means this is passed from here. Name. Name means the function. This function. So this function is passed here, which is passed as a function. Now that is called. Simply means it is now calling this function. So now you can realize that we are inside the wrapper function and I am calling the name function inside the wrapper function. So now what will happen? Name function will be executed. See, now it will print I am Peter. Look in the output console, I am Peter is printed. Now again it will go back to the fifth line because function is executed. See what happens. Now it will be printed. How can I help? Now it has completed execution. So what did you understand? It is simply decorating the output. This concept is known as decorator, where you just decorate the output. Okay. But while using decorator, we will not write in this way. Instead, we will use simply at the rate my decorator. At the rate my decorator signifies that I am trying to call it as a decorator. Okay. All other things are same, but instead of using these two lines, like first holding the inner function, then calling the inner function again, I will just write at the rate my decorator, which will do the same. Okay, let me show you the output. Here also you can see the output. Both are doing the same thing, simply the decorator concept, but it is written in this way. At the rate my decorator. At the rate the name of the outer function. Clear? Now understand the definition. So decorators in Python is a function. Yes, this is a function that receives another function as input. It is receiving another function as input, add some functionality to it. So it is adding some functionality like hey, how can I help, and returns. Clear? So now you understand the decorator concept. Okay, bye. Happy learning.